Well, a very good morning to you from the home of cricket for this very special day. The match between the MCC team captained by Brendan McCullum and Afghanistan. Just at the moment, the players are having their photos taken on the outfield. The play will get underway around about 11 o'clock. And we will be bringing you live ball-by-ball commentary. There are pictures via the stream available on the MCC website. My name is Lizzie Ammon, cricket reporter for The Times, and alongside me is Terry Blake. Good morning.
Good morning, Liz. How are you?
I'm very well. Well, at the moment it's dry. I'm afraid the black clouds are slightly gathering. The weather is coming from the southwest, so we'll keep an eye on it. But for the moment, no rain, and we should be set to get underway at 11 o'clock. The MCC will bat first, and we will just run you through the teams, starting with that MCC 11. Brendan McCullum, the captain. Sam Hain, Warwickshire batsman. Misbah Al-Haq needs no introduction. Shivnarine Chandimal also needs no introduction. Sami Patel, Nottinghamshire and England. Chris Reed, wicket-keeper, Nottinghamshire and England, in his final match here at the home of cricket before he retires at the end of the season. Josh Dockrell, who was at Somerset, Ireland player George Dockrell. Yasir Shah, Chris Rushworth, seamer from Durham. Stuart Meeker, who's a seam bowler from Surrey. And Tim Murtagh, Ireland and Middlesex. The Afghanistan 11. Asghar you can help me out with the pronunciations here, Terry. Stanikzai, who's the captain. Noah Ali, Javed Ahmadi, Mohammed Nabi, Samiullah Shinwari, Rashid Khan, Gulbadin Naab, Dawat Zadran, Shapur Zadran, Nazir Jamal and Shafiqullah Shafak.
Well done.
We got there. During the match we will be using their given names, which aren't necessarily their full names. That's it. Photos have been done. The benches are being taken off the outfield. The home of cricket is looking resplendent as it always does. We've just been here for 4 days of the test match against South Africa, and we're using the same pitch right in the middle of the square, right in front of us, so we've got a fantastic view here from the test match special commentary box in the media centre at the nursery end of the ground. Our umpires are S. Ravi and S. Fry, and they are out in the middle ready for players to make their way. We are going to open with Brendan McCullum and Sam Hain, and you can hear the roar. It's a pretty good crowd, isn't it?
No, it's a great crowd. I was here last year for MCC versus Nepal, which was Nepal's first match at Lord's, and there was a great crowd for that. There's a good crowd for this. Pity that the weather's not matching the enthusiasm. And just to say that this is an enormous moment for Afghanistan. If you think that 17 years ago the Taliban permitted the playing of cricket, and now they're a full member of ICC, it's a meteoric rise in cricketing terms, and they've deserved their spot. They've already played, I think, 3 or 4 World T20s. They've played in the 2015 World Cup, so they're a very good side.
Absolutely, and they are a hugely exciting side, and their fans are extraordinarily passionate, mobbing the players out on the nursery ground as they were trailing prior to the start of play. So we are about to get underway here, and I'm just going to slightly turn the effects mic down so that you can hear us rather than the fans.
Yeah, it's quite a big crowd in. I mean,
it's a few thousand, I would think.
Yeah, the Compton and Edridge upper and lower, I think, are available, and the man stand and Tavern stand.
Absolutely, and we're going to start from the pavilion end, the far end, away from us, in front of the members. There's a good few members in the pavilion on all 3 decks.
Flags fluttering, so there's a bit of a breeze, but I'm afraid it is coming from the
it's from the southwest, and the breeze, I'm afraid, is going to blow some weather in according to the radar, but for the moment we're all right. It's a little bit gloomy, but that's done nothing to dampen the enthusiasm of the Afghanistan fans who've turned out in their numbers. So we're ready to play. Here we go then for the first ball of the morning. from the pavilion end over the wicket, and the first ball is played off the off stump down towards backward point for no run. And it's Shapoor who's bowling from the pavilion end, and he's bowling to Brendan McCullum.
And a lot of these Afghani players are pretty well experienced. I mean, some of them in their 30s, and most of them have played, 45, 83 ODIs for Mohammed Nabi, their most experienced, 71 for Sami. So they've got a lot of experience. But Brendan McCullum himself has played 260 one-day internationals.
He's not a novice, is he? Of course, playing in the T20 Blast here for Middlesex. As the next delivery again in over the wicket, he's outside the off stump and up on his toes. Goes McCullum, plays it down into the ground, where it rolls out to point again for no run. I'm afraid, sorry, it's Sam Hain, the right-hander, who's the man on strike. He's taken the first ball. Gosh, there's no pulling of age rank there, is there?
Not at all, not at all. Well, you wait till Misbah ul Haq comes in. He's 43 and has played 268 one-day internationals. So a lot of experience in the MCC side as well.
The first over, the field placings are, we've got two slips, we've got a man down at third man, which is unusual. We've got backward point, cover extra cover mid-off, and a very big gap through the leg side down the slope. This one's on the off stump, and again Sam Hain just plays it into the ground. It runs to cover. Sam Hain is very much a mini Jonathan Trott in the way that he sets up and plays cricket. You'll notice he does quite a lot of the sort of scratching that Jonathan Trott does. Had a hugely successful year last year in the county championship, slightly quieter this year. But it's interesting, isn't it, that he's going to have to bowl two off stump here, because he's got a great big gap all the way through mid-wicket. There's only a mid-on in and a fine leg, and it runs away down towards the traffic stand here. So he's going to be very tight on his lines here, Shapoor. Steaming in with his hair flowing over the wicket then, and he's done well again, because he's bowled it outside the off stump, and it's played away into the ground. Run again, along to point, and MCC yet to get off the mark.
Well, it's unlike McCullum not to have scored a 4 in the first 4 balls, Hain rather, in the first 4 balls, but no, he's got the slope to work against him, so he really does have to be very accurate. Only 2 men on the leg side, so he's classic left arm, outside off stump, 2 slips, and plenty of men in the ring on the offside. Yeah,
he's just bowling on a sort of 4th or 5th stump line here. Pretty brisk, steaming in then, he's over the wicket, and it swings away from the right-handed Sam Hain and into the gloves of the keeper. And well, there's a great deal of noise here from the Afghanistan fans. We've got several great and the good in the President's box, being entertained by the MCC President. Lots of people who've been involved with Afghanistan cricket, and various charities that have helped with the development of Afghanistan cricket,
including the MCC Foundation. I think that the current president was out there doing some of the coaching setup some years ago.
Flowing, Shapoor is in, then bowls, and again Sam Hain is up on his toes and plays it down into the covers, and it's a maiden to start off this match. MCC versus Afghanistan here at the home of cricket. Lizzie Ammon and Terry Blake, your commentators. And the score after the first over, 0 without loss. It will be Brendan McCullum who faces up to the next over from the nursery end. Yes, the MCC have done an enormous amount of work, the MCC Foundation, in connection with Afghan Connections charity, who have been funding cricket pitches and schools and all sorts of things in Afghanistan.
Yes.
And that's all linked into the development, the huge development of Afghanistan.
Yes.
As you were saying, the rise of where we've got to now, which has culminated in that really fantastic day when they got awarded.
Well, Ireland,
it was just
Ireland as well. I was delighted for Warren Dootram, who's put in a lot of work for Ireland, and great that 2 new countries can now turn up and play Test cricket. Perhaps it wasn't a surprise that the first over was a maiden. Sam Hain is averaging 16.75 in 7 championship matches, so he's having a quiet one. Yeah.
He's also he's more of a red ball player, Sam Hain, than he is a white ball player. But playing his way in here, so I don't think we'll see McCullum block out a maiden. It's not really his style. We've got, again, the same field. Still a gap through mid-wicket. As a new over from the nursery end, and the first ball has been aborted. Lost his run-up. And the bowler, Dorlat, who is right-arm seamer, but lost his run-up. So he's trying again. He's marking out his run-up.
Maybe a few first-day nerves. Be understandable. I know it's only a one-day international, but it's the first time they've played here, and the slope does.
It does. It's the
wreak a bit of
can
havoc.
Throw people off, can't it, here at Lords? And just getting your run up right so you don't overstep. Sets off now then. Some great roar from the Compton stand. Oh, and that's a tremendous delivery. Beaten McCullum outside edge. It just on a length and just shaped away from the right-handed McCullum.
Well, these batsmen will probably have watched a bit of the Test match, and they might have some foreboding about playing on this wicket, because balls were going like that one did,
sideways.
almost a first slip. The next one could be a one that rattles along the floor and pins you LBW.
There was a bit of variable bounce. There was a great deal of spin. Moeen Ali, of course, took 10 wickets in the match. So it's the same pitch, and it should be interesting. Some real footholds there, aren't there? You can just see them on the pitch.
Yeah, a good array of potholes for the bowlers to work in.
Dorlat then to McCullum, he's in and he's right arm over the wicket, and that was length up off a length, beaten McCullum again.
Well, shades of Waqar Younis with that.
It's pacey stuff.
Yeah, but also I think his actual action as he bowls the ball very, very reminiscent of Waqar, which wouldn't be surprising because they've obviously interacted a lot with Pakistan just over the mountains.
Well, so far, 2 balls of this over, and it's been fun.
It's been great fun. No runs to report, but we will celebrate the first run in a few seconds, I'm sure. McCullum can lay a bat on it.
Genuinely quick, Dorlat. He has, according to my notes, been recorded at 91.6 miles an hour. Steams in then from the nursery end, and that's wayward down the leg side. And there is a wide to open the account. We have a run on the board. Not to the batsman, but the speed that is genuinely, he's trying to create some real speed, isn't he? But he just sprayed that one down the leg side. It sort of hit on leg stump and veered off. But well taken by the keeper down the leg side.
And the run rate's raced up to 0.8 and over.
2 slips and a gully, a point cover mid-off. The offside field. Dorlat is in bowls, and it's outside the off stump, and McCullum lets it through, watches it through to the keeper. This is watchful stuff from the MCC Opens.
Well, it'd be interesting to know what we all think a par score might be on this wicket. I mean, if it had been a flat track, I'd have thought MCC might get up to 300 on a flatten.
I think it was maybe more like 220 or something.
I think 200 might be a good score on this pitch. And we've yet to see the wizard young leg spinner, Rashid Khan, who got 7 for 18 in a win in the West Indies this year.
Well, that is in then from the nursery end, and McCullum's had a flash, and it's gone over the top of first slip. I think he might have got a hand to it, but it's raced away. Thick top edge. McCullum has flashed outside the off stump, and as the old adage says, if you're going to flash hard.
Flash
hard. Brought him 4 runs.
Yeah, well, McCullum scored a few like that, including in Test match cricket, where sometimes he goes off like a train. He's got to be a little bit more careful today because this pitch is playing a few tricks.
Here at the home of cricket, there are people in the Tavern stand and the Mound stand and the Compton and Edgeridge below us. They're probably numbering about 3,000 or 4,000. I'm not very good at working out numbers, but about 3,000 or 4,000. Dorlat then in from the nursery end, bowls, and McCullum backs away to leg. He's had a swipe at it. They're appealing for a caught behind. I think there was distinct fresh air between ball and bat there, but that was McCullum flinging everything at it. He backed away outside leg. It was pitched just a little bit back of a length. McCullum thought he could fling the bat at it, send it down towards us, but appeal turned down.
Despite 5 fielders rushing in towards McCullum and giving him the eye.
into the second over. This will be the final ball of the second over. MCC versus Afghanistan. Lizzie Ammon and Terry Blake, your commentators for this first 10 overs. Daulat, genuinely quick seamer, in, bowls, he's banged that one in. McCullum's gone for it over the top of the slips. There is a third man in, though it's bounced just in front of him, so they're just going to run through for a single. It's the end of the second over, and the score is 6 without loss. McCullum has got 5. Sam Hain yet to open his account, and Shapur and Daulat have had an overreach. Daulat went for 6 off. Here's a maiden from Shapur to start with, and he will continue from the pavilion end. You were talking about Mohammed Nabi earlier. He back in 2006, 11 years ago, he scored a century against a Mike Gatting MCC side that was they played in Mumbai.
And did he bowl Mike Gatting?
I think so.
I think he did.
The MCC, I think Afghanistan got something like 370, and then the MCC side were bowled out for 184.
Well, that probably explains one of the reasons why it's only taken 17 years from 2000 to get to where we are today. But I would just add that in the last 6 or 7 months, they've drawn away to West Indies in one-day internationals, beaten Ireland 3-2, beaten Zimbabwe in Zimbabwe 3-2, and only lost 2-1 away to Bangladesh, who are an accomplished one-day side. So Afghanistan never to be taken lightly nowadays.
The locks flowing is in over the wicket, and Hayes McCullum has backed away, and he's been caught behind. Feathered edge, top edge, through to the keeper, and McCullum has gone for 5. Again, he backed away to leg. He was trying to send it down the ground, but a bit of extra bounce has taken the top edge, caught behind, and McCullum goes for 5, and that's brought great noise from below us in the Compton stand. So 6 for 1 then, we're in the third over.
Well, I never thought it would get noisier than Eton v Harrow, but it is noisier than Eton v Harrow. Afghanistan supporters are delighted with that catch. Hain wasn't getting anywhere very quickly. He's gone for naught, had to have a crack at another short ball, and stepped away and got the edge.
Absolutely. So 6 for 1. Misbah Ul Haq will be the next batsman who comes out to the middle, and I should imagine he'll be greeted with great cheers. So Shapur's impressive figures: 1.1, 1 maiden, 1 wicket, and a great delight from the Afghanistan players to get someone of the quality of Brendan McCullum.
Oh, it's Brendan who's gone.
It's Brendan.
I'm so sorry.
Right.
There was I saying Hain had stepped away, and McCullum's gone. So that's a pity, because some of the crowd would have come to see him. Some of the others might have come to see this gentleman walking to the crease for possibly the last time at Lord's, Misbah Ul Haq, who's retired from international cricket, but is playing for this MCC side here today. It comes in a sort of mini crisis, 6 for 1 in the third over.
Plenty of quality in this MCC batting lineup. Following Misbah will be a man who's played just a little bit of cricket, Shivnarayan Chanderpaul. I think he's about 43, isn't he?
Yes, he is just about 43, and he's the most experienced of the lot.
And then Samit Patel, who we know can be particularly explosive and is in tremendous form at the moment, Samit Patel, in both the domestic 50 over and 20 over competitions. So plenty of batting to come in the MCC side, but Brendan McCullum has made his way through the long women back to the dressing room. The score 6 for 1. Shapur coming in from the pavilion end, while Misbah Ul Haq scratches out his guard. He seems to be scratching out a middle and leg guard. The field staying the same. 2 slips gully. We've got a third man in. You don't see them very often in ODIs, but we are seeing one today. Point cover mid-off. And Misbah is ready then to receive the first delivery of his innings. Shapur is in then, over the wicket, and bowls, and defended into the ground in front of him by Misbah Ul Haq. They're just struggling a bit, aren't they, to get it away off Shapur.
Well, it's a bit like the beginning of a test match. Not simply because the pitch is a 5th-day test pitch, but because the ball is doing something, obviously, and Afghanistan have decided to attack quite rightly. They've got 2 pretty good bowlers, both quick, getting some bounce. There could be some low bounce, so the batsmen have to be watchful. They want to get MCC a little platform here.
Yeah, there is. We saw during the test match there is some variable bounce. Some of them are just gripping in the pitch, some of them going along the ground. Shakur then in, bowls, and right off the off stump. Played away down towards Gully by Misbah. And there's no run. 6 for 1 the score in the third over.
Yes, as you were mentioning, Lizzie, with Chanderpaul coming in, if we have a long stand between Chanderpaul and Misbah-ul-Haq, that'll be interesting, because you wouldn't...
not the youth policy, is it?
Well, not the youth policy, and it's hardly a one-day international sort of star partnership like, you know, Morgan and Butler, but very, very experienced players, and Chanderpaul can often be the one to, like a limpet, he always sticks in and ends up with a slow 60, but he may have to go faster than that today.
Gullyfield has moved into more of a third slip position now. Over the wicket then, bowls, and that one's swinging away. It started wide of the off stump and went wider. And Misbah leaves it well alone.
Yeah, the umpire had a little look at that, but I don't think it was quite wide enough for the arms to be outstretched. So exciting to think that these YouTube pictures via the MCC website are being streamed into places like Afghanistan, the Middle East, and indeed around the world.
I received a tweet this morning from an Afghanistan cricket fan who said there were 50 of them piled into one room who were going to be sitting around their computer screen. In and bowls, and that's a bouncer. It's back of a length, and Misbah sways backwards and lets it through to the gloves of the keeper. Well, this is fun cricket. I fear we have a little bit of moisture coming out of the sky.
Well, that's unfair.
For the moment.
That's earlier than predicted, Liz.
It is earlier than predicted. Some brollies going up. For the moment, they're going to stay out there. And, well, ground staff, they're not springing urgently into action.
Well,
they are hovering by the hover cover.
Yeah.
So, sadly, the rain, which we don't think will come to about 12, is here. In and bowls then, it swings away from the right-handed Misbah through to the gloves of the keeper, and again there's no run. A fantastic over from Chapour. His figures are 2 overs, 2 maidens, 1 wicket.
And
you'd take that, wouldn't you?
You certainly would. And bowling to 3 slips and a gully as well is exciting.
Going to continue with Daulat from the nursery end, the end that we're at here in the media centre. It is raining and people are moving backwards in the stands to go undercover.
And the umpires now coming together.
I think we're going to come off now because it has got heavier, distinctly heavier. In fact, it's properly raining now.
Well, Liz, it's been a pleasure commentating with you.
We managed to get 3 overs in, the score's 6 for 1. And for the moment, the players will make their way off the hover cover, will spring into action.
Yeah, they normally have a race to see how fast they can get it out there, and being slowed down slightly by the electronic perimeter advertising that is still here from the test match, but
it's just being moved out of the way. You'll be able to hear the hover cover. It's quite an operation to get the Lord's hover cover into place. It can has a mind of its own, so it has to be held very firmly by the ground staff, or it would just... The players are loitering. I think the rain may have stopped. Interesting.
Yeah.
Players never actually got as far as the white gate outside the pavilion.
Misbah got pretty close and slightly reluctantly turned around to come back.
Oh no, they are going off now. They are distinctly on their way off. The rails are being taken off. The stumps are going to be removed out of the ground, and the hover cover will go into position. And that's a real shame that we only managed to get 3 overs in, because I didn't think the rain would come till about 12:30. So the only wicket to fall in those 3 overs was that of Brendan McCullum, who backed away outside leg, went for a big try to helicopter over the top of the slips, got a top edge through to the keeper. He went for 5.
And of course, in the over before, there was a large appeal for a caught behind, and clearly McCullum didn't think he hit it and didn't walk, but he knew he'd hit this one and almost ran off, didn't wait for the umpire. The hover cover is just about in position, takes 6 or 7 men to guide it out there, and looks like they're covering another pitch, which will probably be used for another match, but they're
Well,
going to
there's
obviously...
a very important NatWest T20 brass match happening here on Thursday.
Ah.
It's Middlesex versus Surrey. It's the big one. So that presumably is the pitch that they'll be using for that, and that's the one that they want to keep protected. But the covers will be rolled out. It's quite a thing, the Lord's hover cover. It has big tarpaulins that go into the gutters of it, and then they're rolled out over the pitch that we're using today to keep that dry. And it's not tipping down, is it? It's not monsoon.
Well, it's quietened down now, isn't it? It's hardly raining now.
It has, and the tarpaulin has been rolled out halfway, and the umpires are just now talking to the ground staff and saying, maybe you can roll it back in and roll it back in again. 6-1 then, the score. They have just gone off, sadly, for a bit of drizzle. But these are not heavy black clouds above us at the moment, are they? That was just drizzle, and it does look like it can't possibly be very heavy, because down below us, unless they're very hardy souls, there are no brollies. They're just sitting there in it.
Yeah, very few brollies. Well, if the match is abandoned at this stage, I would suggest that Shapur Zadran, who's bowled 2 overs, one of which was a wicket maiden, 2 for naught, won't be unhappy.
No, you take those figures.
You would.
Head groundsman Mick Hunt is making his way out to the middle. The tarpaulin has just about covered the pitch that we're using today, but then it's stopped. And the umpires are having a chat. The umpires haven't gone back into the pavilion. I think the players have only got as far as the long room. There is a little gap between the black sight screens on either side of the doorway. Because we're playing in the middle, the sight screen has to be just sort of where the door is, basically. So it has to be parted to let them in.
Like the Red Sea.
And,
or maybe a Black Sea in white ball cricket.
Umpires having a conflab with the ground staff just to see quite what we do here, whether we get some more cricket in. It would be nice if we could get some more in, because I think there's some heavier stuff on its way later, isn't there?
Yes. Everyone was looking at their mobile phones this morning, looking to see what the forecast was going to be like, and I met John Stevenson downstairs having a cup of coffee. He said he'd looked at 11 different weather forecasts and he could only find one that gave him much hope. One of which is what's this one? Is that BBC? Google. Well, Google say we'll be playing by 2 o'clock, so let's see.
Oh, really? Gosh.
Let's see if it rolls through quicker than we thought.
That would be magnificent.
And
meanwhile, shall we just give you... We've had some very helpful notes handed to us about the 17 years that got Afghanistan from where they were in 2000 when the Taliban first permitted the playing of cricket to about a month ago, wasn't it, when they were granted full test status, just 17 years. And we got some dates that we were handed. So in 2000, as we said, the Taliban first permitted the playing of cricket in Afghanistan. 2001, Afghanistan became an affiliate member of the ICC in their first tour of Pakistan. More ground staff making their way out to the middle, which isn't a great sign. Yes, it's just got a little bit heavier. We can see it against the black of the sight screen. Distinct precipitation, I think we'll call it. In 2002, they had their second tour of Pakistan, and in 2003, their third tour of Pakistan. So then they first participated in the Asian Cricket Council tournament, which is 12 teams, in 2004. Finished 6th. Again, in 2005, they participated in that and reached the final. In 2006, there was the MCC tour to Mumbai, where they played Afghanistan, and Afghanistan comprehensively thumped a Mike Gatting-led MCC team by 171 runs, in which Mohammed Nabi scored a century. And following that, I think Mohammed Nabi came onto the young cricketers here, didn't he? Came onto the ground.
That's right.
The young cricketers here at Lords, and then he played for my club, Barnes Cricket Club. During that year, he played club cricket for us on a Saturday. And Barnes Cricket Club is a very small ground, and Mohammed was known as sending the ball out of the ground.
Is that the one down by the railway station?
Right on the river. Right on the river in Barnes. And it's not very big, and it's surrounded by houses, and Nabi sent several balls into the neighbours' gardens during that summer. And
now plays for the IPL.
Yes.
Or in the IPL, I should say, for the Hyderabad Sunrisers.
Barnes was the making of him.
Yeah.
So 2006, that was that MCC game in which aforementioned Nabi scored a century. Then a tour of England, where they win 6 games from 7 including against 3 county second 11s, so decent standard. In 2007 they were invited to enter the bottom of the ICC's World Cricket League ladder. That's Division 5, so ranked 30 in the world at that time. In 2008 they were champions of Division 5 and then champions of Division 4. The following year they were champions of Division 3, so we can already see the sort of meteoric year-on-year rise.
Yes.
Then Intercontinental Cup champions in 2010. That's a kind of de facto Division 2 and made them ranked 10th in the world, and there you probably, once you're ranked 10th, you're into the
You're into the meat of it, aren't you?
Absolutely. First appearance at the ICC World T20, and what an exciting component to that World T20. It was a really good World T20 in 2010.
Which England won.
Yeah, it did. Collingwood-led team with Kevin Peterson was man of the tournament, I think, wasn't he?
Yeah, opened the batting with Lum, I think.
Yeah. 2011 they gained ODI status, ranked 10th in the world, behind the 9 test teams. In 2012 they again appeared in the ICC World T20. Just break off while I tell you what's happening in the middle, because the covers are being rolled up, and you'll be able to hear the cheers. It looks like we're going to get some more cricket. Umpires are going to signal to the dressing rooms, come out boys, we're going to play some cricket. 2013 they became an associate member, so they've gone from affiliate to associate, although affiliates don't exist anymore following the last ICC meeting, do they? In 2014 the third appearance at the ICC World T20, and then in 2015 they played in their first World Cup. 2016 again in the World T20, defeating West Indies, and then that takes us to where we were a few weeks ago, where they were awarded full member status and will now be able to play test matches, and my understanding is that probably the first test match they'll play will be against Ireland.
Yes, that's very likely. I know Ireland have got their eyes on a test match at right here at Lord's against England.
Yes, and there's a lot of links between Lord's and Ireland, isn't there?
Yeah.
Irish players, particularly at Middlesex and the MCC and Lord's, have been real supporters of Irish cricket. There was the ODI here recently, wasn't there, England against Ireland, and that was a fantastic game. It was 20-odd thousand people and a little bit of green in the centre of London. Lots of Ireland supporters. Cover then being brought off. Hover cover. It's a very noisy hover cover. Out come the players, and that livens the crowd back up again. So we're going to resume some cricket here at the home of cricket. I don't imagine we've lost any overs from that little break.
Well, I hope not.
No, I mean, if it is a bit of an on and off day, I think they'll have to take some pragmatic decisions, won't they, about whether they reduce the numbers of overs per side.
Yeah, I don't know if they're allowed to do that during the first innings, though.
This is where cricket doesn't help itself.
I know. What, you mean with the radar suggesting 6 hours of rain, just play a 10-over match?
Well, you say maybe turn it into a 2020 and let them have a bit of a bash.
But that's not the way it works normally.
Sadly not.
Anyway.
Out come the Afghanistan players then. And we're going to resume. So hover cover has gone back into its position. And the advertising hoarding going to be brought out back in front of it, and everyone's resuming their seats in the Compton Edgeridge and Mound stands. And I'm not very good at estimating crowd sizes, are you? But I'm guessing 4,000-ish, maybe 4,000 or 5,000.
I think not as many. I think well, unless there's a lot underneath here, I would say three. But not least because, unfortunately, the members not really turning out, are they?
Well, I guess they have just all been here, haven't they, for 4 days of a test match, so...
That's true, and they saw the weather forecast.
Yes, they will.
There were a number of
days...
They're
not a hardy bunch, MCC members, are they?
Well...
not turning out in all weathers.
They've got long memories. You remember the centenary test match here? Well, you might not remember it, Liz. But the whole day was dry, the outfield was wet, and Nicky Bird was umpiring, and the result was no play, and members actually got cross that day. Of course, the drainage has been completely redone now.
I mean, the drainage here is now incredible, isn't it? Of course, it's helped that it runs down the slope, down in towards the corner. It's an interesting slope here at Lord's, because it slopes away to our left, but also into the far corner.
Yes, exactly. Well, I think it's a fairly unique major ground to have quite such a pronounced slope. I think it's about 7 feet from side to side. And every bowler, every batsman has to adjust.
And it does, people who've not played here a lot, it really throws them off their line, doesn't it?
Exactly. But so far it hasn't thrown them off their line too much. And here comes Dowlat.
Is Dowlat from the nursery end, bowling to Sam Hain, a right-handed batsman, who plays this down into the covers, coming forward. 6 for 1 the score. We have just started the 4th over.
Seems like a lot of action, but we've only had 6 runs.
It's been quite a lot going on. It's 11:30. We've had half an hour as well.
Run rate creeping up. 1.9 now. Come on, MCC.
So, Sam Hain playing his way in. He's faced 7 deliveries. 3 slips for the right-handed Hain, who has a swipe of that one. It's kept low. It's taken on the half volley by the keeper, who doesn't actually take it. It rather hits his body.
Yeah, almost a third bounce there. That was well, very typical of the Test match in the last couple of days. Well, let's just hope. Let's hope that the rain stays away and we can miraculously get through the day. There's a late cut-off point, I think, at an hour beyond 6:45, I think it is. The floodlights can't be used today. It's not one of the days allowed, but let's hope. 3 slips.
Bright enough at the moment. Jollett's in, bowls. It's right on the stumps. This is excellent bowling from these opening bowlers with the new balls. Sam Hain just can't get it off the square at the moment.
I don't know how old Dowlat is. 29. I think he's watched videos of the great Waqar Younis, and maybe his partner up the other end has watched Wasim, but it's a bit like watching that attack, which in 1992 destroyed England with reverse swing. Brilliant bowling, backed up by great leg spin bowling, which could be the case today.
Staying with the same field for the moment. In bowls, and another good delivery. Right on off stump. Sam Hain plays it into the covers, coming forward, and he sets off halfway down the track, but Misbah's having none of it and sends him back.
Well, both batsmen on naught. What you don't want is a run out for a batsman
No,
trying
and
just
also you don't call Misbah through for a quick single.
No, exactly. Because he's only 42. No, 43, sorry.
Yes, I know. I think he's earned the right not to be called through for a quick single, hasn't he?
He has. Mind you, there's plenty of singles to be had on the leg side.
Yeah,
but,
there are. It's up the slope, but they're bowling a very tight off-stump line at the moment in bowls, and again, outside the off-stump. And again, all Sam Hain can do is go off the back foot and play it into the covers. It's not high scoring at the moment.
Well, there are days like this where, perhaps not at the very top level, batsmen soon establish the fact that the pitch is difficult, the weather's difficult, the bowling is quite good, and they settle on a sort of platform which might bring you 250 rather than sort of a more luxurious 300, 350. This might be one of those days.
Yes, this is a little more like old school ODI cricket rather than the current mod we have where they go hard in the power play, don't they?
Exactly.
It's a little more like it used to be in ODI cricket. As that one's pulled away, and they will get a run for this because it's pulled away through the vacant mid-wicket region, not with any timing by Sam Hain, but he does open his account with a single.
Into the leg side as predicted, really. But yeah, I think there is a big factor here. I mean, the pitch is obviously an old Test match pitch, and therefore not perhaps a pitch to go at immediately very hard. Even McCullum took an over to get really going, and didn't last long.
End of the over then, end of the 4th, 7 for 1 the score, and I think there's a bit of sun breaking out through those clouds.
You might be hallucinating. No, I can see I can see a little bit of blue sky. Just a tiny bit
brighter.
Yeah.
We're keeping our eye into the distance away to our left because that's where the weather's coming from. There is a fairly stiff breeze running left to right as we're looking at the ground, coming up from the southwest. Here comes Shahpour then. Left arm, quick, and that one's flailed away by Sam Hain, and up towards deep point. He's only going to pick up a single for it, though. It's a bit hard.
Nabi, the fielder there, down in the third man position, one of the most experienced, probably the most experienced player. 83 one-day internationals, yes, he is. It's brightening up.
It is brightening up. Very good sign. Some activity in the MCC President's Box and the ICC Hospitality Box. Lots of people there. And, very noisy crowd below us and away to our left in the Mount Stand and the Patridge Stand as the next deliveries right on the stumps. There's a tip and run, and it's nearly a run out. There's a shy of the stumps at the non-striker's end, but this bar is home and won't be thanking Sam Hain for that. It was just a little drop into the offside, probably only went a couple of strips along, and Sam Hain, who was, well, a good 20 years younger than Misbah Ul Haq, set off. And they scampered through. There was a shy at the non-striker's end, but Misbah managed to run his bat in just about. It's taken the score to 9-4-1. And it brings the young Sam Hain, I'm going to call him young, Sam Hain onto strike.
Pictures.
You're listening to ball-by-ball commentary here from the home of cricket. MCC versus Afghanistan. 9-1 the score. We're into the 5th over. And for the moment, it's dry. We did have a little weather interruption. We're sticking with the 3 slips at the moment, staying on the attack. And Chappell is coming around the wicket. Oh, and there's a swing and a miss from Sam Hain. Play and a miss from Sam Hain, who's trying to give the kitchen sink to it now, having played his way in for 10 balls or so. He's now playing some shots, but a genuine play and a miss there from the young right-handed batsman.
Well, good on the bowler for coming around the wicket to vary it fairly early on in his spell, and
try and fire it in, bring it back into him, isn't he?
Yeah, and with the odd one maybe holding its own like that last one and get a play and miss.
It's a long run-up. These two opening bowlers both have long run-ups. In round the wicket then, and Hain plays it into the ground. It's a bottom edge, it's bounced in front of him, straight back into the hand of the bowler.
Yeah, no timing there for Hain. He's played that one a bit too early.
It's really a difficult pitch, isn't it?
It is difficult.
And this is a high-class opening bowler. 2 quick bowlers. We're getting the ball to move a bit. And let's not forget, it's a 5th day test pitch, so it's not a batting road, is it, by any stretch of the imagination? So a little bit difficult for Sam Hain to be timing here. He's 2 from 15 deliveries. The score 9-1. We've got a couple of balls left in this, the 5th over.
I reckon this is a 40-yard run-up.
It's long. It doesn't rattle through his overs, does it? And then round the wicket, and that one's outside the off stump, chopped into the ground, straight into the hands of the cover fielder. And again, there's no run.
Well, I've always enjoyed low-scoring one-day internationals for some reason. I think it was partly to do with the '99 Cricket World Cup semi-final, where I saw one of the finest matches, South Africa-Australia, which I think was like 240 plays 240.
Let me guess, South Africa lost.
Actually, they tied, needing only one to get into the final. I was sitting next to Ali Bakr, who was the next tournament director in 2003. I've never seen a man as gutted.
South Africa in global tournaments is not a happy tale a lot of the time, is it?
Well, England didn't used to be.
No, well, no. Over the wicket bowls, and again a bottom edge, trying to drive it away through the offside. Sam Hain has got a bottom inside edge, and it's gone straight back into the hands of the bowler. The bowler who then tries to do a bit of keepy-uppy, a bit of high tricks with the ball. It's the end of the 5th over.
His figures have been ruined. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 2. He'll be kicking himself.
9-1 then after 5, which is, as we were saying, not quite how ODIs are played at the moment. There's a real trend, isn't there, for them to not mind losing wickets in the opening power play, but to try and get off to a flyer. It used to be that you tried to keep wickets in hand, didn't you?
Yes.
And then go to at the back end, but there seems to have been a bit of a shift.
No, I think today is one of those days, without doubt.
Retro ODI.
And I think any team playing here on this pitch, in this format...
You'd have to.
Yeah.
Because otherwise there's a danger you could be all out in 15 overs, isn't there?
Exactly. Still only 2 men on the leg side, and this really is, credit to the captain. He's got 3 slips, he's got 3 men in the circle on the offside. He's only got a mid-on and a fine leg on the leg side. So acres of room, and the bowlers are doing their job.
They really are. They're absolutely sticking to the plan here. They've not given anything. They've not had anything that's really straight onto middle and leg or onto the pads. Having said that, that one has, but that one's nipped back
they
in.
come.
And they're all shouting, and they're all appealing.
Well,
The crowd more than the players, I think, but
yeah.
it just nipped back in on Misbah. But hit him far too high, I think.
well, they won't get Misbah walking like Ben Stokes did the other day.
No, I think
LBW
he was as
walk
out as you probably can be as an LBW.
Yeah.
It was just piling into all three, wasn't it? And Ben Stokes knew it, turned around, didn't wait for the finger to go in the air.
Or for the send-off from the bowler. But they put... they sealed the lips.
Interesting now, because we are filling the mid-wicket gap. Only 2 slips in now, but I suppose if he is going to get one that comes back into Misbah, Misbah's so strong off his legs, isn't he? You'd probably need to fill that gap.
Correct decision.
Here comes Dorlax then over the wicket bowls, and that one's worked away down towards fine leg for a very comfortable single. They were turning to look for 2.
Oy.
The fielder swooped in and give a wayward throw back in. But that's taken the score into double figures, 10 for 1.
Riches indeed. And the Afghanistan is wearing red caps with their blue outfit. MCC are in dark blue, as I thought they might be. I think it's dark blue, with a very fetching red stripe down the sides of the trousers and shirt. Umpires in red jackets.
The next delivery, that's down the leg side, and they're shouting for a call behind. They're appealing for quite a lot here. There wasn't any connection between bat and ball there. It was down the leg side. They were appealing for a call behind, tickle down the leg side. But it was a stifled appeal, more of a crowd appeal than a player appeal.
Yeah, I think sometimes they mistakenly believe that they'll get the umpire to not give a wide if they appeal for it, but it happens in every level of the game.
In and bowls, and that one is driven away down towards mid-off. For a single.
There's a few more people in the bottom of the new Warner stand now.
Yes, it's members, isn't it? Mostly members at that far end. But the dress code, as I understand it, in the Warner stand is a little more relaxed than it is in the pavilion.
Oh, very much so. Yeah, absolutely. Well, there was a time when they wouldn't let you take the jackets off, even outside in the pavilion.
They were allowed to take their jackets off during the test match. It was very hot during the test match in bowls, and it's a bouncer. It's reared up a bit, and Misbah swayed back, let it through. The score remains 12 for 1. We are in the 6th over. It was baking during the test match. So you were allowed to take your jacket off if you were sitting down, but not if you were moving about.
No, that's right. That's right. I remember, I think it was 1975, the first of the 2 heatwave years. People forget that 75 was almost as hot as 76. I remember only my second year as a member, and jackets were allowed off, shirt sleeve order.
I wasn't born until 76. In and bowls, and that's a good full-length ball. It's squared Misbah up a bit. It's skewed off an outside edge all the way into the covers. But again, no run. He stays on 2. Sam Hain at the other end on 3, and the score 12-1. One more delivery left of this, the 6th over. There's a few grey-looking clouds above us. For the moment, it's all fine, rain-wise.
I think it's raining in the West Country. I've just heard from my family that it's raining in Marlborough. So that's maybe an hour or so away, weather terms.
Coming up from the southwest, and according to my radar, it's really rather a lot of it. And so that one's driven. It's driven firmly. It was a bit uppish, but they are going to get a single for it. It was just to the left of mid-off, and Misbah picks up another one.
Well, as well as Chapeau's bowled, I think Dorlat is very impressive. He's gone for more runs, but he's looked very threatening.
Yeah, he hasn't.
Got a lovely action.
Genuinely quick, isn't he? You can see it's coming through at a very good pace.
And not in great light either. Some people, although there's a dark scoreboard now in front of the pavilion, has been for a long time, people still say it's difficult to bat facing that pavilion. Could have tried batting without a sight screen at all, which is what happened in, I'll go back even further, Liz, in 1963, when Ted Dexter took on the fast West Indian bowlers with no sight screen, and that was a wonderful sight, hooking and pulling and cutting Wes Hall and Charlie Griffith.
13 for 1 then here at the home of cricket. This fantastic match between MCC and Afghanistan. MCC team led by Brendan McCullum, who's already back in the pavilion, having been caught behind as new over from the pavilion end. And the first delivery is driven gloriously by Misbah al Haq out towards the grandstand. And that's classic Misbah, isn't it? Just a little bit over-pitched on the off-stump, driven away.
And only the second boundary of the day, I believe, and the first one was a slash over third man. We've only bowled 6 overs, Liz. It seems like we've been here for almost a session.
Well, yeah, so we have been here for a quarter of an hour. We were off for about 15 minutes. But also, these two opening bowlers have got very long run-ups, haven't they? It's Chapeau in from the pavilion end. He's coming over the wicket, bowling, and that one pitches on off-stump, swings away from Misbah. He covers up his off-stump, watches it through safely. Score 17 for 1, Misbah on 7. Sam Hain at the other end is on 3 from 18 deliveries. It's not been an explosive start, but a difficult pitch, and some very, very impressive opening bowling.
Well, I can't wait to see the spinner, but he may not get a look in for a little while because the ball's seaming around. They'll use the new ball.
Well, and obviously here at Lord's, you look up as much as down, don't you? And there is cloud above. The white ball doesn't swing anywhere near as much as the red ball, but if it's going to swing, it swings early on in the sort of first 15 overs. In bowls, and it's kept a bit low, but Misbah has tried to jab his back down on it. It's got underneath it.
I wonder if they've learnt the arts of reverse swing as well. It might swing a little bit later. Although there's bad weather around, the outfield is still pretty dry, and certainly the square is dry and abrasive. Certainly this pitch is certainly abrasive, so there might be some reverse swing later on.
17 for 1.
People still coming into the Edridge stand down there.
Drifting in. And they're very loud, very enthusiastic. It's a really good atmosphere. In comes Chapeau. Misbah gets up on his toes and manages to fend it down just in front of point, and then rehearses a defensive shot in front of his body. The score remains 17 for 1. I think this pitch is very tricky, isn't it?
I think that was pretty well played. It climbed on him. Amla got a ball like that shortly before he got out to Liam Dawson second innings of the Test match.
If you want to get in touch with us with your thoughts on this match or anything, any questions or any comments, there is an email address, and we'll answer your questions if we can. ballbyball@mcc.org.uk. So do get in touch with us. We'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, especially for any rain breaks. Keep those emails coming.
Chapeau is in, then over the wicket.
And he's gone.
And he's gone. Misbah al Haq bending outside the off stump. He's feathered it through to the keeper, and he goes for 7, all behind off the bowling of Chapeau, whose impressive figures are now 3.4 overs, 2 for 6 with 2 maidens in there. Misbah trudges off. Sam Hain is still there. 3 from 18 deliveries. That was a really good delivery. It just rose and moved away from the right-handed Misbah. Just had a little fish, didn't he? Outside?
He did.
Had a little fish outside his off stump, and through it went, and that's livened the crowd up even more. Big roar. A towel is being run out for Sam Hain. I can't believe he's warm. He's only got 3 runs.
Does he wear glasses?
I don't think 6-7.
Need to wipe those clear. Well, dare I suggest that Misbah ul Haq will not have played on a one-day international pitch.
No, I shouldn't just
Quite
like that.
as tricky as that. It was a similar ball, just a bit closer to the body than the one that got McCullum. Lots of bounce with the new ball, and it's been in a very aggressive opening spell from these two. Champaux's picked up both wickets, but the man at the other end is equally impressive.
Out comes, well, a man with about as much experience as it's possible to have for a player who hasn't retired. Shiv Chanderpaul makes his way out to join the young. Again, a man who's 20 years older than his batting partner.
Yes, I was looking to see what teams these players had played for. I came up with 10 for Chanderpaul, only beaten by McCullum, who's played for New Zealand, of course, but 13 other teams all over the world, including, of course,
Chanderpaul doesn't
cricket.
really do the blasting T20 leagues, does he? So
I don't think he does,
no.
but he's done a few counties,
done
obviously.
plenty of counties.
Lancashire at the moment.
Currently at Lancashire, and having a good season with Lancashire, and Lancashire themselves are having a good season.
They are, indeed. But you're right, he's always a man for a crisis. And this is a mini crisis right here. 17 for 2 after almost 7 overs.
One more delivery left of this, the 7th over. It does, you're right, these overs are they're not rattling through these overs, because we've got two bowlers who have got, well, 40-yard run-ins.
Yeah, I mean, he's standing at the back of where the advertising logo mat is. So I reckon that's at least 6-7 yards away from the 30-yard circle. So it's almost a 40-yard run-up.
Just sort moving his field, he's moving his third man a bit finer. Got 2 slips, so I think he's sort of putting his third man into where the gap, in case it goes through a sort of gully region. So Chapeau is about to set off for the final delivery. So it was just Chanderpaul just asking for the sight screens to be brought together. The left-handed Chanderpaul, who of course bats with that incredibly front-on crab-like style.
Yeah, there've been a few over the years, but his is very unique. It looks like he's facing someone bowling from the grandstand.
Yeah, essentially, it's like the square leg umpire is bowling to him. He starts like that, and then now he turns and he works it away into the leg side, and that completes the end of the 7th over. 17 for 2. Don't forget, you can get in touch with us, and we'd love to hear from you ball by ball at mcc.org.uk, and a bit later we'll read out those emails. I'm Lizzie Emmon, alongside me Terry Blake, and after 10 overs we'll be handing over to the rest of the commentary team. So, 6 of us will be rotating, so you don't get too sick of our voices. 17 for 2, and we're about to start the 8th over, only the 8th over. We did have a little rain break for about 15 minutes after the 3rd over. There's a big group of Afghanistan supporters in the Compton below us, all wearing blue t-shirts, flying the flag high. Sam Hain, the man on strike then. It is going to be Daulat, who continues from the nursery end. About to start his 4th over. Not for 11, his figures.
And Hain 3 off 18 balls.
Yeah, we've got an interesting field for Hain, because we've got a short catching cover. So an in-outfield on the offside, but again a big gap through the leg side, and he's managed to exploit that gap, and he's going to pick up a boundary for it. It was straight onto his pads. Sam Hain is strong off his pads. He's clipped it away through square leg to run away towards the vacant grandstand. And he's picked up a boundary.
Well,
Got to 7-21 now, the score.
Almost as if normal service has been resumed. You know, one-day bowler bowls slightly under the pads, batsman hits it for 4 through mid-wicket, but he's hardly, gone offline at all. So that's the first time
that was pretty
it's
much
been
the
expensive.
first ball that has strayed from that off-stump line.
1 wide apart.
21 for 2. Still a great deal of batting to come in the MCC lineup. And bowls, and again is straight onto the leg hip, and worked away, and they're going to pick up a comfortable 2, because again it's gone into that vacant square leg mid-wicket region. And Hain's moved on to 9 now, 23 for 2. Next in the lineup is the big hitting Samit Patel followed by his Nottinghamshire teammate Chris Reed, and then Georgie Dockrell, who certainly can wield the willow, as can Yasir Shah, who's due to come in at number 8. And then a little bit of a tail for MCC. Chris Rushworth doesn't normally come in at 9 for Durham, that's for sure. Normally comes in at 11 for Durham or 10, depending on depending if Graham Onions is playing. They fight it out between them, Rushworth and Onions, for the number 11 slot.
Yeah, there are probably 3 number 11s there, aren't there, at the bottom?
Just the one slip now. And that one's defended off the off stump. So I think Samhain might be able to call that a little bit of a moral victory.
Yes.
We're down to one slip.
Yes, exactly.
23 for 2 then. Halfway through the 8th over.
And the rain holding off.
Just about holding off. There's some slightly grim looking clouds above us. But for the moment, it's fine. Forecast, there are varying forecasts. But I think if we manage to get through the whole day without any more rain, there could be a miracle.
Probably not as miraculous as Afghanistan being a full member after 17 years.
It's quite a tale, isn't it? In bowls and off the back foot, chopped away down to point by Hayne. No run taken, and the score remains 23-4-2. It really is a wonderful story, isn't it? The rise of Afghanistan cricket, and also what a force for good cricket's been in the regions.
Unbelievable. Well, I've always believed cricket is it's a multicultural, bonding
kind of unifying
sport.
Force, really, isn't it?
Yeah, like many sports, I think. Well, one of the iconic sights the weekend was seeing the Lions in rugby, the Lions and the All Blacks mingling together after a drawn series. That was nice.
That in then, bowls, 2 wide outside the off stump, and Sam Hayne has a dangle at it because it was tempting, it was there. In play and a miss, and it goes through to the keeper. The score remains 24 for 2.
We had a wide there, I think, the umpire.
Oh, did
he doesn't extend his arms very far, he just sort of points a little bit from the hip without actually extending them. Lazy. Needs more exercise.
Goes to all up then. Right arm, fast bowler, in and bowls. Oh, that's a great delivery. That's beaten him all ends up. Gone right through him.
Well, the field didn't come racing in that time.
They didn't. Oh, what a jaffa.
It was a beautiful ball.
Absolutely.
Beautiful.
Right through.
Perfect length and just did a little shape away from the batsman. Enough to beat a lot of batsmen.
And Hayne, who, as I was saying, is very much a sort of mini Jonathan Trott, really. And his Warwickshire teammate has learned a lot from Jonathan Trott. Not quite as many shuffling about and scratching about before the ball, but in the way that he plays, that's a lovely drive, glorious drive. Just in front of point, he's raced away towards the tavern stand. It was just a bit over-pitched. Sam Hayne came forward, leant into it, opened face of the bat and raced it away. Through the offside, picks up another boundary. He moves to 13 and the score to 28-4-2 at the end of the 8th over.
Yeah, a genuine half volley and a genuine cover drive that Jonathan Trott would have been proud of. Trott, of course, famously was asked to open the batting in what turned out to be his last series for England in the West Indies, and that was not a success. But he's had a pretty good season back at Warwickshire, rather better than Hayne, who is only playing today because Kumar Sangakkara pulled out with an injury a couple of days ago.
He was injured in the Surrey's NatWest T20
I think so,
game,
yes.
Yeah.
Well, he's certainly played a lot and has spent a lot of time in the middle.
He's had a prolific season, as he generally does. 2 slips now for the left-handed Chanderpaul. Shahpour is in from the pavilion end, and Chanderpaul tries to pull it round the corner, trying to hook it down towards the fine leg, backs away outside leg, and it bounces a couple of times in front of the keeper. Everyone rushes over and pats the keeper for a good bit of work. It was firmly.
Yes. Good keeping, definite 4 otherwise, and Chanderpaul is a man who, with all his eccentricities at the crease, can find gaps like few others can. with nudging and nurdling, and often, clipped shots as well.
For 2 then. Chanderpaul batting with front on stance. He has managed to nudge this one away down towards fine leg. It was well timed. I'll only pick up a single for it. The fine leg fielder was quickly round, swooped onto it, and the score moves to 29 for 2. Field changes for the right-handed Hayne. 13 from 24 he scored. Chapour is into his 5th over. 2 for 7.
Fantastic atmosphere here. A part of the tavern stand absolutely full now. Man stand also full on the lower tier. Mainly Afghanistan supporters. I can see one umbrella up, 2 now. Might be drizzling again.
Chapour in to Hayne, and he plays that nicely. It's a lean on it, but it's racing away through the covers. Such a quick outfield here at Lords. It will pop over the boundary rope. Sam Hayne picks up another boundary. He's into his flow now, Sam Hayne.
He is. He's flowing along now, and that was up the hill too, up the slope for his 4. But we saw in the Test match, balls were absolutely racing away.
It's just such a glorious outfield.
All angles. Yeah. Who wouldn't want to field here?
33 for 2 now. And, I think Hayne has obviously got a bit used to the pitch now, hasn't he? Worked out the timing of it, and a couple of looser deliveries over pitched or half volleys, and he's managed to work them away.
Yes. Well, it's a power play. We're using one-day international regulations, so after 10 overs we'll have a look at what the score will be. It won't be much more than 45, I should think. 33 for 2 now.
Over the wicket then, bowls, and that one's outside the off stump. Hayne comes across, elaborately shoulders arms, and lets it through to the keeper. 33 for 2, the score remains. We've still got this fairly stiff breeze going from left to right across the ground. The flags, the MCC flag and the Afghanistan flag on the flagpoles above the pavilion, fluttering vigorously. There's an MCC flag above the mound stand and a huge one above the grandstand.
And Father Time very much pointing towards the southwest. We can hardly see him. He's just pretty much a thin man from here.
Here comes Chapour then to Sam Hayne. He's in over the wicket. That's a good pace delivery. It's worked away though through mid-wicket. He's going to pick up at least 1. They're turning for 2, and they will pick up a comfortable 2 for it. Was dragged away by Sam Hayne on the leg side. Just again, he's got a niggling leggish, and with a packed offside field, can't really afford to stray down the leg side. Sam Hayne moves on to 19. The score 35 for 2. A few more members have drifted in now. It's quite packed in the bowler's bar. It's nearly always packed in the bowler's bar.
Yeah, and the writing room and the committee room are fairly full too. It's not a day to be outdoors necessarily, so...
All that long ago that I wasn't allowed in the bowler's bar. I think it's only a decade or so, isn't it, that they've let women into the bowler's bar.
Not before time.
In and bowls, and attempted drive by Hayne, but he's not timed it at all, and he's down on one knee. It just shows that this pitch is really tricky to time on. That's the end of the 9th over. 35 for 2. We're still in the power play. That's the end of Chapour's 5th over. 2 for 13, his impressive figures. Chanderpaul then will be the man on strike. Just the 1 to his name at the moment.
And having a little conference with Sam Hayne. He's getting a few tips to each other about how the wicket's playing, perhaps, and where the gaps are and where the quick single might be, or the 2s. Sometimes you want to hit the ball less hard in order to score a 2 rather than hitting it straight to a fielder. But and the first bowling change to report, and it's Gulbuddin Naib coming on to bowl, another pace bowler, number 14 on his back. plays for a club called Arif Azim Boost Defender, which is a pretty funky name for a cricket club. Coming in now.
He's around the wicket, and it's first delivery is down the leg side. It is signalled wide to the scorers. So acknowledge the signal. One more is added to the total. Do you think it's Gulbadin or Gulbadin? Where the emphasis is?
Gulbadin.
Gulbadin.
It would be my guess.
That's what we'll go for. Chanderpaul staring straight down the track, and he's dragged that one away. They are going to pick up a single for it. The keeper got a right hand to it, trying to drag it fine. He's done that a couple of times now at Chanderpaul. Drag it down towards fine leg, but the keeper did well, leapt off to his right, got a hand to it.
I think he got a glove to it. He's a very good keeper, and I think he's been a keeper for a long time. He's 27. He's only played 20 ODIs.
He's getting a bit of a workout today.
I think, yeah. Not a day to be keeping wicket, is it, on this pitch?
To have your wits about you and be quite athletic. Sam Hain has come on to strike. Right-handed Sam Hain. Gulbadin has a much shorter run-up. He sets off well inside the 30-yard circle. He's in, bowls, and that one's driven.
Misfield.
And it's a misfield, which means that it goes to the boundary. And Sam Hain picks up another boundary. He moves to 23, and 23 from 29 is looking a lot healthier for Sam Hain, isn't it?
Yes, he's beginning to explode into action, which is great. These bowlers are well built. A lot of the northern Pakistanis are big, burly men from the frontiers, and Afghanistan produce a lot of burly fast bowlers as well. Looking forward to seeing the leg spinner, however.
Just the one slip. Sam Hain, the man on strike, and that delivery is worked from the crease out towards in front of point, and it's still pacey deliveries. You can see they're coming onto the bat well.
Yeah, I'm sure they hit the pitch hard. I mean, this guy's more of sort of an Ian Austin type pace, for those who remember Ian Austin. A shorter run up,
Rustly,
thick set, but hits the deck pretty hard.
comes then over the wicket, and that's a thick edge, but it's gone through the vacant gully region down towards third man, so they'll pick the single for it. And Hain has moved on to 24. 42 for 2 then. A couple more deliveries left of the power play. And at the end of the 10th over, there'll be I shall make way for Kit Harris coming into the commentator.
And I will be replaced by Ben. Ben Feasy's going to be coming in to do some commenting.
Chanderpaul then lets this one past the off stump. And rather nonchalantly strolls away. Seen it all before, Chanderpaul.
Yeah, you can say that again. He's a wizard.
42 for 2 the score. One more delivery left of this, the 10th over. And the power play. And then they're allowed another one outside the circle, aren't they, for the next phase of the game. In bowls, and again it's outside the off stump, and that does complete the end of the 10th over. The score 42 for 2. Chanderpaul on 2, Sam Hain on 24, and after I will make way for Kit Harris, and Ben Feasy will come in to the summarisers chair.
Thank you very much for that, Leslie. So 42 for 2 the score now after 10 overs. And you're listening to the early stages of this match, this historic first ever match for Afghanistan here at the home of cricket, up against the MCC, captained by Brendan McCullum. Sam Hain and Shivnaran Chanderpaul, the not-out batsman, just having a little mid-wicket conference at the moment. Hain's just started to get going after a really tough examination early on by the opening bowlers. It looks like it's going to be Mohammad Nabi to come into the bowling attack, one of the most experienced players in this Afghanistan side, if not the most experienced player. And I welcome Kit into the commentator's chair. Good morning to you. And this match is unfolding very nicely.
It is. And good morning to you. And hello everybody out there, especially all our friends around the world who are supporting Afghanistan in this, their first appearance at the home of cricket. It is indeed a double change. Accompanying the new bowler Gulbuddin Naib from the nursery end is the old warhorse himself, Mohammad Nabi, coming on for his first over to bowl his off-spinners from the pavilion end. He bowls now and playing across the line to his first ball and just taking a single into the leg side, Sam Hain. So he moves to 25 and the MCC have 43 for 2 wickets in over number 11 as Shiv Chanderpaul now prepares for his first sighting of the off-spinner, who is going to adopt the approach of bowling around the wicket to the left-handed West Indian and over the wicket to the right-handed Englishman. The field well spread now, 3 men on the boundary and 1 slip, the rest in the infield, as a cut off the back foot evades the diving fielder at point, and Chanderpaul is able to collect his single, which moves him to 3, and the total to 44 for 2. And what a wonderful atmosphere it is, Ben. I can't think of a crowd so small making a noise so loud.
Yeah, I think Terry hit the nail on the head earlier with the annual fixture between Eton and Harrow, where you've got spectators in full voice in similar numbers.
Hain this time just flicking down on the leg side to the fielder at deepish mid-on to collect another single.
And a number of the Afghanistan supporters were here quite early on. Some of them were having a tour of the ground earlier today and taking photographs of themselves, sat in the stands, particularly the Mound stand, which seems to be one of the most populated stands here, just below our commentary position. And what a fantastic entertainment for them so far. Really good opening spells by the opening bowlers. And Sam Hain just finding his way into the match for MCC after a tough examination early on.
Just a little bit of changing of the field here, and we have 2 men square of the wicket on the offside now, one at point, one at backward point for Chanderpaul, who just angles the next ball across his pads, forward of square into the leg side to collect the 4th consecutive single of Nabi's over.
And this may very well turn out to be a key partnership. Sam Hain could hardly ask for a more valuable batting partner than Shivnaran Chanderpaul, who's got a wealth of experience of playing cricket in England with, I think, 4 different counties and, of course, 6 tours with the West Indies.
Hain this time just nudges the ball into the left side of Nabi and declines the run this time. Yes, you're absolutely right, Ben. And, of course, he'll be keen, as someone who has been identified as a player of promise, to take this opportunity in a prestige match to show off his credentials a bit.
Oh, well, he couldn't ask for a better ground in which to do that.
And the last ball of the over is just pushed off the front foot to the fielder at mid-wicket. So Mohammad Nabi's first over goes for 4 runs. He bowled a tight line there and didn't give anything away. And after 11 overs, the MCC are 46 for 2 wickets.
Yes, this may well turn out to be a key partnership. Sam Hain, he hasn't had many runs in the Championship, but he's had a wonderful List A season. He's averaging 65 for Warwickshire in the Royal London One Day Cup, with the tournament that's just been and gone, of course. And now that he's got himself in, 26 not out off 35 balls on a pitch that's certainly offered a little bit in terms of up and down bouts, and a pitch that we know was going to be very dry after the way it behaved during the Test match. So if he can get himself in and push this score along with Chanderpaul supporting him at the other end, then the MCC have certainly got an excellent chance of pushing that run rate a little bit beyond its current 4.2 and over.
Here's Gulbuddin now bowling outside Chanderpaul's off stump, but he moves across the line and just plays the ball back down the pitch, and the ever-enthusiastic Gulbuddin moves swiftly and smartly to his left-hand side to try and beat mid-wicket to the ball. And what a folk hero he is, Gulbuddin Naib. He's been in the side for a very long time, and he has had quite a few personal trials to get through in his life, and he's a great success story. Side the off stump this time to Chanderpaul, who just leans into a defensive shot and finds short extra cover. He had to take a break from the game, Gulbuddin, to look after his family. Of course, even if you are an international professional sports person, those kind of issues are just as likely to occur to you as to the man or woman working in the corner shop. It affects everyone. He's fought back. This time he bowls with a little bit of in-swing there. Quite late, Ben?
Yes, he's certainly getting a little bit of movement. Quite cloudy conditions here at Lord's. We've got quite a thick covering of greyish cloud. It mercifully it's not as dark as we feared it might have been at this time of day. But there's certainly a bit of movement in the air for Gulbuddin. And I wonder if he's bowled ever before to a batsman with quite such a singular stance as Shivnarine Chanderpaul, his feet as ever pointing in the direction of mid-on.
Chanderpaul this time, without really pressing forward, just waits for the ball and drives it securely straight to the field at short extra.
And I do wonder if a batting stance like that encourages a bowler to bowl a slightly wider line than they otherwise would do to try and curve the ball in.
Yes, I see that, because you can see so much more of the batsman. His body seems that little bit wider, so you're less inclined to spear it in on his pads, maybe. And Gulbuddin this time bowls short outside the off stump, and Chanderpaul is on the back foot, pulling forward of square, beating mid-wicket and finding 4 as the ball reaches the rope. He didn't hit it hard, but he did time it, and just enough on it to beat the fielder. And with the help of that familiar Lord's slope, Chanderpaul has doubled his score, and MCC have put 50 on the board.
Well, Chanderpaul, one of the elder statesmen here in this MCC side, but he was onto that very, very quickly. Very quick footwork and really just guided the ball away just through the mid-wicket region. Very good shot.
Gulbuddin once more outside the off stump, but fuller this time, and Chanderpaul is pressing forward before he leaves the ball alone. And this time there's no chance of him working it into the leg side as he did the ball before. 12 overs gone. MCC 50 for 2. Hayne has 26 and Chanderpaul has 8. I've got a couple of emails. Our first one of the day was a rather plaintive one from Dost Mohammed Umar, who said, what about the cameras? What's going on with the cameras? You've just got fixed angles. And what a pity that there isn't more in the variety on screen. And well, we can say 2 things, I guess. One is, sorry we haven't got more cameras. We're very, very pleased to have the cameras that we do have and to be able to bring you live televised footage of the game. And second, Mohammed, let's at least be joyous that there will be many, many more televised Afghanistan matches to come now that they are into the test match arena. Here's Nabi, short outside the off stump, and Hayne just waits for the ball, plays across his body all the way down towards the rope at the pavilion. The deep mid-on fielder collects the ball and saves 2, so Hayne is off strike with 27, 51 for 2.
So Chanderpaul back on strike. I can tell you he played his last one-day international in 2011, but he has been actively involved in the game, most recently mentoring Hasib Hamid of Lancashire.
And he's doing something now which is a trademark of Chanderpaul's, just taking his guard, and in order to mark his guard he doesn't use the spikes of his shoe, he takes a bail off and like a nail hammers a hole into the pitch. This time he's forward, the ball has hit the pad, and there's a big appeal back to the umpire, but the umpire's unmoved. And Esravi deciding that the ball was just moving away, I think, from the off stump. That's the difficulty with an off-spinner bowling around the wicket. As soon as you get any movement off the pitch, it's always going to be away from the bat to the left-hander, which takes the LBW out of the equation somewhat. And it is a worn pitch, and it did spin in the test match. This one is speared in a little flatter and quicker, and Chanderpaul has a think about trying to square cut it hard, but doesn't really time it.
It's going to be quite hard work getting it through this offside field. We've got 3 fielders saving 1 on the offside, and we do have a sweeper right in front of Old Father Time, and we've got a long off as well. So if he does drift into the pads, there are certainly runs to be had on that side of the wicket.
He does drift into the pads, and it's exactly as you just described, Ben. Just a little nudge into the vacant mid-wicket area for a simple single. Chanderpaul 9 and MCC 52 for 2. So you read that well.
Well, I do get it wrong occasionally.
You sure you're not wired up to it, are you?
No. You're not allowed to do that. No, as Bob Waldner found out when he captained South Africa in the '99 World Cup.
Straight ball off Haynes' pads, just flicked to square leg. No chance of a run there. He does bowl a tight line. He's firing it in a little bit. Nabi, in an over or two, he might just decide he's going to toss one up a bit more, let it grip and turn. Another dab down the ground, straight to long on. And Hayne quite happy just to continue rotating the strike and collecting the singles. 53 for 2.
So the run rate now at 4.1. It's been quite tough going for the batsman early on. Jamie Wright, who's currently doing our scorecard, has observed that just 6 fours were hit in the first 10 overs. But I do think with Haynes starting to bat with a little more fluency and Chanderpaul getting off to a very good start, currently 9 not out off 17, we should see an acceleration at this stage of the innings quite soon.
Well, we're just having a little hiatus here. A couple of the players running off to the pavilion, making haste up the steps now, as the rest of the Afghanistan fielding unit have a moment on the outfield.
I wonder if it might be their opening bowlers actually, Kit, Daulat and Shapur. They might be going to change their boots if they still got their bowling boots on. Sometimes they have different boots for when they're fielding, and with the weather, it's not raining, I should say that at the moment. The clouds do look a little bit on the gloomy side, but it's not raining. It's possible they've just gone to change their boots. We now have the remainder of the Afghanistan team. Most of them are now sat on the ground, and some of them are doing some stretches. I think one's rolling up and down on his back, giving his back a little massage, which is probably quite important if you do a lot of bowling or crouching down in the slips for long periods of time.
Ben, since you've mentioned the rain, we've got an email from Vic Lamser, who is enjoying the match, and he's as hopeful as the rest of us that the weather will hold out, but he wants to know if it's rained off, is there any chance of it being rescheduled?
Well, I'm very sorry to have to say, Vic, that it's probably not going to be possible to reschedule it because of the large volume of matches that we have here at Lord's. Obviously, they do allocate reserve days for World Cup matches. Oddly enough, they didn't do it for the ICC Champions Trophy, if you remember, which was particularly prevalent in that final between England and India. Not the one just gone, but the final before that. So I'm afraid they're just going to have to try and get as much play in as they possibly can today. But because of the large volume of fixtures here at Lord's, don't forget Middlesex are here playing their first 2020 Blast fixture against Surrey on Thursday. It's not going to be possible to reschedule, certainly not at this ground.
That was the sad but anticipated answer. And of course that's no reflection on the seriousness of this game and its importance in the MCC and Lord's fixture and ground schedule. That's the nature of professional cricket season, especially at busy grounds. The same is true of international 2020 matches, one-day international matches. In all but the most important and prestigious tournaments, cup finals have reserve days, but if this were England against Australia, a completely packed ground with all the television and radio and media here, it would still be the same.
Yes, and I think that's a reflection of the increased volume of international cricket over the last few years. I actually worked here as a steward in the World Cup final of 1999, and I believe there were 3 or possibly even 4 reserve days allocated for that match. I don't think that would be possible now, even for a World Cup final.
Well, the little break has concluded now, and we're ready to restart. 53 for 2, just to remind you where we are. 13 overs gone. And Gulbuddin Naib is going to continue bowling. He's been the first change bowler with his right arm medium-ish pacer bowling to the right-handed Sam Hain on 28. Gulbadin bowls outside the off stump, and Hayne drives beautifully through the covers. It's going to be a long chase round on the boundary, and a superb bit of fielding there. Out at deep extra cover, an immense run round the field from Rashid Khan. He's the youngest man in the field. Spinners sometimes have a reputation for being a little leaden-footed, but he almost was airborne there in his stop. That was superb work, and it's managed to restrict Hayne to 2 runs fewer than the 4 the shot might have deserved.
Well, I don't know if he's done any goalkeeping in his time, Rashid Khan, but that was a superb diving save just in front of the shadow of Old Father Time, and the crowd are loving it.
Inside edge into the ground on the leg side this time from Hayne, just trying to play straight but closing the face on the bat a little, and the shot not coming off. Hayne has faced 40 balls for the 30 runs that he's accumulated so far, and just the green shoots of batting recovery for the home team here. He was 17 for 2 after a superb opening spell from Daulat Zadran and Shapur Zadran. Outside the off stump this time, full and just in the right slot on the half volley for Hayne to drive, and he does, but not with any force. And mid-off is able to collect the ball quite simply.
And you can really see how Haynes started to find his feet in the last few overs, moving nicely to the line of the ball and meeting the bat, I think, with real expert timing, which was much harder to come by as he was getting used to the pace of the wicket earlier on.
Daulat outside the off stump, and this time a square drive, and Rashid's going to have work to do again, and he concedes the ball on the deep point boundary. That was more of a dive than even he proved himself capable of earlier on. And 4 runs more to Sam Hayne, who, just as Ben says, is starting to hit his straps. And that further boundary takes him to 34, and MCC 59 for 2.
That was an awful lot of ground for Rashid Khan to cover on that occasion. Sam Hayne playing that very much square on the offside rather than in the V.
Full again, and it's just come off the pitch back towards Sam Hayne there as he tried to drive through the offside. The deviation so great that for a moment some of the crowd on the offside thought he might have got an inside edge as the collect was completed low down by Shafiq.
Well, Sam Hayne just popped in front of the popping crease to do a little bit of gardening. There are some very visible rough patches on either side of the stumps at his end, as there are indeed at the other end as well, which of course Moeen Ali used to such good effect when he was bowling at South Africa in the Test match.
Gulbadin again, this one is straightening on the off stump, and Hayne slightly overbalancing as he tries to play too straight with his head moving towards the offside, and the ball is driven unconvincingly to short extra cover. Gulbadin just showing that he has the wit and skill to be able to beat the bat, even with the batsman well set and the ball getting a little bit older. And certainly at this stage in the innings, to beat the bat on the inside edge with an off-cutter is a very handy bit of kit to have as a change bowler.
Well, he's gone for a few runs, Gulbadin, but he's certainly a threat, as any bowler would be if you can find those rough patches. There's certainly some unpredictable movement to be had, and however well set you are as a batsman, that is always going to be a challenge in this innings.
Just listen to that cheer, and if you're not looking at the screen right now, then you can probably guess who it is who's coming on to bowl. Well, he's only 19 years old, but Rashid Khan, 18, I'm sorry, but he really has taken the Afghan game by storm. He's their superstar leg spinner. He's averaging with the ball under 20 in every form of the game that he's played. What a superstar this young leg spinner is, and everybody has been hoping and indeed praying that we'd get a sight of him before the next rain came in to threaten the rest of this game. Well, here he is. He's been brought on at the pavilion end. He's got 4 men saving the single and a slip, and the other 4 fielders are out on the boundary, and it's going to be the askew stance of Shiv Chanderpaul that he bowls to here on the leg side, and no great drama from the first ball as Shiv Chanderpaul just turns it off his legs to the fielder on the ring at short square for a single. We've come to expect great things from Rashid, and it's a wonderful pleasure and privilege to see him, isn't it, Ben?
Oh yes, and he's been a destroyer-in-chief for Afghanistan in a number of notable victories they've had earlier this year, including in the match they won against West Indies in Gross Islet, where he took a fantastic 7 for 18 off 8.4 overs.
7 for 18 in a one-day international.
Oh yes.
Absolutely extraordinary. And that's right up there, of course, with the best figures in one-day international history. Well, here he is to Hayne. He bowls a leg break outside the off-stump, and Hayne is very clever in just guiding it away. Late cut off the bat all the way down to the boundary at fine third man. Well, it was too wide for slip, but too fine for Asghar at short third man. He's managed to bisect the two of them brilliantly there, showing that he's not just hitting the ball well, but he's timing it perfectly, even with soft hands, Sam Hayne.
A very confident shot there from Sam Hayne, watching that all the way onto the bat, playing it as late as possible. It's not an easy thing to do if you're struggling, but Sam Hayne, no questioning his confidence and ability there.
It's not an easy thing to do if you're average. You've got to be a pretty
Indeed.
decent player. This time it's a straight ball. Looked like the top spinner this time out of the top of the hand, and Hayne comes forward. So far, Hayne has not had a problem, but for a leg spinner, the threat is constant. Quicker one this time on off stump and driven straight down the ground. Both of the fielders on the long boundary outside the pavilion converge on the ball. Just the single to Hayne. He has 39 now in the MCC, 65 for 2. And Chanderpaul is gathering himself once more as the field adjusts for the left-hander, but it's exactly the same field for both batsmen, just the slip changing round. This time it's a leg break, spun up. Good bit of flight from Rashid on leg stump, and Chanderpaul plays with soft hands to short mid-wicket.
Well, there are runs to be had straight down the ground with the fielders at long off and long on as far back as they are. Plenty of, we've got two fielders saving one on either side of the wicket.
And the last ball of the over is just driven on the bounce back to Rashid, who throws the ball straight back at the keeper's end. Chanderpaul didn't have to move to get out of the way, but poor old Shafiq certainly had to dive a long way to his left to stop what would certainly otherwise have been 4 overthrows. So Rashid's keen.
He certainly is, yes. You don't take a single to Rashid, I think, is the message that he was giving Chanderpaul there. I'm not sure Chanderpaul would have done, actually. But he's still there, 10 not out off 20 deliveries. Sam Hayne now 39 not out off 47. Run rate, a reasonable 4.3. I think MCC will be looking for a bit more than that against what is a powerhouse Afghanistan batting lineup.
We've got some information, some background here that's been researched by our man in the box, Ben Timpson, about Rashid Khan, which we'll give to you at the end of Gulbadin's next over. Ben is beavering away on his bank of computers behind us, and he's the man providing us with all this statistical info as Gulbadin bowls a late in-swinger, which is very neatly placed by Hayne, exactly between mid-on and mid-wicket, and it's quite a chase down there for poor old Asghar, who's had a bit of work to do in the last couple of overs, but he dives and manages to reel the ball in about 10 metres short of the boundary. But Haynes collected another brace of runs and has 41 from 48 balls, and the MCC 67 for 2 now. And just over towards the west and southwest, a bank of rain that's been visible for about half an hour creeps towards us, and it's it's a band, but it's not a totally unbroken band outside the off stump this time. Hayne leaves alone. Those 2 runs brought up the 50 partnership between Chanderpaul and Hayne from 53 balls in a little less than 3/4 of an hour. The recovery from 17 for 2.
Hayne very much the dominant force behind that 50 partnership, contributing 38 of those runs. Very important for MCC that Hayne absorbed as many of these overs as possible while Chanderpaul's still getting himself in. So far so good.
Gulbadin once again, he's still got a slip, and it's a mistimed drive through the covers which only goes slightly off the closed face of the bat to mid-off this time from Sam Hayne. Yes, this rain, it's more or less but not totally continuous. If the wind is due west and we get a Maida Vale bit of wind towards us, then we might just get between this gap in the clouds, get some brief drizzle, but it's rather thicker, this rain, to the southwest Shepherd's Bush and the northwest Kilburn, so it's a question of where the rain is coming from. on leg stump this time, over-pitched a little bit and straightening on to Sam Hain, who's able to take a single. Thinks about a second run and just at the last minute decided to send Chanderpaul back. Chanderpaul gives him the thumbs up to say, good job you sent me back, as the throw rifles in from the fielder at long leg on the boundary. Hain to 42, the MCC to 68 for 2.
Yes, there was never a second run there. That would have been very, very dangerous. I think Chanderpaul momentarily took his eye off the fielder as he was retrieving it from the boundary. But Hain was alert to the task and helped to prevent what would have been a very, very disappointing run out.
So a little bit of an adjustment with Gulbadin continuing his approach of going round the wicket as Shiv Chanderpaul indulges himself in a little more bail abuse, bangs another bit of wood into the pitch. Just the one man saving the single on the leg side now, as a wide ball outside the off stump gives Chanderpaul plenty of room to cut, and it's a dive in vain out on the boundary, and 4 runs. Backward a square on the offside. Well, poor old Gulbadin, that was short, it was wide, and it gave Shiv Chanderpaul plenty of time to punish the ball away to the boundary, and even the fleet-footed Afghan fielding was unable to prevent the ball from reaching the rope.
Lovely timing and placement from Chanderpaul, just dissecting cover and point superbly there. That's the best shot he's played in this innings so far.
Gulbadin once more to Chanderpaul, who gets into line and plays across his pad straight down the line of the pitch to conclude over number 16, where the MCC have 72 for 2. Sam Hain has 42, Shivnarine Chanderpaul 14. Gulbadin, we possibly have seen the last of him for a little while. He's bowled 4 overs for 24, and it might just be time to bring back Shapur, might have thought, for another breakthrough, or maybe even to see a little bit of the part-time spin, maybe the leg spin of Samiola, or the part-time off-spin from Jawed. Here anyway, in the pavilion end for the time being, is Rashid Khan. Grew up apparently idolising that great Pakistani leg spinner Shahid Afridi, and according to Ben Timpson's notes, he's modelled his bowling action on Shahid. Let's see if we can spot something of the Afridi about him as he comes into bowl now to Sam Hain. There is some similarity outside the off stump, defensively on the bounce, and the ball goes to short extra cover. This is one-day international bowling average 14.74. Extraordinary. Freakishly low. That will surely climb as time passes. A straighter leg break this time gave it some air, and Hain just watchfully onto the front foot and milking the single by punching the ball down the ground. He has 43 now. Chanderpaul on strike again. 73 for 2, the MCC. The slip moves over for Chanderpaul, and here is Rashid bowling on middle and leg, and Chanderpaul watches the ball very carefully, plays across his pads, finds deep backward square. In fact, it's the man at short fine leg who fields, and Chanderpaul's collected the single that takes him to 15 runs from 23 balls.
Chanderpaul's playing nicely here. It's however experienced you are as a bowler, it's always a little bit frustrating when you keep having to change your line from the left-hander to the right-hander. Rotating the strike's very, very important at this stage.
Rashid again to Hain, shorter ball this time, and Hain is on the back foot, again able to push the ball straight down the ground. This time it's on the onside, and he collects another single. 44 for him, 75 for 2, the MCC. But I mean, the time when Rashid Khan really came to prominence globally was when he played last December, I think it was, against the England Lions in the United Arab Emirates. An extraordinary breakthrough game for him. He bowls now to he bowls full to Chanderpaul, and it's beaten everything. It crept along the ground, I think, perhaps. Certainly hit a bit of rough. It's beaten Chanderpaul, it's beaten Shafiq, and it's run away straight down the ground for 4 byes.
I think that did hit a bit of rough, Kit, and it hit it on quite a fullish length as well, and as a batsman there's not much you can do apart with that, apart from hope you miss it, or if you do hit it, you don't hit it into your stumps. And Chanderpaul just about got away with one there.
I think it nutmegged Shafak, actually. I think it went underneath his legs. This ball is shorter, straighter on the offside and doesn't misbehave, and Chanderpaul is able to nudge it to the fielder square on the leg side boundary for another of those singles which he's been accumulating so securely up to this point. 16 for him, and it's the end of over number 17, and MCC have 80 for 2. As we can now see the rain, it's rather coalesced actually from the northwest and the southwest, and we can see the rain just obscuring our view of the tower blocks about a kilometre away to the west of the ground, and I fear that in short order we're going to get another dose of it, and it's just a question of how thick that bank of rain is. But I've been right at least in predicting that we're going to see a bowling change, because Gulbadin, 4 overs for 24, he tried to bowl tightly, but perhaps he didn't quite have the pace to hurry the batsman, and so there is a change of bowling. Now, it's Mohamed Nabi, I think, with number 7 on his back and Nabi on his shirt. Yes, for a moment the scoreboard suggested that it was Jawed Ahmadi, but in fact it's a change of ends. Having bowled 2 overs for 7 without a wicket, Mohamed Nabi is going to bowl his off breaks from the nursery end. He has 12 wickets Rashid Khan took in his first-class match against England Lions, and 8 wickets in the second innings. And after then, well, the riches and the fame which he'd earned and deserved came with his IPL contract. First ball from Nabi was outside the off-stump to Chanderpaul, who just prods forward. And in fact, I think he took the 6th most wickets of all bowlers in the IPL this spring.
Yes, I believe he did, and we'll get back to that in a second.
Nabi bowls a little flatter on the off-stump and just hurries Chanderpaul into a back-foot shot, and there's no run there.
He also made a very important contribution in Afghanistan's victory in the Intercontinental Cup, where they defeated Ireland. He took 8 wickets in that match, 5 for 99, 3 for 34.
Chanderpaul comes down the pitch, is actually beaten in the flight as Mohamed Nabi manages to get one to drift onto leg, and instead of driving through the offside as he might have intended, he has to close the face and just push the ball gently out for a single to the field at deep square leg. 17 now for the West Indian left-hander, and 81 for 2 the MCC, as just the first spots of what a teammate of mine in club cricket calls dry rain start to fall. You can see it, you can feel it, but somehow you don't stay wet out on the field. But friends around the world, I'm afraid we may be going to have an interruption before long. Over the wicket to the right-handed Hayne, and fired in outside off stump and full from Mohamed Nabi, and Hayne just closes the face on the ball and stuns it straight into the cut strip in front of him. 5 men saving the single still, as Hayne gets a shortish ball outside the off stump. It kept a little low, and so he had to adjust his shot a bit, and he's going to take a couple of runs. Another wonderful sliding stop on the boundary from Rashid Khan saves another couple of runs. Well, the ground will be just a little bit dewy now on account of this drizzle, making the slides look even longer and more impressive. Afghanistan have always been enthusiastic in the field, but as the years passed, ever more impressive, and that is just another example of how up for it they are today. Hayne gets a shortish ball that then keeps very low, and he's just managed to get the inside edge, I think, onto his front pad, and a rueful turn of the head from Mohamed Nabi as he so nearly got the ball through for an LBW shout in that over. 3 runs off it, 3 overs for 10 from Mohamed Nabi to conclude over number 18. The score 83 for 2 now, and I'm afraid that rain is now considerably strengthening. And although the umpires have played through a little drizzle so far in the first couple of hours of this game, quite clearly the conditions are now unplayable. And everyone runs off as Mick Hunt and his team roll away the temporary advertising underneath the media centre at the nursery end. And that lawnmower-like roar you can hear is the hover cover firing up to come and protect us for what I fear might be a rather longer break than the last one.
Yes, I'm afraid these clouds look very much thicker and very much lower than the cloud cover we had earlier today. And the groundsman's vehicle, you can hear quite clearly in the background, will soon be racing onto the field, coming in from the nursery end. All the players have now vacated the field, the stumps are out of the ground, and they're going to be protecting that strip, which of course throughout the test match between England and South Africa was very much a dry and cracked one. They Won't want it to get too moist. So the JP Morgan cover is just coming on now. I think there's 5 or 6 or possibly 7 members of the ground staff pulling it onto the square as we speak. So 83 for 2 the score for MCC after 18 overs, I think it was. And Sam Hain is not out on 46, Shardapal not out on 17. Patel and Reed to come, who of course have both had a very productive season for Nottinghamshire in the Royal London One Day Cup, but under rather better conditions in this case.
Afraid so. Let's see, I wonder if Terry Blake is having a look at the rain radar over there. I wonder if maybe someone in the commentary box can suggest to us how far to the west. Well, but yes, 1 and 5, but that'll be on the old weather forecast. I just wonder how thick this band of rain is, because to the southwest there's a clearer patch, and if it's coming from the southwest there may be grounds for optimism, but in fact it's raining so hard now that some of the worn pitches at either end of the square are now giving some signs of mud. Absolutely throwing it down at the ground now. In just a matter of moments, what was light drizzle has become a proper summer shower. And what a pity that the Afghanistan supporters of all people, on this rare occasion when they have a prestige exhibition match at Lord's, should now be forced to take cover. Well, I hope they've enjoyed the entertainment that they have had so far, and we'll pray that there will be more. But just for the time being, we're going to have a considerable wait as the rain thunders down onto the waterproof covers, and already the hoses are pouring water onto the corners of the square.
Yes, the umbrellas are coming up in front of the tavern stand and the mound stand, and the spectators without umbrellas have just taken shelter in the upper parts of those stands where you've got the hospitality boxes hanging over them. Not much wind to speak of. Old Father Time looks fairly still there, just above the scorer's box. It is a little bit grey. There's a little bit of light just above Old Father Time, which may give us cause for optimism in the future. There is one game in progress. That's the Women's World Cup, West Indies versus Pakistan. There has been some play at Leicester, so we'll see what's going on over there. If you have joined us in the last few minutes, I'm afraid we've got quite a bit of rain here at Lord's. 83 for 2 is the MCC score after 18 overs. Those wickets falling to the bowling of Shapur, who's taken 2 wickets for 13 off his 5 overs. And yes, we do have play at Leicester, so West Indies women are batting first in that match. They're 90 for 2 after 19.2 overs. Matthews and Knight, the batsman, dismissed. Taylor not out 37, Nation not out 27, and both of those wickets falling to the bowling of Iqbal, who has 2 for 38 off 6 overs so far. And yes, if we were playing at centre court at Wimbledon, they'd be getting the roof on now, but I'm afraid we can't do that here at St John's Wood. I'm not sure if that's even possible.
Have we got Cliff Richard on standby though?
Oh, well, that would be useful, yes.
Or is that just a tennis thing?
I've never seen him come to the cricket, I have to be honest. I've seen him come to football, I've seen him come to Wimbledon, but not to cricket, unfortunately. So this would be an excellent time, actually, to email the commentary team on ballbyball@lords.org and maybe share with us your thoughts about this match as it's unfolded so far, and the wonderful story of Afghanistan cricket in the last few years, from jumping from one-day international status in 2013 to getting full member status along with Ireland earlier this summer. We'd love to hear your views on that.
I'd be particularly interested to hear from our listeners how they feel Afghanistan should enter Test cricket, against whom, when and where, because it's well, theoretically all of the options are open. Now the ICC has sent out this putative list of matches that will take place in their soon to be inaugurated Test Championship, where you're going to have what is it, 8 teams, I think, playing each other, not quite playing each other home and away over 4 years. The schedule is a little bit idiosyncratic, with Sri Lanka not touring England and Australia not playing New Zealand at all. But Afghanistan are not in that.
Well, now that we've got 2 new full members in Afghanistan and Ireland, that takes the number of full ICC members up to 12. So it may be possible, if this is the way that the ICC want to do it, if you have a World Test Championship with a top 8 and then some kind of quadrangular series between the remaining 4 teams, because Afghanistan have already demonstrated they're well capable of competing with Ireland, Bangladesh and certainly Zimbabwe and West Indies. So maybe somewhere among those teams you could have series between those 4 teams in one division, if you like, of a Test Championship, and then another division with the top 8 teams.
For technical reasons, while we wait for you to send your emails to us to discuss this and other matters, we're just going to have a little bit of rewiring here and take a 5-minute break. So it's now 10 minutes to 1, and we're going to come back on air at 5 to 1. So we'll look forward to your company then. Well, welcome back to Lord's Cricket Ground here in St John's Wood, London. You're listening to interrupted coverage owing to rain having stopped play in this exhibition match between the Marylebone Cricket Club and the visiting Afghanistan national team. My name's Kit Harris, and we're just testing our microphones at the moment, and we're going to be back on air at exactly 1 o'clock, and we'll be taking your emails and discussing the imminent future of the Afghanistan cricket team in international cricket. So back at exactly 1 o'clock here at Lord's.
welcome back to Lords. Good afternoon to you all for the commentary, the MCC commentary of the MCC game against Afghanistan. If you were with us about 15 minutes ago, you'll recall that the players went off for the second time this morning because of rain. They are still off, but it does look a little bit brighter. I'm Chris Florence, and Ben is still with us as our summariser this morning. Just a recap of what's been happening. MCC won the toss, 83 for 2 after 18 overs. Heavy rain for the last 10 minutes or so, but it does look like a little bit brighter. Ben, are we optimistic?
I'm cautiously optimistic, forever optimistic. There are certainly many matches that I've been involved in either in an observing capacity or a media capacity where the forecast is not very good and it's rained everywhere around the ground and not actually in it. And at the moment, these clouds, yes, they're pretty thick, they're pretty grey, but they are a bit higher than they were earlier. And there's might be a little bit of spray around, but it's certainly nowhere near as intense as it was when we went off a few minutes ago. So I'm cautiously optimistic, Chris, and no more than that.
It does, though,
we'll get some play.
Still look very, very grey away to the west where this bad weather is coming from. It's just a great shame, isn't it? After the last couple of weeks, we've had perfect cricketing weather in this part of London and probably many parts of the country. And for a big game like this, Afghanistan making their debut at Lords, and we get weather like this, but fingers crossed we will get some play later on. The play we've had so far, Ben, MCC winning the toss, 83 for 2. What have been your overall impressions so far?
I think they've got superb opening bowlers in Dawlat and Shapur. I think both of them were able to get some movement out of the wicket. We knew or suspected when we knew that this was the same strip that they used for the test match between England and South Africa that it might be a little bit up and down, and we've seen that. We've seen some low bounce. In fact, the last one Sam Hain faced bounced a little bit lower than he anticipated, and we've seen one or two shoot up as well off a length or near a length, and we do see those rough patches outside the stumps on both ends of the wicket and on both sides of the stumps as well. And if you can exploit that, as Moeen Ali did against South Africa last weekend, then you're always going to be in the game as a bowler. So I think we're seeing a really, really good contest between bat and ball at the moment.
Yeah, one or two really did take off, particularly in the first 2 or 3 overs, didn't we, this morning?
Yes,
and, we've kept,
I was quite glad to be up here rather than in the middle.
Much safer up here than being out there, but it's very interesting. Bear in mind this is what say a 6-day pitch, certainly a 5th-day pitch, because the test match finished in 4. But it's a warm pitch, of course it is, and throughout the test match people were saying how dry it is, which is unusual for a Lord's pitch at this time of the season, mid-season like this. But it's going to lead to we hope will be a very interesting and fascinating afternoon if and when we get the players back out there. Let's keep our fingers crossed that they do get back out there. A couple of wickets so far for Shapur, bowling from the pavilion end, and very tight bowling from him, and he deserved his 2 wickets. 2 really good scalps for him. Brendan McCullum, who was caught behind for just 5, that was in the 3rd over, 6 for 1, and then Misbah-ul-Haq, another international test player, he was also caught behind, 17 for 2 when he went for 7 in the 7th over. We've now had 18 overs, so a little bit of a partnership forming by Sam Hain and Shivnarine Chanderpaul. Of course, Chanderpaul bringing so much experience to a game like this, and Sam Hain has settled in after a little bit of an edgy start. He's on 46, Chanderpaul on 17, but it's really the day for Afghanistan, and they'll be so frustrated to be sitting in the pavilion rather than being out there at the moment, having a go at bowling at these MCC players, which is a very good MCC lineup.
Oh, certainly it is. You've got Sam Hain, who's been in very, very good form in List A cricket for Warwickshire. He's not got too many in the Championship, but he's scored well in advance of 400 runs for Warwickshire in the Royal London One Day Cup at an average of just a little bit over 65, and what a great batting partner to have at the other end. Shivnarine Chanderpaul, 6 tours, I believe, of West Indies. He's played county cricket for 4 different counties. I think Derbyshire, Durham, Lancashire and Warwickshire I've got here. So if they both get in after this resumption, and hopefully that'll be sooner rather than later, then there's plenty of time for the MCC to repair this innings, and they're on the way with that at the moment with 83 for 2. But there's plenty of time for them to build an even bigger partnership together as and when they get onto the field of play. We've got a bit of rain around the ground at the moment. I don't think the spectators have been unduly put off. They're still well populated in the Mound stand and in the Tavern stand area. I think we've got a little bit in the Edrich as well, just underneath our commentary position. And why not? This is a historical moment for Afghanistan cricket, having recently been awarded Test status after getting one-day international status only 4 years previously. Wonderful success that they've had in the Desert 2020 Challenge, the Intercontinental Cup, one-day and 20-over series against Ireland, and that one-day series against West Indies where they beat them in Gros Idlers as well. And it's a very special day for Afghanistan cricket to get to Lords and to get full member status in a 17-year period since they got associate member status is unprecedented. And I just really hope that the people who have come out to see their national team today do get to see some more cricket at some point this afternoon.
I mean, Terry Blake, one of our fellow commentators, made a very valid point, I think, earlier on, when he looking at the MCC lineup and said it's virtually as good as the team that MCC put out against the champion county at the start of the season. And that in itself is a tribute to where Afghanistan are now at the moment.
Oh yes, it's certainly not far of it. I think anyone would be more than happy to pay at the gate to see the likes of Brendan McCullum, Misbah Shanapul, who's out there at the moment. We've got Samit Patel and Chris Reed to come, who've both got some pretty good form behind them for Nottinghamshire at the moment. It is a very good MCC team, and it's a very good Afghanistan team as well, as we've seen. And I was really entertained by Rashid Khan. Not just we knew that he had serious credentials as a bowler because of what he did against the England Lions and what he's achieved in internationals against Ireland, West Indies, Zimbabwe, but also absolutely electrifying in the field as well, and very much appreciated by this crowd here, who were giving him a royal cheer pretty much every time he touched the ball when he was in the field earlier today, whether he was bowling or not.
I have to say, though, the rain is getting heavier once again, and it really is closing in that view away to our west behind the pavilion. It's very, very heavy cloud indeed, very low cloud and very threatening cloud. And we are now getting one or two little puddles being formed just off the end of the square, which is not a good sign at the moment. Let's continue to be optimistic. And I know we keep saying just how far Afghanistan have come in the last 17 years, but just how far can they go from here? This is it. This is their future now.
Yes, it's great irony that just a moment ago, Chris, we had a little message flashing up on the scoreboard opposite our commentary position here at the JP Morgan Media Centre saying that there's a water fountain available behind the grandstand. I don't think you'd need one at the moment because it's you can go out and get your own because it's raining down pretty hard here
You've got your
at the home of cricket.
Supply, yes, indeed. It really is a very sad outlook at the moment, and very ironic, really, when you think what a great game this should be, or may well still be. Let's keep our fingers crossed and hope we do get more play. But certainly a wonderful setting for Afghanistan and their players, and let's not forget their supporters as well. As you say, several thousand of them here, and they're now sheltering, particularly under cover at the back of the Mound stand, and no doubt underneath the covers at the Compton and Edrich stands, which are beneath us here in the media centre at the nursery end of the ground. But it's a very gloomy sight indeed at the moment. And just wondering what the Afghanistan players are feeling at the moment. Totally dejected, I should think.
Well, yes, it is very disappointing when your first appearance at Lords is so marred by the weather. And while we're waiting for play to resume, it is probably an appropriate point to mention the fantastic work that's taken place between the MCC Foundation and Afghan Connection. This was a key partnership which has been running over a number of years, which has helped to extend cricket in Afghanistan to 22 provinces across the country, providing about 80 pitches with over 100,000 people involved in cricket in that country in some way, shape or form. And the current MCC president, Matthew Fleming, who rang the 5-minute bell before the start of play today, played a leading role in that partnership. He travelled to Jalalabad in May 2009 to oversee the first MCC supported coaching camps in Afghanistan, and it is through that work that we're able to have a fixture here at all between the Afghanistan national side and a team in MCC colours. We're hopeful we'll be able to speak to some individuals that played a role in that partnership between the MCC Foundation and Afghan Connection, and what fabulous work they've done in what must have been, certainly in the early stages and to some extent today, of course, a very, very difficult cricketing infrastructure exercise.
Yes, we're certainly hoping we will get to hear from some people behind that campaign, and Matthew Fleming really has made it a personal campaign very much to get Afghanistan where they are today, and he can really take full credit for the effort he and his MCC colleagues have put in to getting Afghanistan into this position. Let's remember, of course, now a full test nation, and I think earlier on, before they came off the play, you were predicting when and how or where they might play their first test match. It's let's not forget, Ireland also have now international status, or full test match status. That would be a lovely game in itself, wouldn't it? A test match between Ireland and Afghanistan.
I think it would, and I think Afghanistan would be very, very happy to play them. They've had a very good record against them, particularly this year. They've beaten them in the final of the Intercontinental Cup. They've beaten them in the last 20-over series they played. I think they've beaten them again in the Desert 2020 Challenge, and they've beaten them in a 50-over series as well. So I think they'd be very happy to play Ireland. They're in slightly different places as teams at the moment. Yes, they both got test status at the same time, but I think this Afghanistan, if you look at the average age of the side, it's more or less hovering between sort of late 20s. You've got a number of players in the late 20s, early 30s. Ireland are a slightly older team, and I think you've got one Afghanistan team at or near their peak at the moment, and one Ireland team which is perhaps, not quite in decline, but I think they've probably peaked as far as the current team is likely to go. There's probably more older players in that side at the moment than there are younger players. But they do have test status now. They do have a reasonable cricketing infrastructure in place. A number of their players, of course, as we know, have got a lot of county cricket experience in England, with George Dockrell, current member of the Ireland side representing MCC and formerly of Somerset. Tim Murtagh, of course, with the Middlesex connection. Paul Sterling himself with a Middlesex connection. So they do have some strong cricketing pedigree, but I think that they probably need to get some young players into the side, build a nucleus of new players, perhaps around Dockrell and one or two of the younger players as well, just to take that Irish cricket team forward for the next generation.
I think that's a valid point, because Ireland, you may well recall, played England a couple of one-day internationals, a couple of months ago. And the general view was then perhaps they were just, I won't say over the hill, it's a little bit derogatory, but perhaps they had peaked 2 or 3 years ago, and as you say now, they do need to look to bring in some new players into that team.
Indeed, and of course they famously beat England in that World Cup match in 2011 with Kevin O'Brien, who wasn't a full-time county cricketer like some of his colleagues, absolutely smashing them to all parts, and still a key member of the side today. Paul Sterling certainly has got many years ahead of him, or should do. George Dockrell. So they do have a good nucleus of players. They just need to bring in 1 or 2 young guns, I think, just to take them forward that next generation. And whatever the cricketing infrastructure in the future for the very early Test cricket years for Afghanistan and Ireland, we know through the pedigree of the cricketers that we've seen on both sides that they're certainly capable of competing with all teams, and on the strength of their performances against teams such as West Indies, Zimbabwe and Bangladesh, they're certainly capable of competing against them, and in time. And even this Afghanistan side at the moment, actually, I think they'd certainly be competitive against England at the moment. I think their opening bowlers would certainly fancy their chances of knocking over 1 or 2 wickets in that England top order, which is, I don't think they've quite nailed that England top order yet. I think the original plan was for Alistair Cook to open with Haseeb Hameed, but that hasn't proved to be possible because Haseeb Hameed doesn't have that form behind him at the moment, so they opened with Jennings. I'm not, if I'm being brutally honest, totally convinced that Gary Ballance, I beg your pardon, at number 3, because he does have quite a low batting stance, and you do wonder how that's going to cope against a new ball, against the very, very best bowling attacks, and you do wonder if he's got that range of shots. So as a number 3 batsman, you need to do one of two things. You need to survive the new ball if you're in early, and you need to take the attack back to the fielding side if you're in after a really good opening partnership. And at the very highest levels of the game, considering Gary Ballance scores the majority of his runs for Yorkshire batting at number 5, I'm not sure if number 3 is the right spot for him in the side.
There's some valid points there, but let's not forget that this is the day, or should be the day, for Afghanistan cricket. And you were talking earlier on about the infrastructure there. That is very important for test nations, as we found out, a decade ago when Bangladesh came on board. It was the infrastructure they had to get right before they could move on as a test playing country. But Afghanistan seems to possibly have learnt from that themselves and have got that infrastructure in place. They now just need, as Bangladesh found really, the opposition over the next 10, 15 years.
Yeah, and what Bangladesh did, I think, is certainly going back as far as 2005, when Bangladesh came over in the early parts of the summer before that famous Ashes summer in 2005. They invested very, very heavily, very early on, in young cricketers. That they brought in the likes of Mushfiqur Rahim, Tamim Iqbal, Shafiq, and they brought in players on potential rather than what they'd perhaps achieved at the highest levels of the game over a period of years. And I think that's Afghanistan have got a good enough set of players in this current international side to bring in some players in their late teens or early 20s if they show that potential, and you've got experienced players such as Mohammad Nabi to help them through. And I think with the infrastructure they've got, and the enthusiasm and passion for the game they've got, and the cricketing talent that they've got among some of their younger players, I think it's perfectly possible for them to bring in 2 or 3 younger players and build them up around the more experienced players they've got in at the moment. And I think if they do that, I think Afghanistan will be a very competitive team and very entertaining to watch.
What I would like to see them do, and which I thought Bangladesh, I'd like to see them to do 10 years ago, was perhaps come to England, play 6, 8, even 10 county sides over 3 or 4 days, and get that experience there. I know it's probably not cost effective in these days of when money talks so much in cricket. You're not going to make money out of a tour like that. But as a long-term investment, I felt that that's what Bangladesh needed to do, and possibly Afghanistan will need to do something on those lines as well if they're going to progress from one-day cricket and eventually become an established test side.
Well, we've had vaguely similar arrangements in the past. I mean, there's certainly been county cricket season in the past where the Scottish Saltaires, as they were called in List A cricket, they did come in and they competed in the league cricket, or like the rehashed version of the Sunday League as it was at the time. The Dutch have played domestic one-day cricket alongside county sides, so they could certainly look at that. And if that's for whatever reason impractical, then I personally, on the strength of what I've seen today, I'm sure just about every first-class county cricket team in England would be more than happy to have the services of someone like Rashid Khan or Shapur or some Mohammad Nabi or some of the other players that we've seen here today. And maybe that's the way forward. Maybe give them that exposure to county cricket in all competitions, be it first class, List A or 2020, and maybe that's something that they can take back to their provinces in Afghanistan for the future.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point, but I'd just like to see a few more first class games to make that step from one day cricket and move it on up into a first class game. Well, we seem to have some questions now, whether these have come in by email or not, but the character of this Afghanistan team, have they got the character and the ability? Well, we think we know they have the ability to become a test country, a test nation, but have they got the character? Well, I think probably only time will tell in that, but that they need that spirit, don't they? It's a huge gap from playing one-day cricket to 4, 5-day cricket. I'm convinced of that. We saw with Bangladesh when they started, they could hold their own for 2 or 3 days and then they would collapse on the 4th day. And is that a fear that Afghanistan may well have?
I think that could be a concern, but I think you can only judge it on what you've actually seen, and on the strength of what I've seen today, I think Their bowlers have bowled with pretty good discipline. The fielding has been disciplined, but it's been with a joy and a love for the game as well. And I think that's a pretty good combination to start from. Time will tell, but the ICC have seen fit to give Afghanistan and Ireland test match status, so they must have confidence in the work that's been done to build up the infrastructure of cricket in both of those countries. I think you've got to give them that exposure and see how they get on. So give them some games against some of the lower ranked full members of the ICC to start with, but give them that exposure against the top teams as well. Find a space in the calendar, even if it's just a one-off test in Australia or England or South Africa, as well as more lengthy competitions against the teams that they've already played and done very well against in 20 over cricket and 50 over cricket in Zimbabwe, West Indies, Bangladesh, and build them up from there. I think that's got to be the way forward. Maybe don't give them a full 5 test series in Australia, starting in Brisbane, where almost nobody wins in Brisbane these days. And but certainly give them at least one test match in those countries, and give them the chance to adapt their cricket to the very different conditions that exist all over the world, and different pitches in the countries. I mean, playing a test match in Brisbane is nothing like playing a test match in Adelaide most of the time, where the pitch is generally a bit slower and doesn't bounce so much in Adelaide.
I can remember when Sri Lanka came on board as a test nation, they were given a one-off test match, weren't they, here at Lord's for a couple of times, and that grew, and they got the experience from that and did very well from it, and got the exposure, which is very important for a country coming on board like that. And as you say, that may well be the way they have to go. But I would like to see a little more, perhaps first-class cricket, if that's the right way of going, and to build up from that. I mean, we all know the shortest form of the game can be a great leveller, really, because that's the way.
Of course it can.
And you really are tested over a longer game. But that might be in the future. But they really have. That could be the way for them to go. But they've certainly made the foundations, and in the short spell of play we've seen here today, what about an hour and a half or so, complete enthusiasm, total enthusiasm, very sharp opening bowling, and look so good in the field as well.
Oh, very much so. I don't think I've seen any misses that remotely compare with that drop that Vernon Philander managed in the deep in the second innings when Johnny Bairstow was only on 7. I mean, yes, I know he had a bandaged hand at the time, and he was complaining about the spider cam, which is an absolute. I think it's absolute. It is a funny looking thing. The first time you see it, you think it's going to fall down. But we haven't seen anything that remotely compares to that kind of. I don't think we've seen any serious fielding errors at all.
No,
they look like a sharp side to me, well coached.
I just wonder whether the health and safety people have been worrying about that spider cam, the way it was going around here at Lord's.
Well, they've had it at the MCG for a few years, yes, but we haven't had it here at Lord's before. And the way it's structured, it seems to be connected by cables that go around the main shaft of the floodlights here at Lord's. And it can move back and forth, left and right, and it can go right down to the extent that it's only about 7 or 8 feet up in the air. And watching as a spectator, as I did from the mound stand, you think, God, that's a bit close, isn't it? It's just, well, these batsmen are wearing helmets. But it's worked at the MCG, and so, you know, with any luck, it'll just be one of those things that people have to get used to. Mike Brearley said in the Times today, anything that brings spectators closer to the game, particularly if they're casual spectators who might get more into the sport at a later date, and possibly players if they're young viewers, that's got to be a good thing.
As you say, there's so much competition on people's time now. They have to find these new ways of bringing people in to watch the game. And to have new names on board, it is one way of doing it.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's desperately what the game needs. It does need to expand. It's, as they often say now, staying still is not an option. No. Not only in cricket, in sport, in life in general now. And we're finding that out in Test cricket. Test cricket has to expand. But it's such a unique game, isn't it? Because it's played over 5 days. A rugby match, football match, all completed in one day. Whereas if you want to play teams over 5 days, that takes up a very large part of the calendar.
I think anyone that has either never seen a cricket match before or only has a passing interest in the game and maybe has watched it occasionally, I think they'd find it very difficult to get their heads around the concept of a game that can last for 5 days and still be a draw. I mean, my American partner to this day finds that concept a little bit difficult to understand. And I didn't understand it myself when I started watching the game as a teenager. But you appreciate the nuances of the game over time when you start to learn the teams, the individual players, the conditions of the wicket, the tactics. It carries so much more meaning, which 20 over cricket and 50 over cricket, though very entertaining cricketing spectacles in their own right, it's never going to test your resolve, your stamina, your skill in the same way as a match that's played over 5 days.
I think we're back to that point we were making 5 minutes ago about the character that's needed, and we need to see from the Afghanistan team to match those conditions.
Yes, and I think we've seen evidence of that today, and I think now that they have been granted test status, Afghanistan along with Ireland, you've got to give them those opportunities. If there are players within the team that want to play county cricket, let them play county cricket, let them play internationals, not just against the teams in the bottom half of in terms of their rankings in the ICC, but give them the exposure against the top teams as well. That's the way you're going to grow as a player.
That's brilliant. Well, thank you, Ben, for the moment. I think you can have a little break. You had a very long stint before the rain, and I think I can say it may well have stopped raining now. The players have been off for about 45 minutes, but it's still there's no sign of any mopping up operations yet. But I think it has stopped raining. The clouds have lifted. There's a little more light, and fingers crossed we will get back out there very, very soon. Just to recall that MCC winning the toss 83 for 2 from 18 overs in this historic match against Afghanistan, their first ever appearance at Lord's. A very credible performance from Afghanistan in the 90 minutes or so we've seen from them, and they'll be itching to get back out there and to bowl at some of these top international players who are in this MCC side, and fingers crossed we'll get some more play in the moment. Well, I can now very pleased indeed to be joined by Dr. Sarah Fain, the founder of the Afghan Connection, of course the big organisation behind Afghanistan cricket. And Dr. Sarah Fain, welcome to this commentary by the MCC. Great to see you here on a day like this. Are you a little bit disappointed? 90 minutes play, and we've now got rain. No rain in London for 2 weeks, and then we get a day like this.
I think it's very sad, but I have to say it's the most exciting day in our lives.
How do you feel about it, where we are now, where Afghanistan is now?
I think it's absolutely extraordinary. It's the most amazing story. I delivered bats and balls to the team in Kabul in 2008, and they were in a dust field then, and now they're playing at Lord's and they've got test status. It's just fantastic.
So that's less than 10 years ago. You were out there giving them the rudiments of the game. Could you ever see a day like this?
Well, I'm always a great optimist, but even I couldn't have foreseen what's happened.
How did you first become involved with Afghanistan?
I was a doctor out there. I was actually a medical student in the northwest frontier of Pakistan, and then went back as a doctor in 2001 to Afghanistan.
And interested in cricket then, or could you see the signs of cricket out there?
No, it was after Afghanistan had been at war for 23 years. The Taliban were in control of most of the country. It was a place of utter despair, and I think I saw one game of cricket. Whereas now I go, and round every corner there are people playing cricket. It's the fastest growing national sport.
Of course, you did start really as a medical programme, wasn't it, in those days?
That's right. We started with medicine, but very quickly I thought that really after all those years of war, the country had gone back to absolute zero, and that without education, then there was no hope for the future. So we decided to do education projects.
What was your starting point, your starting base for a project like that?
I would visit Afghanistan. I started by twinning schools because I wanted my own children and their school friends to understand Afghanistan better. And then when I visited the twin schools in Afghanistan, I'd see these children with no roofs. They'd walk for 3 hours to get to school, and I wanted to build them a school. So we started building schools, and we've built 46 schools so far.
And the finance for that, for a project like that, I mean, that's an enormous project, isn't it?
Yeah, it's blood, sweat and tears, and really generous donors, many of whom are here supporting today.
Well, it's just unbelievable story. We've been saying that since we went on air a couple of hours ago. It is a totally unbelievable story. And in this day and age, when you realise the background to Afghanistan in those times, where they've come from, I mean, without getting too political about it, that must have been a major factor, was the political background you had to overcome.
Yes, but underneath everything, you have the most extraordinary people in Afghanistan. They're resilient, they're determined, and they're hospitable. And all they want is a better future. And the cricket has brought so much hope. And I think the Afghan cricket team actually, they symbolise the whole of Afghanistan, that incredible spirit. You know, they've come from nowhere against all the odds, and here they are. You know, and that's why I support Afghanistan. That's why I support the young people there, because I see great potential, and I really want to keep them supported.
Is it the old cliche that it's grown out of adversity?
I think the Afghan cricket team has, yes. I think that's given them the extra force to want to do well. But they've given their country something to be so proud of. They haven't had heroes for years. They haven't had anything to celebrate for years. You know, I've seen children in refugee camps with those dull eyes that have no joy in their life, and now I see children out on the streets playing cricket, and they all come out when the Afghan team win their matches. The whole country comes together, and it's a massive force for good.
You must have had so many down moments in that time, though. How did you yourself cope with the initial problems?
I never let anything get me down in Afghanistan, because I visit twice a year, and when you visit and you meet the people, and especially the young people out there, they're so inspiring, and you see what your work does, and it makes such a difference. And so it's actually the most positive thing working in Afghanistan. It's a remarkable job, and I'm very lucky to have it.
Well, how did you get the connection with the Afghanistan connection and cricket? How do they come together?
Well, I was very happy doing education projects, but one of my children, Alex, said to me that he'd noticed the Afghan cricket team were doing very well, but they had no support. And so we got together bats and balls and took them out in 2008 to the National Academy, which was a dust field in Kabul. And they then went off and started playing in tournaments and doing very well. And then he wrote to all the cricket counties, and he got Matthew Fleming's number back from Kent. And Matthew was working with the MCC trying to find a way to support Afghanistan, and he loved what we were doing, and so they decided to support us, and we started our cricket projects.
And how did you get the equipment from this country to take out with you? How did that come about?
Well, we started by taking equipment out, and I had a wonderful freight company that were working out in Afghanistan, and they took it out for free. But then it's much better to buy the equipment out there. It gives money to the locals. And so we brought all the cricket equipment for our first camp, and Matthew came out and he attended our first cricket camp for 150 boys in Jalalabad. And I have to say, we woke up that morning and it was pouring with rain. It was the first rain they'd had for years.
Like today?
Like today. And there were cars floating down the street, and it still went ahead, and the whole of the Afghan cricket team turned up to give coaching.
And the reaction that they got from the youngsters, how was that?
It was one of the most emotional days of my life, actually, seeing these children who didn't own a pair of shoes between them, 150 of them from 10 villages, turning up, and then they had no idea the whole Afghan team would be there. And the team turned up, and these kids were just completely beyond excited, and they had coaching from them for 3 days.
And this is boys and girls?
This was boys, but we have done cricket for girls. We've been very sensitive about it, very careful. We've been culturally sensitive, so we make sure that it's done with parental consent in the cities, behind walls, and with appropriate dress, and with female coaches. And we have to go very, very slowly with that. You can't push things in Afghanistan, and it will happen, but it'll happen with time.
But that has expanded and showing signs of expanding, working with the girls, bringing them into the game.
I mean, the girls are ready to do it. They're really willing and wanting to do it, but you have to recognise that it's a very conservative society, and so it's important to go with it slowly and to encourage it carefully.
You say you had to get the parents on board. Was that, as you say, a conservative country with a small C? Did you have a lot of opposition from the parents?
I think that we always try and work in areas where people want us to do something. We're never trying to impose anything on anyone. So we've done all our projects in education and cricket where people have asked us to do them, rather than telling people what should be done.
It's an amazing project, because you're starting from just a very low base, aren't you?
I think that's what makes me so sad, really, is that we're a very small organisation. We've built schools for 75,000 children. It's very low cost, our project. We also set up classes for children that can't reach the nearest school, and that's £35 a year per child for an education. So it doesn't take much to change lives and to change Afghanistan, but sadly so much money didn't get to the right places.
I mean, to the Western world, figures like that, £35, means very little, but obviously to Afghanistan, that's a huge figure in their economy.
Yeah, it is. And the nice thing about the £35 is there are a lot of children in England who raise money for us, and they know that every time they raise £35, they're actually sending a child to school for a year.
That's absolutely. And that support, well, obviously it is still growing, but how do you cope with it all now? Is it getting out of control in a nice way? But
no, it's actually really difficult to raise funds, and we're desperately needing funds to keep our projects going, because we know that we could transform thousands more lives if we could just have more funding. So it's ever important to us.
Well, we've got people who have been watching this game today from Afghanistan, so wrapped up in it, in the play we've had so far, and let's hope we do get some more play. How would this fixture, what would it mean to people in Afghanistan to see their international cricket team playing MCC at Lord's?
Well, I'm going to Afghanistan tomorrow, so I'm incredibly excited. I think I'm even on the same plane as the Afghan team. But I think nobody here can understand what the excitement will be in Afghanistan. I mean, they will be out on the streets, they will be celebrating. It'll mean the world to them, and it's the most positive, good news story, and they'll all be out thinking it's the best day of their lives.
You mentioned there the character of the Afghanistan people. That comes through in so many aspects of their lives, doesn't it?
It does, and I think that's what's so good about the cricket team, is that the world can see what Afghanistan is made of. A lot of people think Afghanistan is all about war and hatred, but it's not. And this brave team that have come from nowhere in such a short period of time with such determination, it really is fantastic.
You're giving out such positive vibes about the situation, which is great. I mean, that is your role, and that is what the country needs to push out, doesn't it, to the rest of the world. And we're seeing it with their cricket team.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many problems in Afghanistan. We know the problems they face, but you never hear the good news stories. You never hear about the millions of children who are now going to school. You never hear about the good people there that so want a better future. And that's why it's so lovely for us to have this opportunity today to say, it isn't what you think it is. Challenge your own perspectives on Afghanistan.
Well, it's a
keep supporting.
We'll keep supporting. I mean, but they always will have the support now, because they've come on so rapidly. And as you just discussed, what this will mean to people back home, a game like this. But are they so wrapped up in cricket they will see their team getting to the top?
I have no doubt. I mean, that their team will be the World Cup holders at some stage.
Well, I hope we're recording this interview and we'll keep that clip and
Thank you.
And play it back to you in a few years' time. But they really have shown so much enthusiasm. As you say, the character is coming through. We've seen it not only from the players but from the spectators, and there's quite a few thousand of them here today as well, waiting. Let's hope we get some more play. They'll be waiting patiently. They've gone a little bit quieter than they were at the start, but I'm sure they will still be making plenty of noise. And once this game gets back underway, just a reminder, MCC winning the toss 83-2, and Afghanistan, I'm sure they're itching to get back out there, but very little sign of any action at the moment. It has looks as if it stopped raining, a little bit brighter, the clouds aren't so threatening, and I'm sure you're as keen as anyone to see Afghanistan back out there.
Yeah, we need everyone to will away these rain clouds.
Well, let's hope everybody here and back home in Afghanistan, watching or listening to this MCC commentary, will be right behind you and giving you all the support you need. Looking into the future, how do you see the connection expanding? What is your next role?
I feel that a big role of ours is to create awareness, to keep the world spotlight on Afghanistan. We have Syria that's taken off the spotlight off Afghanistan. Our troops have largely withdrawn. It's very easy to forget a country. And that's when the problems really start. So I think a large part of my role, I feel, is to keep the world thinking about Afghanistan, keep our young people supporting the young people of Afghanistan, and just keep up our projects. And if people can support us more, then we can work faster and bring education to more people.
Do you think the most difficult days are now behind you?
No, I think the challenges are as big every day. Just trying to keep our work, reaching the right people, and trying to keep the funding going. But we've got the same sort of spirit as the Afghan cricket team, so we're not going to give up anytime soon.
If there's one thing that you really need now to push on or to expand, what would that be? Is it purely money?
Unfortunately, really, it is purely money. We've got the structure in place. We know how to work. We've got the people queuing to come into schools. Everything's there set up. We can replicate our model all over Afghanistan, but we just need to have the funds to help us.
Is this the day you ever predicted and saw that Afghanistan would get to this stage?
Yeah, I was talking to Colin Maynard at the MCC in his office the other day, planning the day's match, and I suddenly said to him, I just can't believe I'm sitting here. That I'm at Lord's, the home of cricket, that Afghanistan is coming to play here, and that we've had a very small part in this fantastic story. And it is like a dream. It's a dream for me, but it's a dream for the Afghan people.
You say a very small part. I think you're doing yourself down there a little bit, because you've played such a huge role in getting to where they are today.
I think we've played a big role in grassroots cricket in Afghanistan. I can't say I've played a massive role in getting the Afghan team to where they are. They've done that themselves. They've been amazing.
Well, they have been amazing, and they have so much to look forward to in their future. Now they have become a test match nation. The people back home, do you think it's sunk in with them, with the population, exactly what has been achieved?
I think it probably has, but I think that their joy will never be dimmed. This is a country that really have not had heroes or positive news for too long. They've suffered so much, and actually to be able to celebrate something as wonderful as this on a world stage is quite extraordinary.
Let's hope they will get it back out there. It's good to see that the groundsman Mick Hunt is having a look round on the edge of the square now. The rain has stopped, and I think they might be thinking of rolling up some of these covers, and we may get some play sooner than we think, because often Lord's is a very fast-growing ground, and we'll keep fingers crossed we shall have an announcement soon. And finally, Sarah, we're looking at the Afghanistan connection. What you're talking about, the short-term future, you want to keep the programme going and expanding, but will there come a day when you think the foundation has reached its pinnacle?
I think everything we do is done so that we're not needed in the future. So everything we're trying to do has got to be sustainable. So I want to get to that point, but I want to get to the point when we're ready and when there's a real chance that our work will take hold and live on into the future.
And how will you recognise that when you've reached the finishing line?
I'm not sure, but I'm looking forward to it.
I'm sure you'll have a very well-earned rest as well. Dr. Sarah Fain, the founder of the Afghan Connection, thank you very much indeed for joining us up here in the commentary box at the nursery end at Lord's. And it's a wonderful story of Afghanistan cricket, where they've come from, and let's give all our support to the team and to the nation, and let's hope that next time you come back here, we're sitting here watching them in a test match.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sarah Fain, the founder of the Afghan Connection. Well, I can tell you, I think it does look much brighter out there at the moment. The ground staff are working on the outfield and on the square, which is always a good sign, rather than just watching the rain. That rain has now stopped. The clouds have lifted. The players, just remember, came up about an hour ago with 83 for 2, the MCC score, after they won the toss in this game against Afghanistan. And to talk you through, I won't say talk you through the next rain break, but let's hope they get some play pretty soon. Terry Blake will be coming in to join you, and already in his seat is Jamie Wright. Jamie, where are we now?
We're frustrated, that's where we are, but we're looking out over, as you said, a much brighter scene. There are still the dark clouds in the distance, but the ground staff are making some good progress. Looks like the covers are being lifted up and waved. alleviate them of their water. So it does look like we will get play, obviously, assuming we don't get any more water coming our way, which we can't really account for. 83 for 2 off 18 overs are the MCC side. Good afternoon, Terry.
Good afternoon.
Frustrating, isn't it?
Yeah, I've had so many days like this at Lord's over the years. It used to be much worse when the drains hadn't been fixed. I remember I mentioned it earlier, I think the centenary test match when rain had stopped by the start of play. We never got on to play, and some of the members had words with the umpires, bit of fisticuffs maybe. But then the new drains have been put in, and I remember again in the early 2000s when India came to play, and it absolutely tipped down for 2 hours at about 9 o'clock. And play started within about 40 minutes of the rain stopping. People were virtually, literally surprised by the fact that they were playing by 11:30.
Well, things have moved on a lot, and I think part of what's driven that is the need to look after the spectator is probably greater in a lot of sports than it ever used to be. It's about getting the game on. That was one of the key phrases that the ECB have used in the past few years, get the game on, and that's exactly the technology now enables us to do that much quicker. I do enjoy watching the Super Soccer going backwards and forwards. It just cuts through, giant puddle, cuts through, puddle's gone.
It must be an incredibly satisfying job.
It looks, yeah, it's one of those things you look at and you think, yes, I would just love to be driving that.
Well, especially if you're helping to get the game on, as you say, and certainly in recent years, I think the fact that the bad light, for instance, is now in the hands of the umpires means that you're more likely to get players staying on. I remember England going off against New Zealand when they were in a good position, and all they needed to do is just keep batting and runs would keep coming and they get themselves into a better position, but they went off and fans booed. And if you're spending best part of 50, 60, 70, sometimes £100 for a ticket, then yes, you absolutely owe it to the spectators.
Yeah, you do.
Just as we did, 20 odd years ago, there were no replay screens. Imagine how you'd feel now at a day at Lord's and you looked away and missed, Brian Lara getting out. You want to see a couple of replays.
It would be dreadful. It would be dreadful. Not enjoyable at all.
Yeah. So I think we're going to just take a little break now, and while the covers are still on but looking like they might come off, and we'll be back at 2:30 to give you an update, hopefully with some cricket. Of course, we'll come back much sooner than that if they get onto the field. But for the time being, from Jamie and I, we'll see you later.
try again. You'll have to try again. It didn't connect. Is he dialing back in? Not, it's just cutting out after it rings once. Okay. All okay? Testing. Testing the line. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Do we need to redial?
Has it dropped off? Yes.
Yeah, hi.
Hello there. Yeah, we're here.
Yes, Jamie.
This is Chris on this one. Chris on mic 2.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Lord's Cricket Ground. My name's Jamie Wright, joined
By Chris Lawrence.
Chris Lawrence, and we're pleased to say we are going to have some cricket. We came off for the rain delay after 18 overs. That was about 1:15 with the score at 83 for 2 at the MCC. The match has been reduced to 40 overs per side with, I believe, a 10-minute break for the change of innings. The players have already had lunch while we were off. Pleased to say it looks a little bit brighter, Chris.
It does, doesn't it? It's getting a vast improvement from, what, half an hour ago, 45 minutes ago. The covers came off very quickly, and we should be, well, we will be underway in, what, 2 or 3 minutes' time?
Yep, we will be underway at 2:30. This match between the MCC and Afghanistan. Remember, Afghanistan's first ever game at Lord's, and I have to say, they've played pretty well with the ball. A couple of very good wickets, both caught behind McCullum and Misbah-ul-Haq earlier. But the MCC came back into it slightly.
Yeah, both those wickets to Shapur bowling from the pavilion end. Good tight line and a good opening spell actually from both the openers, Shapur and Dawat. And but MCC getting back into it. Sam Hain, the opening bat, he's still there. 46 from 57 balls. Made a rather slow, uncertain start, but began to get into his stride before the rain came for a second time.
Yes, and Sam Hain, Warwickshire, 46 not out from 57 balls, and his partner is Shivnarine Chanderpaul, who's currently got 17 from 28 balls. Email us ballbyball@mcc.org.uk. Welcome your comments, questions, anything you'd like to say about this very, very special game. We've got a very, very good crowd away to our left, mainly congregated in the mound stand, making a great deal of noise.
Just say a noisy crowd as well. There's probably a couple of thousand, 2,000 or 3,000 of them now.
No, it's good. It's good to see, because this is a pretty special occasion. If you were listening to the interview that you were doing when the rain came, it was very, very interesting about how things have come on terms of Afghanistan.
I was absolutely amazed. I mean, I think we all know the rapid strides Afghanistan have made with their cricket in the last 15, 17 years, but to actually hear somebody talk about it who's been there and heavily involved in it, it just puts an entirely different perspective onto it. And the enthusiasm and it just came out of that interview, and it's so good to know, to have something good come out of that part of the world.
Absolutely fantastic. Right, the only big difference to the playing area is we've got the sudden appearance of lots and lots of sawdust at either end of the wicket for the bowlers' footmarks and where the batters are standing. There's also quite a bit of sawdust covering some damp patches on the outfield and the usual piles behind the stumps.
Something we haven't seen in England on a cricket field the last 2 or 3 weeks, those piles of sawdust.
We certainly haven't. It's going to be Shivnarine Chanderpaul facing the first delivery after the rain delay. His trademark use of the bail to mark his guard. Left-handed Chanderpaul, of course. He's going to be facing Rashid, who's so far bowled 2 overs, no maidens, none for 10. Going to be bowling from the pavilion end. Everybody looks just about ready. We'll run through the field as and when we get a chance with the spinner on, but here's the first delivery, and this one's a full ball and turned round the corner by Chanderpaul, half a yelp from the bowler, but no runs. So we've got a slip, a gully, a sweeper out in the cover boundary. It's an extra cover, mid-off and mid-on are well out. A man just inside the circle on the 45, and a square leg right back on the boundary, and we've also got a man coming in to mid-wicket as well. Here's Rashid's next delivery, and this is played forward, and there's a scrambling stop in the covers, and they will come through for a single. Single to Chanderpaul, and moves on to 18. Perhaps slipped a little bit on the damp outfield, the fielder.
I was just looking at the outfield, but one or two were slipping over before we had the rain, whether their studs weren't quite right or whatever they have in their boots these days. But it's probably a little bit slippery out there just to begin with.
The field changes over to the right-handed Hayne, who's 4 away from a half century.
I didn't see a rope go round or anything like that.
There was a rope.
Oh, was? Okay.
There was a rope,
okay.
Yes.
You're far more observant than I've been.
Here's Rashid again, right arm over the wicket, and this one's on the leg stump and signalled wide by the umpire at the far end. Well taken by the keeper, but down the leg side. Another run to the total, 85 for 2. And the run rate 4.6 at the moment. Now it being 40 over game. Expect to see some acceleration. Here's Rashid again. This one's on the off stump and played back towards the bowler by Hayne, who half stops it, and stops it enough to parry it to his colleague up there at Shoreditch mid-on, does the fielding. Still overcast, still threatening clouds in the distance, but thankfully dry at the moment. Hayne waits, Rashid's on his way and bowls on the off stump, and this one gets a thick inside edge down towards the short fine leg. No run. Good bowling from Rashid, good length.
He's pitching it up straight away, isn't he?
Yeah, not afraid to pitch it up, and that's very much the thing we've heard about him. Fantastic career figures so far. Here he comes again, and this one's on the leg stump, and comes off a bit of a pad from Hayne, and gathered by the keeper. There's no run. Fantastic to hear and see such a noisy crowd away to our left.
They've got very good support down there in the bottom of the mound stand.
Here comes Rashid for the final ball of the over, and this one's outside the off stump, and it's cut through backward point by Hayne. They'll come through for a comfortable single. Hayne will retain the strike. He moves on to 47, and the MCC up to 86 for 2 off 19 overs.
Yeah, just 3 off that over. What is now the 19th over of what will be a 40 over innings, so they're approaching the halfway stage of that innings. Of course, as you just mentioned, Jamie, they'll be looking to accelerate pretty soon, I should think.
What sort of score do you think would be a good score off 40 overs here?
From this position, to another 21 overs to go, they've got to be. I'd like to think they'll be looking at 210, that type of figure. Only 2 wickets down, so they have got the batting to come.
Gulbadin is going to continue from this nursery end. The white name and number 14 on his back. Just lining up the field. We've got 3 inside the ring, 5 inside the ring, 3 on the offside, 2 on the leg side. All saving a single. Here comes his first delivery, and that's a swing and a miss from Hayne. Half an appeal from the wicket-keeper, but in reality I think Hayne was quite some distance from the ball. We've also got 4 men out as well. There's a third man, fine leg, mid-wicket, and a sweeper on the extra cover boundary. Here comes Gulbadin again. He's in now and bowls. It's a full delivery which Haynes forward to him, driving up to mid-off. There's no run.
Yeah, good length delivery, that one, keeping the batsman in his crease, keeping Hayne there. He's looking to try and get these runs to get to his 50.
Gulbadin waits at the top of his run up and pins his way in now past the umpire and bowls on good length on the off stump to Hayne. He can only defend that into the covers. No run. Afghanistan looking superbly turned out in a very nice shade of blue with red caps. The MCC wearing a dark navy colour uniform today. Hayne waits on 47 and swings at this next ball. There's an appeal from both bowler and keeper and a shake of the head from the umpire. Certainly felt like he was quite some way from the ball there.
He's looking to score outside that off stump, isn't he? But a couple of times you've seen him trying to cut or force it away behind square on the offside.
The ball's there, but it's not quite the right length for it.
No.
It's a little bit too full for that. Darker clouds hovering to the right of us. Change in the field. The extra cover sweeper has gone much squarer.
Gone squarer.
The offside. Here's the next delivery. That's on the off stump and turned to mid-wicket by Hayne. No run. Good tight stuff this from the Afghanistan bowlers so far since the resumption.
Yeah, I think he spotted there that Hayne was trying to square cut or as I say, cut behind on the offside, so he moved that sweeper position more or less to a very deep point, old-fashioned point position.
Here comes the 6th ball of this Gulbadin over. He bowls it now, and that's wide outside the off stump and driven very, very nicely through the covers for 4 by Hayne. It brings up his half century as well. 51 from Hayne of 67 balls, 98 minutes, and 7 fours, and very, very well batted.
And he just drove that boundary quite ironically to the exact position where that fielder was out on that offside boundary before he went squarer, just showing watching the changes in the field, and drove it nicely.
Lovely shot, well placed, although I have to say the ball was there for the hitting, full and wide. 90 for 2 then the score at the end of that over. That is now 20 overs, so that's the halfway point of this innings.
Well, they'll certainly be looking to double it from here, the halfway point. I would have thought something over 200 though, with these wickets in hand, they'll be aiming to get
220, 230. Rashid's going to continue from the pavilion end. Change of action. He's going to be bowling right arm round the wicket to Shivaji Chandapur, who waits traditional straight on the stance, and this first ball is chipped into the onside. They're going to get one. They're thinking about the second, but the fielders round quickly with a slightly inaccurate throw, but the main job was done to keep the batsman down to just the one. Chandapur moves on to 19.
Yeah, they were thinking about a second there, but perhaps if the pace had been off the ball a little bit, they might have got back for a second, but it was already in the fielder's hands by the time they considered it.
Afghanistan continuing with the slip. Rashid comes in now and bowls on middle and leg, and it's turned around the corner by Hayne. They're going to get a single through square legs. The fielder picks up and throws in all along the ground to the wicket-keeper, and the wicket-keeper didn't look particularly thankful.
After seeing a couple of good stops by the keeper, he couldn't hold on to that one.
It was a bit of a grubber along the floor. Chandapur waits and this next ball. What did that come off? Did it come off anything? It was fielded in the end by slip.
It finished up its slip, first slip, and
cannoned off the wicketkeeper.
We're directly behind the wicketkeeper. Difficult to see, but that was what would have been the traditional leg break.
This next ball is side the off stump, and is that a drop?
Not too much reaction from the fielding side. I don't think it was.
The keeper was half diving forward. There was a couple of hands and shouts in the air. The ball felt like it was probably smothered with some pad involved and spilled up into the offside. Nothing doing anyway. It's a dot ball, 92 for 2. Here's Rashid's next ball, and it's turned into the leg side by Chandapur. A full delivery. Just a dot ball.
Interesting couple of balls though at the start of that over. For whatever reason they did turn, whether it just caught the keeper's pads or not.
There's definitely some movement there for Rashid. Here he comes again. Bowls outside the off stump, and that has driven on the bounce back towards the bowler. A little bit of an acrobatic crowd catch from the bowler as he fielded that in his follow through.
I think he always gets a spectator's catch. Some sections of the crowd thought it had been a caught and bowled.
Yeah, it's a pretty good fielding effort actually by the bowler. 92 for 2 then, the end of that over. Rashid's bowled 4 overs, no wickets for 15.
Yeah, tidy over from Rashid. He keeps it, bowls a good length, a full length, keeping the batsman in the crease, not giving them any space at all out on the front.
Change of bowling from this nursery end, this media centre end. I think it's Nabi coming back on. He's bowled 3 overs, none for 10 so far, so pretty economical stuff. He's replacing Corbadin. Number 7 on his back, just having a few practice warm-ups.
Yeah, Corbaldin's been a little bit expensive, hasn't he? Particularly before the rain break. I was a bit surprised they started with him after the rain.
So it will be Nabi. Comes in off half a dozen paces, and it's a reverse sweep from Hayne, which goes nowhere apart from short extra cover.
Didn't look very comfortable at all, did it? I think it was he was more or less through the shot before the ball got to him.
Probably grateful to get bat on that in the end. It looked pretty straight. Here comes Nabi's next ball, and that's full but well fielded as it's flicked out to mid-wicket. The fielder dives, parries the ball. They'll come through for a single, and it's a comfortable single, and that's all it will be. Field swaps round. Left-handed Shivnarine Chandapur. He's got 19 so far, and he's off again with the trademark bail usage to mark his guard.
Very characteristic step, that movement by Chandapur when he retakes his guard like that.
Got lots and lots of changing in the field. There's a slip coming in for Chandapur. Got a short extra cover. There's a backward point, there's a sweeper, 2 men up inside the circle on the leg side, and 3 men also out deep, mid-off, mid-on. This next ball is full and it's driven towards that long off fielder. They'll come through for a single, 94 for 2 in the 22nd over. Hayne started slowly earlier under good pressure, good bowling from Afghanistan, but he's found the boundaries since then. This next ball is on a length and turned up to long on. They trot through for a single, 95 for 2.
Well, they're just picking these singles at the moment, and I think
easy,
Afghanistan will be quite content with that at the moment, keeping them to these singles.
Right arm round the wicket, this next one to Chanderpaul, who slashes, misses, taken by the keeper. Just wonder whether they're giving them the single. I've not seen any evidence of the batsman trying to go over the top, but nonetheless, we have the men out. Next ball is on the middle stump. There's a big appeal that hit Chanderpaul on the pad. I feel it was probably going down the leg side, and a shake of the head from the umpire signals not out and also signals the over. 22 gone, 95 for 2 the MCC.
Yeah, I think you're right, it probably was going down, but it's always very difficult with Chanderpaul because of the stance he takes, that very square stance facing mid-off, or mid-on rather. It's difficult to judge, but I think it probably was going down with the slope as well here at Lord's. But nevertheless, a good shout.
We're listening to ball-by-ball commentary of this game between the MCC and Afghanistan. Afghanistan's first ever game at Lord's, with Chris Florence and myself, Jamie Wright. Thank you very much for joining us. Ball-by-ball at mcc.org.uk is the email address if you want to get in touch. We're going to change of bowling from the pavilion end, and it's going to be Dorlat.
Dorlat coming.
The opening bowler, 4 overs, none for 22 in his opening spell. Quite a long run up from outside the fielding circle. He's going to come in now, bowling right arm over, and this one's way down the leg side, signal wide, and the keeper can't get there. It crosses the rope underneath us, and they'll get 4 for crossing the boundary and the 1 for the wide, so 5 wides in total, and that brings up the 100 for the MCC, 100 for 2.
Well, straight away, Jamie, because he's bowled his first 4 overs from the nursery end, now bowling from the pavilion end. He's probably been aware of that slope, and significant that first ball, quarter wide, went down on the leg side, going down with the slope. So he'll probably try and peg that back a little bit, keeping the ball outside off stump.
Here he comes to try again on his way past the umpire. He bowls now, and this is a better ball on the off stump and defended into the onside by Hayne. No run.
All the bowling so far, with very few exceptions, been well pitched up, hasn't it? They haven't really dropped anything short.
Nothing particularly short. I know McCullum had a slash at a couple earlier, but that was about it. Yeah, as you say, everything else has been
pitched up. I think McCullum can virtually make anything look short when he's in that frame of mind.
Doesn't look an easy pitch to bat on, being a used pitch, of course. Hayne waits as Dorlat comes in and bowls outside the off stump. It's played into the extra cover region by Hayne. Half a thought of a single, but nothing there.
Throughout the test match, people were saying it was quite a slow pitch, and it's obviously getting slower, as most Lord's pitches do, which is now in its what would be its 6th day of use, if not 5th day, with a 4-day test match. So it's a very slow, sluggish pitch. And I think the batsmen really have to force the ball away on it.
Yeah, I think you've got to work at this as a batter out there at the moment. Here comes the next delivery, and it's a play and a miss from Hayne. It was not a decent length. Missed by Hayne.
Possibly came back a little bit on him, I think. Came back late.
Possibly came back with the slope more than anything.
Yeah.
A lot of movement in the air at this stage for Dorlat. Extremely long run up, probably halfway between the stumps and the pavilion, which is my yardage isn't very good, but 25 yards.
I think they're very long and very straight.
Hayne waits for the next delivery, which is turned round the corner, well pitched up again. They'll come through for a single, flick down towards fine leg. Throw comes in. Hayne moves on to 55, 101 for 2. 2 overs remaining in, 2 balls remaining in this over. 23rd over of this MCC innings.
I think what we've seen of Hayne, he's trying to work it on the leg side as much as he can. He has quite a distinctive shot. He plays almost like a cross-bat shot, which I'm sure many coaching manuals would call a cross-bat shot, but it's been quite effective for him today, working it on the leg side just past for him mid-on.
We've got a slip in place for the left-handed Chanderpaul, who waits. Dorlat's on his way, bowls, and this is carved out into the offside. The man comes in off the fence, he's sweeping out there. They'll take the single. 103 for 2. Chanderpaul moves on up to 22. How old is Shivnarine Chanderpaul? 42.
I think, did we say 43? 42.
42.
I'm aging him too much. He's 42, yeah. But, I thought he just played that.
Is he the oldest player in this game, or is Misbah Hack slightly older? Here comes Dorlat's final ball of this over. It's a full ball and turn round the corner. There's a half a shout. There might have been some pad involved. Yes, it's given us a leg by round the corner. They scamper through for it. The ball trickles away on the leg side. Takes the score to 103 for 2. That's the end of the over. So we've had 23. And extras contributed 15 of those. Hayne 55, Chanderpaul 21.
Yeah, no fireworks yet from the batsman, bearing in mind being reduced to a 40 over innings. They've got these 8 wickets in hand, 103 for 2, but at the moment Hayne and Chanderpaul quite content to pick off the singles and keep scoring rates now, 4.5 and over. So it's quite a good launching position. When that will come, I'm sure that'll come within the next 5 overs or so.
Nabi, the spinner, is going to continue bowling from this nursery end, and that's on the leg stump, turned round the corner by Hayne. But it finds the man up inside the circle, and there's no run. Our umpires today, in their red rain jackets, black trousers, navy coloured wide-brimmed hats. As Hayne waits for this next ball, which is full on the stumps and chipped up towards long on. They'll trot through. In fact, they're not even trotting for the single, it's a walking single.
The space is there, they can just amble through.
Very, very casual indeed. Hayne on to 56 from 78 balls.
Almost they're just biding their time now, waiting to decide when they're going to launch
Nabi
something.
coming round the wicket to Chanderpaul, who chops into the offside. They won't get a run. Persisting with the slip in place for left-handed Chanderpaul at both ends. Here's Nabi's next delivery, which is shorter, and it's on the leg stump and missed. So you try to swing that away backwards or square on the leg side.
In fact, just an optimistic appeal only from the bowler though, as is often the case.
Well taken by the keeper. Here's Nabi again, and this is turned into a full toss by the advancing Chanderpaul. He flicks it up to long on. Fielder runs in, they'll come through for the slowest of ambled singles again. Ah. Age statistics coming right. Just wait for the final ball of this Nabi over, which he bowls now, and it's on a decent length outside the off stump. Haynes half forward, ball trickles out into the offside. There's no run. In fact, there's going to be. What was the last ball of the over?
Yeah,
105 for 2 then the score. 24 gone. Chanderpool 22, Hayne 56. Oldest player in the game is Misbah ul Haq, who's 43 years and 44 days old. So there we have it.
There we are.
Statistics.
I'm just thinking that these two batsmen, I mean, they're having a chat now. I think they probably may well be discussing how they can force the pace a little bit now. They're picking off these singles, but I think they need a little bit more than that at this stage. They've been back out there for, 6 overs since the rain interruption. They should be into their stride by now.
Yeah, we're approaching that zone, aren't we? 16 overs left of the innings. Slip still in place for Chanderpool's ball. That continues, and Chanderpool swings a slightly shorter ball, tries to get that into the leg side. Doesn't connect, it trickles out actually into the offside. There's no run.
They're probably, with due respect to them, not two of the fastest scorers in the game of cricket.
No, it's a fair comment. Have we got an issue with the ball, have we?
I think they are looking at the ball.
The Afghanistan players are grouping together. The umpire at the far end is having a look at the ball, and he's now walking across to meet his colleague. Look like they're going to have a chat about something. Possibly are they waiting for a ball to come out? Not sure what the query is.
No, they're certainly not looking at the ball now. I thought they were for a moment.
The batsman,
something coming out from.
There's a towel coming out. Somebody's bringing a towel on from the boundary. And I think, have we got a broken bat? Possibly. There's a bat coming out onto the pitch.
That's interesting.
That shot from Chanderpool was a miscue as he tried to play it into the leg side, and it actually trickled into the offside, didn't it?
I think the fact that the umpire was holding the ball is probably completely immaterial and completely through us.
A complete red herring.
And a towel has come out for the bowler's use, and also a change of bat.
Just a change of bat for Sam Hayne, actually, isn't it?
Yes, he's discussing which one. And the MCC 12th man has also come out with a towel on his shoulder.
There's towels everywhere, there's bats everywhere.
It's looking a little bit like a net session at the moment, the way the players are just standing around, and not a great sense of urgency at the moment.
Organised chaos.
Not a great sense of urgency. The umpires just together, having a chat. I would have thought they'd like to get on with it a little bit more than this.
Yes, a bit of a bizarre break in play, rather unscheduled. Two distinct groups of players out here. Some of the fielders.
I think the umpires are perhaps going to say, "Come on, lads."
They're intervening. They've seen enough.
Yeah. Doesn't seem to be any action, anything happening.
Come on, lads, what's happening? The weather's not brilliant.
They're leaning on their bats, the batsmen, nothing.
There's some kind of tape work going on out there.
It's a rather strange situation, isn't it? There's nothing happening.
Some kind of sticky tape being administered to something or someone. Difficult to see from there.
And unfortunately, a little bit of
lots of excitement.
Crowd excitement
in the mound stand. Excitable, we've got an excitable character who's rather exuberant with the whole thing down there.
Been waiting in the crowd quite a long time for this game to get back underway, and now they're once again not having anything to watch, which is a little bit disappointing for them.
We see anything through our binoculars?
Well, all I was just really like a little afternoon chat in.
Highly excitable.
And one or two members of that crowd getting a little bit carried away now.
Highly excitable people.
Getting a little bit, certainly not unpleasant, but it's unnecessary.
Unnecessary and
and just the hold up in the game. The game hasn't been moving along at the fastest of paces for various reasons. I don't think we need another hold up.
Yes, a couple of minor incidents being dealt with by the stewards down there away to our left. We continue with the delay.
Chanderpaul
Chanderpaul appears to be going
is
off.
going off.
He appears to be going off. It doesn't look like he's
well.
Is he limping? I'm not sure.
Not the quickest of movers at the best of times. Difficult to tell.
Well, he has definitely retired, not out.
He has been replaced though.
Disappears up the steps into the long room. So wait to find out what that was exactly all about. Obviously some injury of some kind, and that welcomes Samit Patel to the crease rather unexpectedly. Samit Patel's season so far highlights: he's got a 2.57 not out against Gloucestershire in the county championship. That was last month, and 122 not out to win the Royal London One Day Cup semi-final against Essex, averaging 81.22 in the championship at the moment.
Certainly having a very good season for Nottinghamshire at the moment.
So very good numbers.
He might be the type of player that MCC need at this stage of the game to try and force this game along now. We're in what, the 25th over. Chanderpaul retired 22.
Samit Patel's out there. He's marking his guard and doing a few stretching exercises, having a look around the field, a bit of prodding of the wicket, and he's going to wait for his first delivery, which is only the second ball, obviously. 25th over. Dorlat's on his way now and bowls. It's on the off stump, defended up towards mid-on by Patel. There's no run.
Yeah, quite a lengthy delay that for various reasons.
It was about 10 minutes.
It must have been getting on for that, yeah. And as I say, we've had one or two hold-ups during the day. Very slow progress in the field. Let's hope now we can get through the remaining 14 overs without any more hold-ups.
So with Chanderpaul gone, there's no slip. 5 up inside the circle. Now outside. Here's the next ball, and it's on the leg stump. Turn around the corner from Patel. He'll get off the mark with a single down to backward square leg. 106 for 2.
So these two be looking to push on with the score now. 15 overs and a bit remaining.
And the sky just the light just slightly darker than it was 5 minutes ago. No particular change in terms of rain. Just a couple of darker clouds overhead. Here's Dorlat on his way, and he bangs this one in. It's swung around the corner. It's in the air momentarily, but Hayne didn't get full connection with that, so it rather looped up to backward square. They'll come through for 1.
Didn't get hold of that at all, did he? And again, I think he was through the shot, once again showing the lack of pace in this pitch, as you would expect.
It's a rare example of a shorter delivery
as well.
Not seen an awful lot of them today. 107 for 2. Dorlat turns, top of his run up. On his way now. Past the umpire. And rolls to Patel, who gets a top edge that bounces just inside the rope underneath us. 4.
It was an attempt at a...
Was it a ramp and over?
Yes, I think a little more than an edge. I think he tried a ramp shot at it, didn't really...
I'll let him off.
He will let him go on that.
Just bounced a couple of feet inside the rope. Patel has 5 from just 3 balls. He waits for the next delivery and turns this one round the corner off his hip to deep backward square and trots through for 1. 112 for 2 then at the end of the over. Run through the scorecard for you so far. Brendan McCullum was the first man out for 5. The score was 6 for 1. Sam Haynes still there on 57. Misbah Hack out for 7. Both those wickets were bowled by Shapur, caught behind by Shafiq. Chanderpaul retired hurt on 22. Samit Patel there with Hayne now on 6 from 4 deliveries. 15 extras on totals, 112 for 2. So 15 remaining in the innings. Patel will face his first ball from Nabi, who's in now on a length and has played just behind square on the offside. No run. Next delivery, it's a full toss and swatted to extra cover but well fielded. It's travelling. Nabi again inside the off stump, and there's a fumble in extra cover. They're coming through for a quick one. Yes,
just dropped a little bit short. I don't think
made it quite comfortably.
Dropped a little bit short.
113 for 2. Nabi again, it's the reverse sweep from Hayne, but probably hoping for more than the single that he got. The fielder picks up on the edge of the circle. Moves him on to 58. Nabi again on a good length and played gently out into the offside. Another comfortable single. Moves Patel on to 8.
They're still picking off these singles, aren't
Quite a few of them out there, aren't there? Finding the gaps quite well. Nabi, and this one's a full ball turned through square leg. Again, another comfortable single as the fielder runs round. 116 for 2 then, 26 overs gone. Sam Hayne has 59. Samit Patel has 8.
Very high proportion of these singles. They just can't pierce this field. They really do need to now push on with the scoring. It's been round about 4.5 runs and over for some time, and with just the 2 wickets down, they need to try and find a way through.
It's hovered, hasn't it? It's not ever gone particularly slowly or particularly quick. It's hovered.
It's dropping into a pattern at the moment, and let's hope that from the MCC's point of view, Patel can lift that scoring rate.
Now, is this Sami Shamwari, is it?
Sami Shamwari, yeah.
Sami Shamwari. Change of bowling from pavilion end. Very, very similar field. Here comes his first ball. He's right arm over, and Haynes playing that back past the bowler down towards long off, and comes in off the fence and will take the single. Five inside the circle, 4 out. Here comes this next delivery, which is full and defended into the leg side by Patel. Patel waits for the next ball. It's full again and pushed up through the mid-off region by Patel. They'll come through for a single. If you're watching the video transmission of this game, it's worth pointing out that the video is about approximately 30 seconds behind our audio. So apologies for that.
Either that or else they think we're making very good predictions.
Well, yes, it could be said. Hayne waits, he's on 60 and it's a full ball and swatted through the offside by Hayne. Crosses the rope now in front of the grandstand. Slightly overpitched that from Sammy, and Hayne latched onto it.
That's what the MCC needed. They need to 1 or 2 boundaries now to up this tempo. And if these two can do it.
He moves on to 64. The crowd goes momentarily quiet. 122 for 2. Sammy's in on the off stump, and that's a good ball played back to the bowler by Hayne. Important phase of the game, this. 13 overs remaining after this ball. This delivery's turned round the corner for Sammy. Hayne comes through for 1, and they'll come back for a comfortable second as one comes in. 66 then to Sam Hayne. 124 for 2 the total, and Samit Patel has 9 from his 10 deliveries faced so far. 4.6 still the run rate.
Beginning to use their experience, these two batsmen, finding the gaps in the field, and of course that's always useful. And a boundary in that over as again finding the space, finding the gaps, and Hayne going along nicely now. Made a rather uncertain start to his innings this morning. Seems a long time ago now when he went out to bat, but he's now seeing it well and beginning to time it well. Can't be easy timing the ball on this pitch.
So spin from both ends as Nabi continues, and this one's on a good length, but again they'll work the single up towards long on. Patel moves on to 10. Yeah, it's clever batting. I mean, we're not seeing a flurry of boundaries, but the scoreboard is moving. Nabi's in again and turned round the corner by Hayne. The man up inside the circle stops and fields well, no run. Smattering of members in the pavilion, way in the distance. Nabi bowls again on the off stump, and Hayne will take a single as this one goes out through the square leg region. Yeah, smattering of members there, and a few in the New Warner, a few in the boxes away in the grandstand. Nabi again, and Hayne. Patel's down the pitch to this one, chipping it through mid-wicket, and it crosses the rope now. I think that might be the signal. He took 2 or 3 paces down and didn't try to hit it too hard, but placed it nicely.
I think it's probably about the stage where they do need now to try and force the pace. 12, 13 overs remaining. We've got plenty of wickets left. Batting experience in this side.
14 off 12 for Patel as he waits for this next delivery, which turns into him, and ball trickles out onto the offside. Patel half thinks about a cheeky single. The throw comes in. It's all a little bit messy. In the end, it's a rather mundane dot ball in the scorebook. Nabi's final ball of this over is turned through square leg again. Another comfortable single moves Patel up to 15. He keeps the strike. End of the over, 28 gone, 131 for 2 then, and Samit Patel has 15, and Haynes still there, the opener on 67.
In some ways this innings is beginning to remind me of days before we have power plays in one-day innings, where in these middle overs, 25, 30 overs, it drifted along a little bit with the batting
exactly
side.
What you mean,
yeah, before the power plays came in. That was one of the main reason why I think they were introduced, was to make these overs in the middle more significant.
the cat and mouse stage of the game.
Yeah, they're jockeying for position at the moment.
And lots of noise away to the left in the bandstand. Anything particular going on? Not that I can see. Very nice.
I think they can now see themselves on television.
Crowd. First ball from Rashid is punched up towards long on by Patel. Another single. Let's count the number of singles I've described now. So it's been quite a few.
Must be a very high proportion, the single counts.
The excitement is the cameras are down there. Here's the next ball, slightly quicker. Again, yields the same result though. It's a single up towards long on. The rate creeping up. I mean creeping, 4.7. Still nothing spectacular. This next ball is turned to mid-wicket by Patel. It's well fielded by the mid-wicket fielder. It's a sharp throw back in, seeing that Sam Patel was from a few yards down the track, thinking there would be a single. There wasn't. Slip in place for Patel as Rashid bowls on the off stump and beats the bat. Beats the bat straight through to the keeper. Slightly I can see the rueful expression from Sam Patel from here. His body language indicating he was unhappy at being deceived by that. Here's Rashid again with a quicker ball that's slashed outside the off stump. They're coming through for a single very, very quickly. Well called through by Sam Hain. The fielder was up inside the circle there, and good single, well taken. 134 for 2. So Sam Hain has the strike. One ball left in this Rashid over. And Hain has 68. He bowls now, and it's outside the leg stump. Hain follows it, and that familiar punch up to the long on yields a single, and will keep Sam Hain on strike for the next over. 135 for 2, 11 remaining in this MCC innings against Afghanistan.
And certainly when they pitch the ball up, they're giving the batsmen far more to think about than dropping anything short. The few times they have dropped short, the batsmen are onto it, because it's such a slow pitch. They're getting plenty of time to make room for themselves and to play the ball as well. You've really got to pitch the ball up, which they've been doing, and quite a good containing job in these middle overs. But I think we should be about to see some fireworks now from the MCC batsmen to get this score safely past the 200, 220 mark, something in that region.
Yeah, that's definitely what they'll be looking at. Nabi then, 7 overs, no maidens, none for 26. There's an adjustment being made to the field. The sweeper out on the offside. It's extra cover. There'll be a gully, short fine leg, mid-wicket. 2 out on the leg side boundary at mid-wicket and square leg. Mid-off is coming up to conventional, and we have a long on back on the boundary underneath us. So Hain waits, and Nabi's on his way now, reaches the crease and bowls on the leg stump, turned around the corner by Hain, but only finds that fielder short fine leg. No run. Afghanistan need to find a way to cut down the singles. So easier said than done. Here's Nabi again on a decent length, and for the umpteenth time that I can't remember, a single.
It's almost as if they're quite happy just to concede these singles, aren't they, at the moment? It's the way it looks.
As long as they're preventing boundary, it seems they feel comfortable.
I think they are trying to
field changing for Samit Patel. Mid-off goes back to the fence, and subsequently square leg comes up inside the circle. The next ball is full outside off stump and swatted out by Patel. It trickles to mid-wicket, and there's no run. ball. Yields a single out towards mid-off. And a lot of punch singles up and down the ground. 137 for 2. Rate, if anything, decreasing. It's all fractions, 4.6.
Yep.
But pretty stagnant at the moment. Here's Nabi bowling on the off stump on a decent length, and a 1 is taken towards long on by Sam Hain. And the field does the in-out trick again, and mid-off goes back for Patel. This ball turns in towards Patel. He gets a thick, deliberate outside edge out onto the offside. They'll come through for the 1. He'll keep the strike, and the score is 139 for 2. Then we've had 30 overs. Patel 19, Hain 71. 10 overs remaining in this MCC innings. It's time for Chris and myself to take our leave, and we'll leave you in the capable hands of Terry Blake and Ben Feasey.
So nearly at the business end of the innings now, and it's going to be Rashid continuing. The Wonder Boy hasn't got any wickets yet. 5 overs for 19. That one is hoiked out to the mid-on boundary, well picked up down there, and that's a couple of runs to Patel. Afternoon, Ben, enjoying this?
Good afternoon, Terry. Yes, I think this is shaping up to be a very, very good contest. Pitch is obviously getting a bit low and slow, and now the ball's getting softer, so the batsman having to take more risks.
And the next ball is played a miss by Patel, who's certainly injected a lot of urgency into this MCC innings. Hain's been the stayer, 71 off 93. Patel's on 21 now off 23. 141 for 2 in the 31st over, just 9 to go. Here's the next ball, and that one's hit high and hard, and it goes for 4 over mid-wicket down towards the tavern stand by Patel. Fairly agricultural.
Yeah, but a good choice of shot actually from Samit Patel, because we've got a shortish mid-wicket in place, we've got a long on, and we've got a deep mid-wicket, and he dissected the ball in between the 2 deep fielders. So it's actually quite a good shot selection there, and well executed, and he had a full enough delivery to be able to have a big swing of the bat and get underneath it and lift it over.
And they've just changed the field slightly after that ball. Mid-wicket's gone to just behind the umpire, saving 1, and the square leg's gone round to mid-wicket on the boundary, and that's pushed into that gap now for a single by Patel, who's a great one-day cricketer. Arguably he's on better form than Liam Dawson, who got into the test team. Samit Patel's been around the fringes of the one-day side and the test side, or was for a while, but had a great season for Nottinghamshire so far. So Rashid twirls the ball, runs in, loops in, bowls. That's a good ball, just outside leg I imagine, and off the outside edge I think of Patel's Hain's bat. He goes to 72 now, squirted out to cover point that one. 147 for 2. I guess anything over 200, 220 maybe for MCC. Here's Rashid in again from the Pavilion and bowls, and that's just pushed out into the onside. They might look for 2. They're going to get 2 down towards that mid-wicket boundary. 2 men had to converge on it, and that's 2 good runs to Patel. 28 now for him, and that's the end of the 31st over.
I think MCC would be pretty pleased with 220 actually. They've I don't think when the MCC start to bowl on this wicket, I don't think Rushworth is going to give too many away, and I dare say Yasir Shah will enjoy bowling on this surface.
Well, he did a couple of seasons ago here at Lords of Pakistan, and we've got the big burly fast bowler Shapur back. He's back into the attack. He was at the Pavilion end in his first spell, and it was a very impressive opening spell as well. The first rain break he was 2 wickets for 1 run off 2 overs. I thought he might call it a day then, or be happy to. He must be 6'7", I would say.
I would say he's about that. He looks about Andy Flintoff 6'4", and he looks a little bit taller than that to me.
And even a touch wider. He's burly, and he runs in from about 35 yards, I reckon. This run up, and he's going to go round the wicket. No need to move the side screen, which is in good position here below us in the media centre. Weather okay for now. Clouds a bit higher, and it's going to be Shapur coming in to bowl to Hayne, who's on 72. 149 for 2. Here he comes, a long run past the umpire, and bowls for wide of the crease, and that's square cut away towards the sweeper on the cover boundary. Just a single, well fielded there by Noor Ali. And the 150 comes up for the MCC in the 32nd over.
Samad Patel just calling his guard now. He might change his guard to the faster bowler. I think that's what he appears to be doing. He's just doing a bit of guarding now. There's quite a few rough patches on either side of the stumps at his end, so he'll certainly be aware of that. It's very difficult to predict what the ball's going to do if it lands into those rough patches.
Here comes Shapur again. Past the umpire, bowls, full toss. A half volley, just driven a slower ball and driven out into the covers. And 1 run to Hayne, who moves on to 73.
Pitch getting lower and slower, as we've already talked about, but when you get a little bit of width, as we did in that last delivery, Samad Patel able to swing his arms through the line of the ball, and to some extent it takes the pace of the pitch out of the equation when you can do that.
2 men back on the hook. Deep square and deep fine leg. There's a deep third man and a sweeper, and the rest are in the ring. Here comes Shapur again. It's a long run. Bowls. Slower ball again. And this time a swing and a miss from Hayne. 151 for 2. Helicopter. You can just hear on the effects mic coming across the ground. Not looking to land here like infamously Alan Stanford did some years ago. But then that's sort of
I'm not sure we like to talk about that here anymore, but I do remember it.
It can never be wiped from history.
No, sadly not.
Anyway, number 20 is the bowler. He's back to us now. He's at least 5 yards outside that 30-yard circle. He starts his run. It's a straight run, and then he leaps out and bowls from wide of the crease. That's the short ball, and pulled away by Hayne for a single down to backward square leg, where the fielder is Rashid, who's had quite a long spell at this end. 6 overs, 0 for 29. Hasn't been quite the wunderkind that we were told about, getting 7 for 18 against the West Indies. A different kind of pitch.
Not for lack of effort. I think the pitch is probably a bit lower than some of the surfaces that he's bowled on, but he's certainly given full commitment in the field.
Yeah, he's a good cricketer. Only 18. Youngest in the Afghanistani side. 152 for 2. Here comes Shapur again. Bowls another short ball, and attempted pull by Patel. Not sure whether he couldn't reach it, but he certainly didn't connect, and it went through to the keeper. No wide given, or no ball for the height.
Well, Patel's certainly eyeing up that boundary. If he can get it past that backward square leg, a bit finer of that, then it'll be 4 all the way, but not connecting on that occasion.
Yes, and usually a match of this sort might not be played on the middle pitch, and you'd have one short boundary. The scoring rate would have been a lot quicker, but we're on the pretty much the full boundaries. Great view from up here. Shapur again, bowls, left arm, well, another slower ball I reckon, and mistimed by Patel, and missed indeed, playing a miss, and that's the end of the over. He's 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 16. Very impressive figures, all based on that early spell, but he's come back well.
Yes, he took some important wickets, didn't he? Saw the back of Misbah and Brendan McCullum without conceding too many runs. Patel getting very cross with himself at the end of that over. He's batted very well. He's got 29 off 29 deliveries, but he's ruining a couple of missed opportunities there. But on this low surface with the ball getting a little bit softer, it's harder and harder to time your shots, and you really need to watch it all the way onto the bat.
So only 8 overs left, 152 for 2, and these players now have licence to hit, although the tail is quite long. After Chris Reed, Dockrell, Yasir Shah, and then 3, I reckon, number 11s, Rushworth, Mika and Murtagh. I hope they're not listening, but I think they are pretty much the tail end. So they haven't got complete licence, they've got that in the back of their mind. So Hayne it is to face on 74, and it's Rashid again bowls, and that's just pushed out into the onside. They may look for 2, but they won't get it as mid-wicket comes in from the boundary and fields, and throws back. The bowler misses the throw, but well backed up by the extra cover fielder. 53 for 2. Here's Rashid again, bowls, and that's hoiked in the air by Patel. I don't think he's going to be caught. It's gone for 6. The fielder round back was eyeing it up for quite a long way, but then I could see he gave it up as it flew over his head towards the tavern stand, where there's a large section on the ground floor full of Afghan supporters, as is the mound stand, the bottom of the mound stand, where it's been a hub of activity and noise all day, even in the rain. Here comes the next ball from Rashid, driven down the ground this time by Patel for a single. He goes on to 36 and the score to 160 for 2.
Nicely played there by Patel. There's always a single on offer down the ground with we've got a long on and a long off, so they're right back on the boundary rope, and a good productive slog sweep, which has worked well for him before, just in between that arc of mid-wicket and long on.
Here's another slog. Another bowled him, but it just missed the off stump and it flew off the keeper's pads and back towards the bowler, so no run there. Hayne playing a miss. Rashid in again. Bowls, shorter ball. This is flicked round the corners of fine leg. Had that been fielded cleanly, that might have been a run-out chance. They get the single. It went straight to the man, but he didn't pick up cleanly. 161 for 2. Patel on 36 not out now in strike, and Rashid getting through this over pretty quickly. 0 for 38 off 7, and that one is pushed out onto the offside to the cover sweeper by Patel, who's on to 37, and that's the end of the 33rd over. 162 for 2, Ben.
Yeah, good productive over there from the MCC's point of view. Patel's going nicely there, had played a couple of really good shots in that over, and with Hayne unbeaten on 76 as well, with 7 overs remaining, ideally you want at least one of those batsmen to be there at the end. We've still got Chris Reed to come, who can be a very, very inventive batsman in closing overs. Years ago I remember him winning an international for West Indies, hitting 2 sixes in the final over, some time ago now, but he's still certainly a very dangerous stroke player. Looks like they're going to carry on with Shapur, and well, they might. He's still got 4 overs left to bowl. 162 for 2. I think that score we were talking about, 200 to 220, still very much on the cards. Maybe a bit more than 220 if at least one of these 2 batsmen can stay till the end.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think we're in a power play, something tells me. All the rules have been rejigged a little bit because it's been reduced from 50 overs to 40 overs a side, and of course that means that if we can get 20 overs in of the other side's innings, we will have a match. So here comes Gorbadin into the attack. Right arm over from this end. That's a slower ball, slightly wide, and rather deceived Patel, who couldn't get a bat on it and looks rather forlornly at his partner Hayne.
I think he seemed to be under the impression that should have been a wide. I think that was right on that tram line. I think that was all right. Any wider than that, I think it would have been called. But Patel feeling a bit hard done by that.
Looks up now and sees Gulabedin coming in and bowls. And that's another slower ball and pummeled through the onside for 4 by Patel down to Cow corner and the edge of the Edridge stand. So that's 4 to Patel. Moves on to 37 off 33 balls. 166 for 2. And the last bat is Chan DePaul on 22. He was retired hurt, we assume, and may not feature again in the match possibly.
No, I mean they are entitled to a runner in this match if they want them, but I don't. Yeah, oh they are, yeah, but I don't think they're going to risk Chan DePaul at this stage.
The next ball is driven over extra cover. That'll be another 4. It wasn't far off, and if Chappell had been the fielder there, he might have got a hand to it. At 6'7", but
yeah,
it wasn't.
That was Shinwari doing the fielding, not among the tallest of the fielders there. Would have been an absolutely stunning catch if anyone had managed to hold on to it. That was hit straight to him and with some force, but just over his fingertips, but not by a lot.
Patel moves on to 45. Here's the next ball. He gives himself some room, but doesn't connect. Looking at the umpire, hopefully, but it wasn't outside that line that Ben was talking about, so it's a dot ball. We've got 2 men on the boundary on the leg side. There's another man walking around the outfield who's not dressed in cricket clothes, and then there's a sweeper and 2 deep mid on, deep mid off. The next one's driven on the up slightly by Patel, who's got his iron now, and he's driven it out to the sweeper on the cover boundary, and moves on to 46. 171 for 2.
Now we've got that protection out on the offside, 3 fielders saving 1 on the offside, but if he continues to give a bit of room outside the off stump as he has done, then that does give a well-set batsman the opportunity to swing through the offside and try and clear this infield. We've only got the sweeper out there on the boundary, square on the offside, and long off protecting the boundaries.
Gilbert in, bowls again. This one's pulled straight down the throat and caught at Cow corner. And Hayne has to walk off. He's been a slow start to his innings, but he's been the platform really. He's built a couple of good partnerships, but he's out now for 76, and he was caught out there by, I will let you know shortly, Javed Ahmadi. It's the catch. It was a good catch, smart catch. I mean, it would have been a shame to have dropped it, but he had to go down at the end of his little walk in to catch it and take it a foot from the ground perhaps, but it was a good catch, well taken.
Yes, he might have. It might have been coming to him seemingly in slow motion while it was up in the air. Sometimes you can lose sight of the ball when you've got the crowd roaring and you've got the ball up against the greying skies that we've got here above our commentary position. But
all the white seats, indeed, and in
absolutely.
The stand. He could have. Anyway, he kept his eye on it. That's the main thing, and he caught it. 171 for 3 MCC, and Hayne gone for 76. And Reed now comes out to join his Nottinghamshire club mate Samit Patel. They were here together winning the Royal London One Day Cup only a couple of weekends ago.
Absolutely.
And they'll be looking to finish off this innings in some style, no doubt, particularly as it's Reed's last appearance, one would imagine, at Lord's. And yeah, you remember, I think, his 2 sixes, winning a one-day international.
One day at West Indies, going back to 2004, so it's some time ago now. But he can still play very useful innings in the closing stages of a List A innings, as we're at the moment. He's going to be on strike. That was the end of the over. We've got 6 overs to go. From Afghanistan's point of view, I wonder if there's any value in bringing a couple of extra fielders close in to stop him getting off the mark and giving the strike back to Patel.
Well, I think in one-day cricket that tends not to happen very often. You might bring a slip in off the fast bowler, but they haven't done much to change the field. There's a mid-on is still out deep, mid-off's now up, cover sweeper, third man, fine leg and deep square leg. So only 4 men in a circle, mid-off, extra cover and mid-wicket. Here comes Dorlat now, change of bowling. And Reed gets an easy single out into the covers. Pretty hard to protect there, and letting everybody into the ring. 172 for 3. And
In fact,
Reed now on strike. Patel had the strike.
Yeah, that was my mistake, Terry. Sorry about that.
So we've got the run rates now at exactly 5, which is always a good benchmark. They want to try and push that up a little bit in the last few overs. And Dorlat, who was very impressive, I thought, but his figures don't suggest it. 0 for 37 off 6, but he bowled well and reminds me slightly of Waqar Younis, particularly in his last stride. Doesn't swing it quite as much, but that was a good Yorker there and dug out by Chris Reed. I remember Chris Reed ducking to a Yorker from Courtney Walsh.
Yeah.
He just didn't see it and was bowled, and that was a rather ignominious end to an innings.
And it was plastered over the front page of the sports section of the Times. I remember reading it the morning after, and it did him a bit of a disservice, because he is actually a very, very capable batsman. He just, on that day at that time, just didn't quite pick up that delivery.
Well, a bit like Liam Dawson in the Test match when he got
Indeed.
bowled by a full toss. So here comes Reed to face up now. He's facing it up to Dowlat, who runs in very straight, measured run up, and then a swinging arm at the end, and that's attempted hook by Reed. Good bouncer, head height just outside off stump, and Reed tried to hook it but missed.
I think he might have aborted as well. At the hook, it's always a wrist shot if the ball goes above your eye line, as that one appeared to do. And let's not forget, we've got 2 guys right out there on the hook, one at deep backward square leg and one at deep square leg.
Yeah, sometimes they try and shovel it round, knowing that they'll only get a single, but better than nothing. Anyway, Reed faces up again, bat lifted now in the conventional way, the new convention. This one's hammered past the bowler, short ball again. This time he went back and just smashed it like a tennis shot for 4, and it reaches the pavilion gate, just to prove how straight it was. Just to the onside of straight. 4 runs to Reed.
Good direction for Chris Reed to go, isn't it? When dissected mid-off and mid-on perfectly, and hit with that force and that timing, it's never likely to be cut off.
Mid-on drops back a little deeper. In fact, onto the boundary. Quite wide, though. Dowlat in again, bowls to Reed. And Reed again, cross-batted shot, just waits for it and then scoops it away onto the onside, down to that mid-on fielder who comes running in from the boundary, and it's just a single to Reed, who moves on to 5. Brings Patel on to strike, which is the right thing to do anyway, because he's the more likely batsman to go big, and in sight of a 50 as well. 47 off 38, 177 for 3. This is ball by ball at lords.org. Terry Blake at the microphone with Ben Feasey alongside. The white pigeon flies over the pitch, and another short ball, and that might be a wide over Reed's head. He's only a small guy, and that was out of reach. So 1 to the total, and an extra ball to be bowled by Dowlat.
Patel doing a little bit of gardening. He appears to be batting on or just outside the line of leg stump, so I wonder if he's looking to flay deliveries square on the offside. That seems to be his tactic, but not the kind of delivery in order to do that on that occasion.
Dowlat in again, and this next one is full and hit out into the offside by Patel, who moves to 48. 179 for 3 at the end of the 35th over. So just 5 overs to go. If they get 50 off that, they'll be 229.
Yeah,
that'd be about right, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's well, I wouldn't discount it with Patel's looking particularly ambitious, shall we say, and Reed has got off to a very confident start as well, so they'll try and look for a boundary and over, and try and get at least 1 off everything else. If they do that, they'll be there or thereabouts.
And they may well stick to seam now for the rest of the innings. He's got plenty of overs to juggle with now, but he's down to 40, and the fast bowlers only bowled about 4 or 5 to start with, if memory serves correct. And one of them, Chapur, has bowled 6 overs 2 for 16 with 2 maidens, and he is going to bowl the next over from this media centre end, the nursery end, and he's Not like quite Mark Wood, but pretty much sort of very long run. Here he goes. I'll tell you when he gets to the crease. At the crease now, and that's just glided down to short third man, who flings at the stumps, but Reed responded very quickly to Patel's call. No chance of a run out, I don't think. 180 for 3. Patel moves to 49. Reed on to strike, takes guard from the umpire with a deep backward square leg, short fine leg. Third man on the boundary down by the Allen stand, which has only got a few people in it today. The other men out of the mid-on and the cover sweeper, and indeed mid-off down below me here to my left. And here comes Shampur, comes in and bowls left arm round the wicket, and that's a play and a miss. Tried to just squirt it down to third man, but on this pitch of variable bounce with an older ball, not so easy to do. I wonder how the new ball will behave for the MCC bowlers.
Well, we saw how it behaved earlier today, with 1 or 2 balls seemingly taking off a length, and 1 or 2 bouncing quite a bit lower than expected if it was landed on those rough patches. Not much Reed could have done with that other than hope that he connected with that short delivery and guide it down to third man. Just couldn't get anything on it on that occasion.
Facing up to the next ball now, which is full and straight, and that's caught behind. He's walked. Umpire didn't need to raise his finger. It's a good ball. That one seemed off a good length. Reed drove and Reed nicked, and Reed's gone for 5. 180 for 4.
Superb delivery there from Shapoor. Absolutely the right decision from his captain to hold him back for the last 3 or 4 overs from this end. And with Reed now departed and Dockrell coming in at number 8, which you could argue was a fairly exalted position for him, all the pressure now very much on Samit Patel to push this MCC score much beyond 200. In order to do that, he's going to have to face as many deliveries that remain in this innings as possible.
Unless Shivnarayan Chanderpaul makes a reappearance instead, but I somehow doubt that. We will see.
Well, superb delivery there from Shapoor. That's his 3rd wicket in the innings, and if Afghanistan do get over the line today, he will certainly have played a significant role.
Well, it's a right-hander coming in, and we think it's Yasir Shah is coming in to bat. He'll keep Patel company for a while. Well, not for long, because they've only got 4.5 overs left. It's 180 for 4. And Shapoor's figures go from better to better. 6.3 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 17.
Well, Terry, I can tell you Yasir Shah's not played any List A matches for Kent. He's playing for Kent this summer. He has scored some runs in the Championship, 131 of them at 43, along with his 14 wickets.
At 43?
Yeah.
There must have been a couple of not outs in there, I fancy.
And I think his last Championship match was on a much different pitch from this one. That was at Beckenham against Northamptonshire. That was an absolute road of a pitch. Kent batted first and scored about 700. And then Northants managed about 550.
He wishes he was batting on that, but he's not. He's batting on a 6-day test match pitch. And this one is squirted away by Shah well down to third man to get off strike, and to get Patel onto strike, needing 1 for his 50. 181 for 4. Run rate just inching over 5.1. Can they get it up to somewhere closer to 6 in these remaining overs? Looks a little less likely now.
Well, 2 deliveries remaining in this over. The absolute perfect scenario for MCC would be a boundary off this ball and then a single off the next, so Patel has a strike for the next over.
Shapoor will be doing all he can to try and stop that scenario. Here he comes. It's that ungainly run-up. Bowled now. That's a very good ball again, rather like the one that got Reed. Seemed quite violently off the pitch and unplayable, really.
Oh yes, too good. Two straight tight line outside the off stump. It's huge risk involved in getting around and trying to fetch that from outside the off stump. Really, all you can do with that delivery is either hope you don't nick it to the keeper, or possibly just edge it past the keeper down to third man. Very difficult delivery to score runs off.
Maybe a ramp is required, but it might lose some teeth. Here comes Shapur again. Starts his long run. A funny angle for a left-hand round. He bowls straight ball and just eased into the covers by Shah for his second run. No, it's Patel, I'm so sorry, he's got his 50 now. Samit Patel, 42 balls, 49 minutes, 5 falls, and I think the only 6 of the match.
Yeah, and that was a nice shot there from Samit Patel, because that was a much fuller delivery than the one we had before. It's very fast. He watched it all the way on, dabbed it into the offside, and sprinted as fast as he possibly could to make sure that he had the strike for the start of that over. So well played to him, and he's made a vital contribution to the MCC innings this afternoon.
And we'll see him bowling later. He had a quick word with Shah. He might have said just stick around for this ball, because he needs a single out, doesn't he?
Yes, and don't forget to back up, he might be saying as well. Might be some sprinting.
Here comes Dalaf again. Bowls. It's a short ball and jabbed cut into the offside there for a single. I think the scoreboard's gotten the model. I think that was Shah who got the second run, but because Patel got one for his 50, didn't he? He only got one.
He did,
50.
yeah.
Anyway, 183 for 4. Shah taking guard now. On strike, no slips. Third man, very wide, fine leg, about 10 yards in from the boundary. Deep square, mid-wicket, saving one. Deep mid-on, mid-off up in the ring with 2 covers. A cover sweeper completes the field, and this one's a wide down the leg side. Will be 4 wides as well, because the keeper can't get his glove on it, and one of the groundsmen kicks it back towards the incoming fielder, and the score moves to 183 for 4.
I don't think there's much the keeper could have done about that. I think it's always very harsh on the keeper, those types of deliveries. He was diving at full stretch to try and stop that one, and there was no way Mohammad Nabi was going to get back from deep fine leg in time to cut that one off either.
No, not a prayer for him. So Shah faces up again. Dowlett comes past the umpire and bowls. Shorter ball, and then just chopped down into the offside, but cover point is the field and no run. 188 for 4. And the strange sky now, there's some dark clouds around. There's also some much lighter and higher cloud.
I think it's a better forecast than I feared that we would get at this stage in the afternoon, and we're all certainly very grateful for that.
Shah faces up to the next ball from Dalat from the pavilion end. He bowls, and that one crabs him up a bit, but he gets it out onto the leg side for a leg by, and the keeper comes round to field in front of the umpire, and so the score moves on to 189 for 4, with only 3 overs after this one.
Well, it's down to Samit Patel to make what he can of the 3 deliveries that remain in this over. Gulbuddin Naib is fielding in the sweeper position on the boundary, and I dare say the ball might be coming to him. He's played a lot of attacking shots on the offside.
Yes, and he's good at hitting over extra cover as well, isn't he? Here comes Dalat, his 8th over, and that one is hit towards extra cover, but for no run, although Shah was backing up, but got back in time. He's got a lot of sawdust out on some of those old used pitches on the edge of the boundary towards the grandstand side, and there was quite a lot of sawdust put on the pitch in the footholds at the start of, or the restart of play, but they've been scuffed up now, so the pitch is still looking, well, I can't say pristine after 6 days of a test match, but clear of sawdust now. And here comes Dalat for this next ball, short and slow, and just chipped over the infield, cut up upwards out to the cover sweeper, just for a single to Patel. He moves to 52, 190 for 4 now.
It did well to reach it, actually. That was quite wide of the stumps and quite short, sort of tennis ball bounce really, and he almost had to uppercut that on his tiptoes.
Yeah, a lot of change of pace in the second half of this innings with the older ball. Here's Dowlatt completing his 8th over and possibly a spell, and that's driven back to the bowler. It's a crowd catch, but it's a bump ball by Shah, and that's the end of the 36th over, 190 for 4. Patel on 52 and Shah still on 1.
Well, just 3 overs remaining in the innings. I think the departure of Hayne and the departure of Reed for 5 has probably made quite a big dent in MCC's ambitions. I think 220 looks an awfully long way off now with only 3 overs left, but they've got to try and push as far past 200 as they can. But Patel will have the strike, and it is largely down to him.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I think had those other batsmen stayed in, 250 might have been on, but not
possible.
now. And the PA announcement is talking, I imagine, in Padi, Pashto or Dari, both the Afghani languages which you can hear in the effects microphone are Persian based. This is quite a long message, and it's created an enormous cheer from the crowd. So
the crowd seem to be liking it,
like
whatever
that.
it is.
We need subtitles. So 190 for 4. Rashid is coming back into the attack from this end, which is great from our end, so we can see the ball spinning, and that's in the air. I don't think it's going to be a catch. It's dropped between the cover sweeper and the cover point, and Patel just gets a slightly fortuitous single.
Well, there was a bit of width in that delivery, and it was quite full. Patel threw the shot a fraction early, but fortunately from his point of view it was quite a long way wide and short of that sweeper just underneath the shadow of Old Father Time.
Rashid's next ball is a good length, again smeared into the onside by Yasir Shah, who gets a single out to mid-wicket, who's deep on the boundary. There's no one else saving a single on that side of the field apart from Fine Leg, who's up, as is third man. For the spinner, of course. Another one, and that's hit in the air, will be caught, I think, yes. And Patel is out for 53, and that might put a dent in their ambitions to get even 210, 215.
Well, he'd be disappointed with that, Terry. I mean, he must have known the fielder was out there. He just couldn't get enough elevation or hit it behind or in front of him. That catch was taken by Daulat Zadran, and at 192 for 5, with really all of the MCC's frontline batting gone, this is a fantastic return from Afghanistan in the latter stages of the MCC innings. Huge pressure now on this lower order to push the total beyond 200.
And if Afghanistan are now a test match status country, who are very good at one-day international cricket, their probably best format, however, is T20. And it may well be, if the rain behaves as predicted, that we might have a 20-over chase at some point, and that will put them in a very strong position. This time last year, when we also were streaming live, Nepal beat the MCC by 41 runs. Now, I'm not saying that was of such high quality, but Afghanistan must have a great chance if they can just contain the MCC in the next couple of overs. 192 for 5.
Well, it looks like it's going to be George Dockrell to come next, formerly of Somerset, of course, and very much a part of the Ireland setup, so he may become a test player in the very near future. 68 one-day internationals for Dockrell, 71 wickets at 35.3, but it's with the bat in his hand he's got to do a job at the moment.
And he's only 24, so he must have been playing from a young age for Ireland. So he's got a long future, or should have a long future ahead of him, and as you say, he'll probably love the chance to play Test cricket, whether it's here at Lord's against England, or perhaps they'll be playing against Afghanistan somewhere. Zimbabwe or Bangladesh also come to mind as some of the less powerful full member nations. Anyway, it's Dockrell facing up now, his first ball. The leg spinner Rashid, who's a googly, and thought I'd bowled him, but it went through bat and pad and off the keeper's pad, I think, down to that short fine leg.
Oh, that's a pretty good delivery to receive first up, isn't it? Good length, turned sharply, it turned the opposite way to what Dockrell was expecting, and really when you're facing your first delivery, you can only hope that you don't nick it and that it doesn't go through to your stumps.
Rashid's next ball is a good length and chopped into the offside. They're hesitating probably disastrously, but they got home. Well, Dockrell certainly hesitated, then came. I think Shah must have been running from the start because he got in despite a reasonable throw.
Yes, he was backing up, and it's just as well that he was, otherwise I don't think he would have made that. And they can't afford a run out at this stage with now only 13 deliveries remaining in the innings.
Rashid in, bowled a bit shorter and shoveled into the onside this time. Mid-wicket comes in from the boundary and fields, and it's 1 run to Shah. 194 for 5, and that's the end of the 38th over. So 12 balls to go. 194 for 5, and they'll do well to get to 215.
I think 215 would be a triumph from here. Both batsmen relatively new to the crease. Shah himself has only had 6 deliveries for his 3 not out, and with Shapur, who's been their most productive bowler, bowling one of these 2 remaining overs, it's certainly going to be hard work getting another 16 runs. They can only hope that he bowls some quick ones outside the line of off stump, and they somehow manage to nudge it down to third man. Maybe I think that would be a welcome boundary or 2 if they're able to do that.
It'll be Yasir Shah facing the big man. Shapur is 3 for 19 off 7. This might be his last over. Will be his last over, I think. They're down to, it must be down to 8 now, and he's coming in on his long run. He's up to the umpire now, bowls, left arm round, and that's hit well into the leg side. That might well go for 4. It does go for 4. It beats 2 men converging, 1 from mid-wicket and 1 from mid-on. Good shot there by Shah, pierced the field beautifully.
Yeah, nicely done. He had a little bit of width to work with there, and dissected those 2 fielders in the deep superbly. You've got to take every chance that's on offer at this stage, and he managed it on that occasion. Very good shot.
198 for 5, Dockrell on 1, and Shah still on strike now on 7. He eyes the leg side again. Shapur is in again. This one's again short, and where's that gone? I can't see where it's gone. Gone to the keeper.
Yeah.
He looked round to square leg as if he'd connected and was sailing for 6, but it went straight through to the keeper, and no run scored.
I think he might have been done for pace there, Terry. He was through the shot by the time the ball had hit the keeper's gloves.
And I wonder whether Afghanistan have ever batted on a pitch like this for any of their many one-day internationals. It won't be an easy score to chase down, whatever it is. 198 for 5 now. 10 balls left. Here's Shapur bowls. That's a fuller ball and is squirted away, I think, off the bat. Umpire will tell me. Off the bat, indeed, from Shah. He moves on to 8. Ball went down to fine leg and fielded down there.
Yeah, just got a toe end onto it, I think.
We've got our sort of delayed replay here on the stream, but it is a little behind. Quite useful for a replay as long as it's not too far behind and you're into the next over. 199 for 5. Dockrell only faced 2 balls so far. Settles into his stance. Waits for this next ball. It's a full toss and hit over extra cover. No, over cover point. Miss hit really off a thick outside edge, but it landed safely, and the cover fielder from the boundary ran in to prevent more than a single. Dockrell moves on to 2, and that's for 200 up for MCC. Not much applause particularly from the man stand section, but not surprising. This has been a stop-start sort of day, maybe a bit more start than stop. We were really fearing that weather forecast earlier on, but it's relented a little bit, still cloudy, and it's Shah facing up to this next ball from Shapur, who's in now, and that's another slower ball and hoiked into the leg side again by Shah. I remember him favouring the leg side in the Test series a couple of years back. Many tail-enders do, of course. And Shah gets a single out to that deep mid-wicket fielder, down by Father Time. 201 for 5. Shah 9 and Dockrell back on strike on 2.
Well, one delivery remaining in the over, so Shah will have to strike in the next over. I wonder if Dockrell might give himself licence here.
In his stance now, his next ball is short and hit right back over his head. Again, it's like a tennis lob this time, and they get 2 runs for it, which is good cricket, because Dockrell would be keen to, I think, keep Shah on strike possibly. He may be more experienced at the bigger shot somehow, but anyway, 2 runs it is. They'll get what they can. Shah is on 9 and Dockrell moves up to 4. 203 for 5.
Yes,
1 over left.
I think Dockrell might have been trying to smack that somewhere into Wellington Road, but it didn't quite come off for him. But he hit it straight, that's the important thing, and there's acres of space in between the long off and the long on, so he got away with that. A valuable extra couple of runs. 203 for 5, and that 220's, well, it's challenging, but it's just about reachable.
Shapur finishes his excellent spell. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 28. Got a bit of stick towards the end, but has still gone for less than 4 and over. So credit to him. We'll give you the full bowling figures at the end of the innings, I think. We'll have a little bit of time. There's a 10-minute gap between innings now because they took lunch during the rain break. And who will bowl this last over? It's going to be Gulbadin. Shorter run-up. Stocky man. Comes past the umpire, bowls. A slower sort of goodish length ball, and again heaved down to mid-on this time by Shah, who moves on to 10. Only a single.
Yes, Dockrell was keen to at least consider a second run, but Shah making absolutely the right decision in sending him back.
Can Dockrell lift it over extra cover for 4, I wonder? Because they're bowling pretty straight. Gives himself some room this time, hits it high in the air, but he might be caught, it might even be 6. It is 6. A great shot over mid-off there. Great finish to that shot. He really admired it too, but the fielder thought he was in business for a while, and he's generously signalling a 6. It went about 4 yards over the boundary in the end. It's a good shot by Dockrell.
Yeah, it certainly was. He kind of muscled that over, really. He got right underneath that ball and had just enough leverage to get past Nabi for the 6.
Here he is again, waits for it and hits it into the leg side this time. This will only be a single, I think, unless they attempt the second on the throw, which they don't. So Dockrell's into double figures alongside Shah. They're both on 10. Dockrell 11 off 6 now. 211 for 5 with 3 balls remaining.
Well, whatever happens from here, Dockrell can say he hit a 6 at Lords.
Gulbadin in. Good length ball, caught behind. And the keeper took it very nonchalantly, one-handed. It was a good straight, good length ball. Again, moved slightly off the seam perhaps, and Shah had a big drive, got an edge, and the keeper took it where first slip would have been, very nonchalant with his glove up in the air.
Yes, you can see what Shah was trying to do. He was targeting that boundary at deep cover point, but really no footwork. He took his eye off the ball at the last moment as well, and a nice catch from the keeper. I think the keeper made it look a little bit easier than it actually was. 211 for 6 the score now. I'm not sure if the batsman crossed, so it might well be Rushworth facing, if indeed it is Rushworth to come in next. Yeah, it should be Rushworth facing.
Well, no one's emerged yet. They hadn't taken their pads off, surely.
Well, we were suggesting that with Rushworth, Mika and Murtagh, you've pretty much got 3 number 11s, so maybe it's a bit of a toss-up to decide which one of them to send out.
Well, I think, given that Murtagh is a homeboy,
oh, that's a good point.
Middlesex,
Yeah,
you might put him in, but I think it's Rushworth coming in. No, it's Mika. Mika's coming in to bat. Surrey man, fast bowler, having a chat now on the way back into the pitch area with the Irish left arm spinner, and it will be Mika facing. You're quite right, Ben. We've got fine leg and third man both up. A lot of protection on the leg side, deep. And now square leg's actually coming up into the circle. Mid-wicket and mid-on back. Cover mid-off, and now third man has gone back. And that's a wide, I think, yes. 2 wide for the new batsman and 2 wide for the umpire as well. 212 for 6. And still 2 balls to go.
well, that's a bonus for the MCC there. Mika's just had a quick chat with George Dockrell, but 2 deliveries to go. I'd say just have a go.
That's all he can do now. Licence to thrill. This next one is plugged into the leg side down to the mid-wicket fielder just for a single. Mika's off the mark, and that should be his last ball to face unless it's another no ball. This is the last ball of the innings. 213 for 6. Can Dockrell get another boundary to finish off and put MCC above 215? Here's Gulbadin bowling last ball of his 7th over, and that's a slower ball and pumped into the leg side for a 4. So 217 for 6. Dockrell not out 15. Mika not out 1. Well, what a curious innings. It started out like a test match with the ball going all over the place. The batsman couldn't get it off the square. And after a couple of rain breaks, MCC have managed to get up towards 5.5 and over. 217 for 6. I think that will be a challenging score for Afghanistan,
oh, yes.
But they will be pretty happy with the way they bowled and fielded.
Oh, 100%. They'll be disappointed that neither Hayne nor Samit Patel was able to see it through to the very end. But 217 for 6, they've given themselves a chance. We know this pitch can take a little bit of getting used to, and if they get a couple of early wickets and then they're able to contain Afghanistan as that ball gets a bit softer and gets a little bit harder to time and force off the square, then I think we could be in for a very, very competitive innings when Afghanistan look to overhaul this total. So we can tell you that if you were tuning in earlier today and you've drifted in and out of commentary, this is a rain-reduced 40 overs match. We did take the lunch interval earlier. That was taken between 1:30 and 2:15. So we're now expecting a 10-minute changeover before Afghanistan begin their innings. So in the meantime, we'll just go through the scorecard for you. So 217 for 6 was the final score for MCC, made off their 40 overs. And we'll just go through the bowling figures for you now.
Well, let's start with the batting as well. So Hayne opened up, although he wasn't the first to go. McCullum was the first to go. Caught Shafiqullah, bowled Shapur Zadran for 5. Misbah Haq was the next to go. Caught again by the keeper Shafiq of the same bowler, Shapur Zadran, in the middle of that wonderful new ball spell for 7. That was possibly Misbah's last appearance at Lord's, sadly. Shandapul, that was then retired hurt, for 22. We may not see him again today anyway, if he's got a significant injury. Hayne, I think, was then next to go, the opener, for 76 of 100 balls with 8 fours. Caught Javed Ahmadi, bowled Gulbadin Naib. Patel was another significant scorer, the second most significant scorer, with 53 before he was caught in the deep by Daulat Zadran, bowled Rashid Khan. That was Rashid's only wicket. Reed didn't last long, caught behind off Japor again. All his wickets were caught behind for 5. Yasir Shah also perished to the keeper. He was caught off Gulbadin for 10. Dockrell not out 11, Mika not out 1. Extras 23, including 16 wides. 213 for 6. No, 207.
No, we missed out the last ball. 217 for 6. Sorry about that.
We're reading off the Cricinfo scoreboard, which had only got to 39.5. So the bowling figures: Shapur Zadran, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 29. For me, the pick of the bowlers. Daulat Zadran started promisingly, 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 50. Did bowl 6 wides. Gulbadin 6 overs, 2 for 43 with no maidens. Mohammed Nabi bowled very well, 9 overs, no maidens, 0 for 34. He's had experience in the IPL. Rashid Khan, 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 39. Very attractive spell of bowling. Got a full repertoire for a young man. But the pitch was perhaps a little bit slow for him. And Samiullah Shanwari just the 1 over for 8 runs. So we have a interesting match, and I think what's good about the reduction is that there's more chance that Afghanistan will have to get 20 overs in,
yes.
And therefore, a match.
And I think with the bowling, sometimes my predictions turn out to be wrong, but I'm going to stick my neck out hugely on the block here and say that the MCC will open up with Tim Murtagh, of course the local bowler, of course, with his Middlesex connection, and I think he might open up with Rushworth. They're not bowlers that give away easy runs. They're both metronomic. Murtagh, huge experience of bowling here at Lord's, and put a little bit of pressure back on the Afghanistan openers. See if they can get after straight line and length bowling on a pitch where we have seen some balls bounce a little bit unpredictably, and you'll always get that little bit of early movement coming up and down the hill, particularly when the ball is shiny and new. So I would personally I would open with Rushworth and Murtagh, see if you can get some early wickets and put some pressure back on Afghanistan.
Yes, and if their tendency is to play the power play big in normal ODIs and go for it, they may have to just rein themselves in a little bit, because they would have seen the struggles that some of the batsmen had with some extravagant movement and uneven bounce, and indeed now it's become even slower as well, which makes it doubly hard for a batsman to score runs. So I think FTC got a decent score. It's not a fantastic score, but certainly good enough for a competitive match.
And if you've been listening into the commentary this afternoon, we'd love to hear from you. You can contact us on MCC at ballbyball@lords.org, I beg your pardon. Let us know your thoughts on the match, your thoughts on the elevation of Afghanistan cricket to test status, and how you think this second innings of this match is going to unfold. We'd love to hear from you. You're listening to the MCC Ball by Ball commentary service on the occasion of Afghanistan's first ever match at Lords, with myself, Ben Peasy, in the summarisers chair, and Terry Rice in commentary. Terry Blake, I beg your pardon, in commentary.
Well, the crowd is still pretty much seated. A few of the mandstand punters have gone out to visit the facilities, have a soft drink, and the MCC boys are fielding and bowling practice out to the left of us, down towards the tavern stand. The umpires will be coming out in the near future. The groundsmen are doing work on both the match pitch, but also a pitch that got a little bit of rain damage towards the edge of the square, down towards the members' bar sort of line of the pavilion. So Mick Hunt is watching out for that one, and a few stewards dotted around the outfield to make sure no more intrusions. Is that Rushworth bowling now?
Yes. He's looking metronomic, isn't he? He just smacked the one practice stump. Yeah. Well, he doesn't give an awful. I mean, he's not. He would never be classed as an out-and-out fast bowler, even in his younger days. But he's metronomically accurate, and I think when you're chasing a reasonable but not gargantuan total, I think that's the type of bowler you need first up.
Yeah, I imagine Mika doesn't often get the new ball at Surrey. I don't know. I would defer to Lizzie on that one, but he's he's a classic sort of third seamer, just with the ball.
Give him the older ball,
give him slightly
maybe it
older
will
ball.
curve a bit.
Yeah, exactly. No, but Murtagh is a clear choice, and would probably both. Well, actually, they'll fight for this end, wouldn't they? Because I think they both got away swing.
I think they probably both fancy the. I think they probably both fancy the nursery. Murtagh does bowl quite a lot from the. He's bowled a lot from both ends with the Middlesex connection. I think he tends to bowl from the nursery end behind Toby Rowland-Jones.
Yeah. Well, I think Murtagh normally takes the new ball, doesn't it?
Oh yeah. He usually takes it with Toby Rowland-Jones.
Rowland-Jones first over.
Yeah, exactly.
So, Afghanistan, 39 years of war, now rebuilding. There's a big screen out on the top of the Allen stand, and there's a little promotion going on about cricket in Afghanistan, just reiterating that amazing story of the last 17 years where cricket wasn't even allowed to be played until the beginning of this century, and then before you know it, all of a sudden you're into a situation where they begin to edge up that ICC long ladder up towards the time when they were able to start playing in things like the World T20, which they've now played I think 3 or 4 times.
Yes.
And the first World Cup was in 2015, and along with Ireland have been given test match status, having only been an associate member for I think 4 years, which is a remarkable story. I mean, it would beat almost any football story, Barnet coming up the leagues and getting into the Premier League. It would be the equivalent of something like that, and it's frankly almost unbelievable. But all credit to the people, including MCC, who've believed in Afghanistan and believed in cricket as a rehabilitating force, as it often proves to be. There's the bell. And I think it's time that we made way for Kit Harris and Lizzie Ammon. I'm sure Lizzie will be back with us shortly, but I'm going to hand over now, you stay, to Kit.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Terry Blake there in commentary for you on the MCC ball-by-ball commentary service. We're in between innings here in this match between MCC and Afghanistan. Afghanistan playing a match here at Lord's for the first time, and Afghanistan earlier this summer achieving test match status. They're going to be facing a target of 218 in a match that's been reduced because of the rain we had earlier today to 40 overs. And Kit Harris has just resumed his position in commentary. Good afternoon to you, Kit. And I've made my predictions about how I think MCC are going to play this. Who do you think they'll open the bowling with?
Well, having a chat at the back of the commentary box with Lizzie Ammon, we're going to make a suggestion out of left field here that it's all very well speculating on the cricketing outcomes, but there might be an almighty deluge from above which will put paid to any talk of tactics.
Well, I should say I get almost all of my predictions wrong. I never saw Donald Trump becoming president, for example. But we'll get off that completely, and we'll welcome Lizzie Ammon back into commentary for the start of the second innings of this match.
Thank you, Ben. You join us here at the home of cricket, Lord's Cricket Ground in St John's Wood in London, for the restart of the exhibition match to welcome Afghanistan into the international fold at the highest level. MCC hosting and coming out to field now. My name's Kit Harris, and it's Salaam Alaikum to Lizzie Ammon.
Good afternoon. It's got a little bit gloomier, hasn't it?
Certainly has. And there's a dark patch on the horizon which you figured out it's coming from Wimbledon.
I didn't figure it out. I saw people tweeting with their brollies up from the All England Tennis Club, so that's not very far away, and the weather is coming from that direction. But for the moment, I wouldn't say it's sunny or indeed particularly warm, but it is dry, so that's a bonus.
The sweepstake is probably how many deliveries will we see delivered? Well, we could all fancy a number. I think it might be in double figures, but maybe not too much more than that, unfortunately.
So in terms of the on-pitch situation, the MCC team, led by their captain Brendan McCullum, but minus Chanderpaul, as far as I can see, just having a little look, minus Chanderpaul making their way out. I don't particularly like call me a traditionalist,
I will.
but I don't like the batsman being out before the fielding side. I like the fielding side to come out first and then the batsman to follow.
I hear you, Lizzie Allen. Absolutely. It's unconventional, but if nothing else,
They're eager.
it serves to illustrate that enthusiasm that we've had throughout the game, not just, of course, from the 11 good men and true of Afghanistan, but from this, we think, about 4,000 strong crowd of
Well,
United.
actually, the MCC tell me it's over 6,000, so that's an incredibly good, strong crowd, particularly given the weather forecast. But
which was worse than it
was.
than this.
I didn't think we'd get anywhere near as much cricket in as we have. We have at least got 40 overs in, even if we are about to, well, I fear, get some sort of biblical flood.
And of course, you made a suggestion right at the top of the game, Lizzie, that
I did.
What might have been smart.
Perhaps a bit of pragmatism might have said, let's reduce it before we even start to 30 overs a side or something.
Well, you even suggested 20 overs a side, and had certain authorities had the sense of the, let's face it, rather switched on and seasoned Lizzie Hammond of BBC and the Times, we would have had a result.
I can understand if it's a an international match which has stuff riding on it, but anyway, we may get in some of the Afghanistan innings, or indeed the Lord's microclimate might mean that the weather goes right round us.
Might.
This incredible. It is.
So first ball from Chris Rushworth is going to be bowled to Jawed Ahmadi, and it's just down the leg side and tucked away off his legs, but there is a fielder, somewhat unusually for a man of fast medium pace, up in the ring behind square on the leg side. There is a third man, but I dare say,
short, fine leg.
I mean, one wouldn't expect Chris Rushworth to be going all out in this situation, not with half a county season.
No, there's quite a lot of county cricket left to play. And he's not a young man. I mean, he's not
Indeed not.
old, but he's not 19 anymore.
He bowls to Jawed outside the off stump, and Jawed just dropping the hands on the ball a little bit.
His preferred end, this Chris Rushworth, when he plays county cricket here.
Does he have a good record at Lord's, Lizzie?
Yes, from what I remember, because it's quite seamer friendly here, early season, is it not?
And it certainly has been today, in fact.
Yeah.
You think of the way that Shapur Zadran was getting the ball to fly, certainly generating a good pace. Lizzie's just looking into
I'm
her
going to look.
endless database. Third ball then of the innings, and it's short outside the off stump, and again Jawed just riding what little bounce there was. Not a huge amount, and the ball just dribbles away to cover point. And yeah, we're in a strange limbo here. The light is fading. The umpires, just like the MCC, having adopted an entirely get the game on mentality, as you would expect, having acted as generous hosts throughout.
Oh, he does have a pretty good record. Not played here very much, though, in first-class cricket.
Rushworth again outside off stump, and an attempted cut to a ball that kept a little low this time, and Jawed just playing over the top of it, and two bounces along the floor through to Chris Reed behind the stumps.
Just 4 matches. 4 first-class matches Chris Rushworth has played at Lord's. He's taken 15 wickets in those 4 matches, so that's not bad.
That's good effort.
And a high score of 40.
And he can hit the ball here too. Of course, he didn't get a chance today.
No, there was a bit of, I think, probably a bit of a scrap for the number 11 slot between Tim Murtagh, Chris Rushworth and Stuart Meeker, all of whom about well down the order for their respective counties.
Rushworth bowls on off stump, and it's hit. Oh, how dear, that's hurt. That's hit Jawed right in the midriff.
Oh, it's hit him right between the rib cage,
solar
right in the middle.
plexus.
Yeah, is that what it's called?
I think it might be.
It's where it winds you.
Yes, he's been winded, and he raced away to gully almost as quickly as if he'd been chasing the ball there. Dropped his bat and gave himself a rub. But, well, if there's one thing that everybody in world cricket knows about Afghanistan cricketers, it is that they are practically made of iron. And so it must really have stung him in order for him to give it a rub. Now he's just having a little chat with his counterpart, Nur Ali Zadran, who's come down from the non-striker
A deep breath and he's fine now.
But the physio's coming out. I'm not sure what they give you in this situation. Antacid tablet? Are you all right? Just having a quick word. 5 dots so far in this opening over from Rushworth.
Physio has come out and he's having a drink, and taking a moment. He's down on his knees on this next strip along. But Physio's been shooed away.
Hardly surprising. They're made of solid stuff. And one thing's for absolute sure, you're going to need a freight train to get someone like Jawed Ahmadi off the pitch without being dismissed, because, well, the Afghan team, they'll be totally up for this occasion. First time they've played at Lords, of course. Rushworth now to complete the first over of the innings. Is in now and he bowls down the leg side, and it's signalled a wide. Looked like a lot of movement off the seam. A big off-cutter.
Yeah, he's gonna have to, if he's going to shape it back into the right hand, I think he's going to have to start well outside the off stump.
It certainly went a lot, didn't it? And anyway, it's the sort of leg side take at waist height, moving to his left, that Chris Reed will have been taken
bread and butter
whole life. Not that he'll want to take many more of those as his professional cricket career comes to an end on his terms. Rushworth re-bowls the ball outside off stump. Javed plays solidly with soft hands into the offside, and it concludes the first of what should be 40 overs, with the MCC one without loss and needing 226 more to win.
Well, this is interesting. Tim Murtagh, unsurprisingly, is going to take the first over from the nursery end, which is what he normally does for Middlesex. What he normally does for Middlesex. He's ousted Stuart Meaker from the little fight for the new ball.
Yes, that can't have been easy, because Meaker is Meaker still as quick as he used to be?
Well, he's skiddy, isn't he?
He's got a very whippy action, slingy whippy action, and it has caused him injuries in the past more than once, or at least not helped his recovery. But when Stuart Meaker is fit and firing, he is absolutely tremendous to watch. And I remember seeing him blow away Somerset with 6 for hardly anything at the Oval a few years ago.
I know, but
Nur Ali Zadran.
let's face it, a lot of people blow away Somerset. I'm only saying that because Kit's a Somerset fan.
You are such a sweetie, aren't you? Swing and a miss outside the off stump from Nur Ali to a first ball. On a length, but wide of off stump, and he couldn't resist having a bit of a go at it. He didn't make contact. 2 slips, 5 men fielding in the ring, and the last 2 out on the boundary. And kind of get the impression that they are trying to prevent themselves from going through the motions before the rain comes. The MCC team. Murtagh bowls on off stump, just moving in a little bit. In the air.
God, this is what Murtagh is so fantastic at, isn't it? He's by no means express, but he just gets it to move and wobble, doesn't he?
He's got really good control. If you're going to make the ball move in the air, you've got to pitch it in the right place to get the batsman to play or indeed miss and be out LBW, and he's got that wonderful control.
And of course, the millions of overs, that's probably an exaggeration, he's bowled from this end of the ground here at Lords. He knows exactly what to do with this slope.
Yes, you bet. He's in again, and he bowls on middle and off stump this time, and smart running here from Afghanistan to get their account underway. So Nur Ali just dabs the ball off his hip into the leg side. Mid-wicket isn't quick enough to come in, and we're away. Nur Ali has a run.
Don't forget, you can email us with any questions or comments. It's ballbyball@mcc.org.uk.
It would be especially nice to hear from those of you tuning in overseas, especially if you are of an Afghan persuasion. Outside the off stump this one, and it's going to be a single guided down off his legs, playing outside the line of the ball by Jawed, and square leg does the fielding, and Jawed, along with Nur Ali, is now off the mark, 1 apiece. And we're on our way, and still looking at those residential tower blocks in the distance. There is no immediate sign of the rain. You tend to see it coming as it sweeps over those buildings and masks them.
From where we our wonderful vantage point here at Lords, we get to see the weather coming right in, swooping in.
And down the pitch comes Nur Ali, a couple of paces, and swings the ball over leg side. A pull shot in front of square. He gave Murtagh the charge there a little bit, didn't he, Lizzie?
He did give Murtagh the charge. And there's a statement of intent, I think you might call it.
And the crowd, well, you heard their reaction. If you could hear them under me, I got a bit excited there. Might have been a bit of feedback, but Lizzie has just reached across and tweaked the
adjusting.
to save you any needless fuzz from me, well, that was as Lizzie says, certainly a declaration of what's to come. Noor Ali again backs away to leg and flays the ball through the offside, doesn't quite time it. He's got enough on it to beat extra cover and take the single, but mid-off runs to his left to collect.
It's a wonderful atmosphere, every single greeted as if it's a World Cup winning shot.
Absolutely superb. Have you been down in amongst the crowd?
It's wonderful atmosphere. It's just, it might not be sunny and warm, but it's a party atmosphere.
Everybody wants to talk. Everybody wants to celebrate, and I strongly suspect, regardless of their provenance, that everybody wants Afghanistan to win the game. Possibly even one or two members of the MCC team. 2 overs have been completed here at Lord's. 8 without loss, the home team, of which Noor Ali, who's retained the strike, has 6, and Jawed Ahmadi has 1 at the non-strikers end, also the pavilion end. The opening bowlers, Murtagh and Rushworth, and it's Rushworth to bowl over number 3, with the fielders in the ring saving the single, well spread, and now an extra man is on the boundary at deep square leg. Rushworth pounds in again to Noor Ali, who flicks the ball through mid-wicket off his pads, flamingo style, really well timed, and it hits the line underneath the tavern. 4 more.
And I think that is George Dockrell, is it not, out in the deep?
Your eyesight and recognition powers are better than
the MCC don't have numbers on their backs. Afghanistan, very helpfully, from a commentator's perspective, do have squad numbers on the back, but the MCC don't.
Noor Ali now has 10. In is Rushworth again. He backs away and plays through the offside this time. Doesn't really get his bat onto the ball. It hit the splice and ran away off the blade. Third man now runs up and cleans up the fielding. Noor Ali now has 11 of 7 balls and is going to play the pinch hitting role. Jawed 1 from 7 balls. Well, it's too early to say he's going to play the role of anchor. That's just the way things have turned out so far.
There's Afghanistan playing this very much more the way that ODI cricket has gone. MCC were a bit more retro, weren't they, with the building the platform?
You certainly were. Rushworth to Jawed on his legs this time. He just tips it away on the up at the top of the bounce in front of square, and in comes Ireland's George Dockrell from the deep square boundary to restrict the running to a mere single. 2 for Jawed and 14 without loss.
We've just got the 1 slip in, which is an interesting comparison to how Afghanistan started off, because they had 3 slips. They were packing in on the attack, but just Samit Patel in the solitary slip position, slightly more traditional packed ring field. Afghanistan actually had a very big gap through mid-wicket.
Rushworth to Noor, and it's cut him up completely. Moved in off the seam at great length, and Noor tried to play it down into the leg side, and it zipped through between bat and thigh pad. And that's the second time that Chris Rushworth has been able to get one to move sharply in off the seam.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember way back when the beginning of this match started, but they had 4 in the ring on the offside and only a mid-on and a fine leg on the onside at Afghanistan, which was a bit funky.
Was. Backs away. Oh dear. He's played 1 shot too many. He backed away and Rushworth just bowled a bowling machine kind of ball. Quickish, good length, top of off stump. Noor Ali gave himself too much room. It wasn't really high, short enough to cut. He tried it and he perished in the same drama with which he had previously succeeded. He's gone. Noor Ali, first wicket for Afghanistan, 14 for 1, and he's bowled Rushworth for 11.
Well, I think Noor Ali's approach there was very much, maybe not a long time, but I'm going to have fun while I'm here. He did back away a long way, bottom edge, into the off stump, which rather pleasingly from Chris Rushworth's perspective bent back on itself, which is always a nice sight.
Yes, fantastic sight for a fast bowler to see not just the bails but the stumps thoroughly disturbed. And well, it was coming, and I don't think anyone in the stadium will mind too much, because Noor Ali was absolutely determined to show us what he could do. He hit a couple of wonderful shots, and he's on his way back to the pavilion. And we now expect the statesman, the great man of Afghan cricket, the captain Asghar Staniczai, to come out at number 3.
Yes. And him and Mohammad Nabi, you would say, are probably the best in terms of batting. Mohammad Nabi and having a lot of experience, and I have a lot of experience of Mohamed Nabi in club cricket when he played for my club Barnes.
Is that so?
He played for Barnes for a summer when he was here on the MCC staff. A big hitting Nabi, and Barnes is only a small ground.
Yes.
So he would send it quite a long way down the...
Surrounded by trees.
He's
so
surrounded by houses,
Okay.
other people's gardens. We used to have to go and knock on the door. Have our ball back, please. Mohamed Nabi's done it again. 14 for 1 then, the score. I'm afraid it's got a little bit gloomier, hasn't it?
I'm afraid it has. But,
Because you can see on the cranes, there's quite a lot of cranes. A lot of work going on in West London, and the light on top of one of them is glowing very brightly.
now we've got a bit of a surprise here because they've sent out the promising youngster at number
Nasser,
3.
yeah.
Nasser Jamal is in to face Rushworth, and is on leg stump, and he clips it away. Fine, he beats the man at short fine leg and finds the boundary. Another ball from Rushworth just moves in off the seam a bit, and given that, it was a little bit misdirected, and all Nasser had to do was get a little bat on it, and 4 runs was his instant reward.
Yeah, just help it a little bit around the corner.
So that concludes over number 3. 18 for 1. Nasser getting off the mark with a boundary to his first ball, batting at 3. Jawed Ahmadi at the opener's position, 2 runs from 8 balls. And Nasser, he's only played 9 professional one-day games, that is list A games, but already had a very promising start. Statistics being what they are, pinch of salt and all that, but he averages 41 and has had quite a decent go of it in his first few games, so they've put the promising youngster up the order.
Which is good to see. Now we are helpfully given as a guide the Duckworth Lewis pass score. Of course it doesn't really come to play till you've had 20 overs, does it?
And the next ball to Jawed Ahmadi is just defended on the offside, back to Tim Murtagh with some wonderful footballing skill, kicks it once, twice,
He's
twice,
good at the old keepy up he is, Mr. Murtagh.
back into his hands.
The Duckworth Lewis pass score at the moment, poor Duckworth, poor Mr. Stern always gets missed off the end of DLS these days, doesn't he? Duckworth Lewis Stern pass score is 25, shot up when that wicket fell.
And how many overs are required for us to say those?
Well, in an ODI it's 20, but I don't quite know whether we're on those firm regulations today.
Here is Murtagh once again on off stump, and a lovely ball moving away late off the seam, and Jawed plays down the wrong line and misses it by a mile, but it's wide and going wider, so no risk to the timber. We've had some instructions somewhere amongst our paper, Lizzie, that say it is ODI regulations.
Yeah.
Which means the minimum, well, except now we're playing 40
overs,
aside.
yes, quite.
Come on then, Miss Cricket. What?
Who knows?
Yes. Well, I should think that what we'll all do is agree that if Afghan are ahead when the rain comes, then they've won.
Then they've won.
Seems
Absolutely.
that would be
I think
satisfying
that's,
to everybody.
And if not, I shall take an arbitrary decision on that.
Murtagh bowls on leg stump this time, and Jawed is now seeing the ball well enough, despite the gloom, to just guide it away, tapping it off his pads. The throw comes in from deep backwards square leg, by which time Jawed has come back for a couple, so he's doubled his score. And with those 4 runs, he's contributed to Afghanistan's 20 for 1 as the rain continues somehow to be just a little bit further away than we thought.
It's just a little bit further away. It might be slightly skipping round us to the left. There's the power of the MCC microclimate.
That's it. And Murtagh bowls outside off stump, a cut. Finds a gap between backward point and third man, hits the line. Beautifully timed. Probably no more than a metre to the left of the diving, I want to say, Yasir Shah, and races away. And Jawed, with a couple of couples, has now hit his first 4. He has 8 now from 12 balls. He's just finding his gears, and Afghanistan 24 for 1.
It's getting noisier, I think they are.
Good for them. One of the best things about the game is the noise coming down there from the mound stand of the Afghan contingent. Straight one is hit him, bat and pad together, I think, just cutting in off the seam a little bit from Murtagh.
He's just so expert at this, Murtagh, isn't he? Just getting it to just move enough.
He's not trying to bowl fast.
No.
He's using the conditions which are helpful on the ground and in the air.
One thing, even if it doesn't rain, that might be a little bit of an issue is the light, because we're not allowed to use the lights today.
I've got a sneaking suspicion that umpires Fry and Ravi will...
We'll just try and keep going as long as they possibly can, and then tell them to bring the spinners on if it gets dangerous.
Murtagh bowls outside the off stump, and it's another cut this time.
Ooh,
A wonderful stop at cover point. Saves a run, but there is unfortunately an overthrow.
That is Yasir Shah diving to his right.
And he just got to it. Both hands in the end as he dived to the floor to the right of him. But unfortunately the throw was a little bit overzealous, and he conceded an overthrow to mid-wicket as Reed wasn't able to gather. And that concludes Murtagh's second over, which, like the first, went for 7 runs. And Afghanistan are 25 for 1 after 4. Jawed has 9, and Nasir had just faced that 1 ball from Rushworth previously and scored a 4 off it. So it's going to be Rushworth again. And at the end of 4 overs, the DLS score is 28, so Afghanistan just
Hoiked it back.
Just a little behind it, but not catastrophically so. It is now so dim and dark that every time the electronic advertising hoardings around the boundary change colour, you really notice them as they spin over. The colour hits you, and you can see very clearly now the side lights on the walls of the boxes in the grandstand.
And the scoreboard lights are glowing very brightly, aren't they?
But it's not dampening our mood so far. Next ball from Rushworth to Jawed on off stump, and Jawed is back in his crease, defends into the offside and takes a few paces down the pitch, thinking of the run but deciding only at the last minute not to. So I think Nasir was quite quickly onto the idea that that wasn't a run, and sensibly kept his ground and sent his partner back.
Comfortably near the required rate, going at 6 and over at the moment, and the required rate being around 5.5.
Keeping us entertained all the time. Afghanistan now fade. Chris Rushworth bowls outside the off stump, and Jawed plays an exaggerated crouchy defensive shot down to the ground. Not so much as Ian Bell used to exaggerate how the ball kept low, more to exaggerate just how behind it he had got and just how smothered the ball had been. So he remains there with 16 balls to his name, 9 runs scored off them. 25-year-old Jawed from Kunduz province now faces Chris Rushworth, short outside the off stump, and that was there for the cut, and Jawed got himself into position but decided right at the end not to hit it.
Yeah, it made a slightly odd decision. He went onto the front foot, didn't he, rather than rocking onto the back foot to try and cut.
Yes. Do you think, Lizzie, is that to some extent reflecting what the becoming difficulty of the...
They don't trust the pitch.
And perhaps the light comes into it as well. It is distinctly dusky now there, and in a test match we might be off. Jawed faces the next ball from Rushworth on leg stump. He plays it, there's a bit of a harsh wide there from the umpire, or a charitable one if you're going with Afghanistan, as Rushworth bowls a ball that really there's no more than over the leg stump short of a length, and Jawed just walks inside and lets it go through. Reed comfortably collects to his left, but an extra is added to the board to go with the leg bye scored in the first over, and that's the first wide. 26 for 1. Afghanistan need another 201 to win. Another wider ball outside the off stump, and that is pretty harsh, to be honest. The umpire's now given another wide as Rushworth has rather overcompensated outside the off stump with a ball that swung away. Not extremely wide, but the penalty is there for the taking, and Afghanistan will enthusiastically greet every run, not least their spectators in the Mound Stand, Compton and Edrich, who you can hear as clear as a bell right now. Rushworth in again to bowl to Jawed on leg stump, but he flicks it away, and it's a misfield at short fine leg. 4 runs to the Mound Stand boundary. I think fine leg did a bit with the bounce there.
Tim Murtagh there at short fine leg.
But, I mean, there's no pressure on the MCC fielders to throw themselves about as they would for their counties, and
no, and I think when you're a senior county pro, you probably earn the right not to throw yourself about, haven't you?
Poor old Murtagh, it went to him right on the bounce, and it's never easy fielding well struck ball on the half volley, and it just sort of bubbled under him. And another 4 down to the line, 31 for 1 now. Here's Rushworth to Jawed outside the off stump. He plays it softly into the covers, jumping into defensive shot. but the cover fielder is in too quickly. And that's looks like George Dockrell actually at cover, does he?
Yeah.
And no run is possible. Jawed spins the bat from hand to hand like so many experienced pros before him. Looking very much at home here at the home of cricket. Rushworth bowls to him outside off stump, and he tries to glide it down off the face of the bat between slip and point, but he gets too much of the edge on it, and point fields. There's no run, and that concludes over number 5 as the first spits and spots of rain start to fall here in Marylebone, with Afghanistan on 31 for 1.
So at the same point, after 5 overs, the MCC were only 9 for 1, so 31 for 1 is some significant difference. We've had a lovely email from Shams Shinwari. Thank you for the email. He says, thank you on behalf of all Afghan nations for your commentary. You're very welcome. It's a very proud moment for us all to play at the home of cricket. Fingers crossed the rain stays away. Can the camera show the Afghan supporters? It has been panning around, showing you the considerable number of Afghan supporters who are in good voice. Sadly, there are some brollies going up, and
yes, I'm afraid that moment has come. The rain came, and it came very quickly, and although at the moment it is but light, there is plenty behind it. We can see that on the radar, stretching for many miles to the west.
I fear.
And the umpires have decided at this point it's much more sensible, rather than play another over, to get the hover cover on, and that's the...
Yeah, the other issue, of course, is that there is a very important NatWest T20 Blast match here on Thursday night, because Surrey are playing Middlesex here, and so there is a wicket that needs to be covered.
Ah, yes, it's about three strips.
3 strips along, so
strips
the hover
to the
cover
south
will go over the one that's being used on Thursday night for that NatWest T20 Blast game, and then the tarpaulins will be rolled out over the one we're playing on today. But they're rushing on with it. It's quite an operation bringing this hover cover on, isn't it?
It certainly is.
They have to hold on to it quite tightly, or there's a danger it'll go off, make a break for freedom.
Now you can't quite see it on your feed, but at some point you may get a cutaway of the whole ground. But it is, as you're looking at your video pictures, it is just going to be coming on in a moment. But the pitch that you're looking at, that we've been playing on, you'll see 1, 2, 3 strips to the left. Lizzie is now going to remind me what the delay is and what that means.
That means that what we're seeing on our TV screen was 30 seconds ago from what they're seeing at home.
So you can see it. I've never been very good friends with the principle of time being linear. To me, everything is happening at the same time. But anyway, there it is. Marked.
That's a hugely philosophical statement to make.
I've had a lot of thinking time, Lizzie, over the last couple of years.
31 for 1 then, as we see the covers being rolled out. Ground staff have sprung into action. Everyone in the stands has moved backwards towards the back of the stands so that they've got some shelter, but most people have, other than some hardy souls at the front who are just running around in the rain just because it's liberating. And
that's very philosophical. one all, I think.
The rain does appear to have set in a little bit. There's no blue sky, that's for sure, and there's some gloomy stuff above us and away to the southwest.
Yes, there's a big dark cloud just about to come over us, and the question is what's behind it. And it's tempting in the sense that the darkest point is just before the dawn to think, well, maybe it's clearer behind.
Enough.
2-1. It looks a bit lighter behind it, but on those rain radars it suggests that it's a bit of a deception, the lighter part that is behind this dark cloud above us, and that actually there's much more precipitation still to come.
Yes, the rain radar does show that there's your neck of the woods, southwest, I think is underwater at the moment.
Right. Well, there is one slight brightness, which is that at least Afghanistan at 31 for 1 are 1 run ahead of the Duckworth-Lewis.
So are we calling it a victory? I think we are.
I will certainly stand in no man or woman's way should they decide to call this an Afghanistan victory if the possibility that that was all the cricket we were going to have ultimately manifests.
So what I'm going to do is just run through the first innings scorecard, the MCC scorecard. Sam Hain opened up with Brendan McCullum. Brendan McCullum was the first to go for 5. Caught behind off the bowling of Shapur Zadran. Sam Hain, his opening partner, went on to make 76, but he was caught off the bowling of Gulbuddin Nayyab. Misbah al-Haq made just 7. He also was caught behind off the bowling of Shapur Zadran. Shivnarayan Chandapal made 22 off 43 deliveries before having to retire hurt. Samit Patel, a breezy 53 off 47 before being caught by Daulat Zadran off the bowling of Rashid Khan. Chris Reed in his final appearance before retiring from the professional game at the end of the season, not playing again at Lords here, or not due to play at Lords again here the rest of the season. He made 5 from 6 deliveries, again caught behind. Yasir Shah also caught behind, he made 10. George Dockrell was not out for 15. Stuart Meeker not out for 1, so their total 217, 23 extras in there. And the bowling figures: Shapur Zadran, 8 overs, 3 for 29, incredibly impressive figures. Daulat Zadran, 8 overs, 0 for 50. Gulbuddin Nayyab, 6 overs, 2 for 47. Mohammed Nabi, 9 overs, 0 for 34. Rashid Khan, 8 overs, 1 for 39. And just the solitary over for Shinwari, which went for 8 runs.
And the one bowler who I felt in that innings who really emerged with his reputation enhanced was Shapur Zadran. I was so impressed throughout the innings. He harried the batsman, his pace was impressive, he got good bounce and carry even when the ball was quite old. He seemed to get movement, and I mean genuinely he troubled all the batsmen, Lizzie.
Absolutely, he steamed in with the new ball from the pavilion end with his locks flowing. And it was quick, it was accurate, and it really did have the batsman in all sorts of trouble.
You don't get a lot of opportunities in an emerging test nation to show off your credentials on live television broadcast, and every time you do get that opportunity, it's always the likelihood, or at least possibility, that someone may be watching, someone who may very well take an interest in signing you for a franchise or for a short stint in some 2020 competition. And well, I would have thought he's leapt a few places in the in some people's wish lists.
I think he would have caught some eyes, won't he? Yeah. There's quite a few cricketing great and good in the ground actually being entertained in the President's box.
Oh, do tell us who you've seen, Lizzie.
There's just various important people in the cricketing world.
So this is the great asset that Lizzie Ammon brings. Head and shoulders above anyone else that I know.
Well, I'm just an inherent gossip and have a little people watch.
Oh, she's a sleuth. That's what Lizzie is. She finds things out. I tell you, she's an early bird. She's early on everything. If someone finds something out, well, either Lizzie found it out or she already knew it. So quite frankly, if you come to the ground and you want to know what's going down, Lizzie Ammon will tell you. So come on, tell us who's come to grace us with their presence, Lizzie.
Well, I mean, as you would expect, Matthew Fleming and various ECB bigwigs. Matthew Fleming, the MCC president, Gerald Corbett, the MCC chairman, Derek Brewer, MCC chief executive. A few boxes along from us is my colleague Michael Atherton, who's been here
from the start of the day.
From the start of the day, having a good chat, and it's pretty packed all round in the various rooms where the important people hang out, as in the committee room. As we're looking at the pavilion, which the camera you can see on the camera, to the left, the bottom left window is the committee room.
Okay, yes.
The bottom right window, as you're looking at the pavilion, is what's called the writing room, and the top right above the Afghanistan dressing room, that is the committee dining room, and that's where you get fed royally if you are important enough to be invited in there.
Have you had the opportunity?
I have. During a county game, though, not an international game.
But did you get fed royally?
Oh, the food was incredible.
Good for you.
Incredibly good. The players get, well, if you're a county player, I think you'd try and manufacture so that you were out just before lunch, because the amount of choice you get on the menu in the players' dining room would mean you could probably stay there all afternoon and just keep eating.
Yes, I've heard, Lizzie, that it's the one place where the nutritionists' recommendations sort of get vetoed by
you
the
eat
caterer.
what's there, yes, because it's so lovely. So they have a lovely 3-course. There are a couple of options. There's always soup and probably prawn cocktail. It's a favourite, the prawn cocktail. And then you get for main course. There's always a healthy pasta, but then there's steak and chips, which you can imagine is probably more popular. And then a crumble or a pie for pudding. With ice cream or cream, so it's not a bad life, really, is it?
No, not at all. It must be very difficult playing for Middlesex and then
and not being the size of a house.
Well, we're both thinking of one or two Middlesex players of the past at this point who would be
quite liked an apple crumble, yeah.
So what we're hoping is that in a short while, rather than go off and do your thing for an hour or so, you'll be able to hear us talking to a man called Tim Wigmore, who writes for ESPN Cricinfo, amongst others, and is a published author. And we're hoping we're going to be able to ask him some questions about
Afghanistan. Yes, he's spent a long time. Well, he's still relatively young, but a long time writing about associates cricket. Of course, up until about 3 weeks ago, Afghanistan were an associate nation. He's written a book in conjunction with a couple of others, all about the history of the certain associate nations, including Ireland, Afghanistan, and various others. And Tim is incredibly passionate about the development of cricket outside of the Test-playing nations, and so it will be fascinating to talk to him.
And when you say outside of the Test-playing nations, does that extend as far as the brand new countries that haven't even got affiliate status yet?
Yes, I mean we're looking at sort of China and Malaysia.
We're really just starting.
It's emerging,
out.
yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Following the most recent ICC annual general meeting, of course, we don't have affiliates and associates anymore. Everybody is an associate. You are either a full member or you're an associate. There's not a 3-tier anymore, which is a big step towards parity.
What difference does that make, Lizzie, to the average punter, the spectator? Would they perceive that difference in any way?
I don't think they would. It makes a great deal of difference to the nations themselves in terms of the funding that unlocks and how it's distributed,
yes.
All of which I don't fully understand, and I'm rather hoping that Tim will be able to tell us. But
in terms of who's playing one-day internationals and T20s, it will, for the time being, be the same cast.
Yes, in terms of the various divisions, which of course Afghanistan started off in Division 5 of the World Cricket League, and they made their way through, and it's the same with all the others now. You start at the bottom, and then you play your way through, and everybody ends up where they're supposed to end up, in theory.
Yes, in theory. Of course, being cricket and taking a lot of time, it's very difficult to make your way up that ladder with any great speed, because not only does cricket, when it's played in league or tournament format, take a long time to get through, but the trouble is, if you're going to play in, let's say, World Cricket League Division 5, the lowest level of ICC cricket, you're going to play with other countries that are theoretically, as Lizzie Ammon says, of the same strength as you. But that doesn't mean they're going to be the ones that are closest to you. So when Afghanistan, I think I'm right in saying, played their first ICC tournament in World Cricket Division 5, they had to go to Jersey to do it.
Yes, there are worse places to go.
But there is, if you are interested, dear friend, in having a look at that phase of Afghanistan's cricketing growth, that is the point when they first joined the ladder of ICC teams in Division 5, there's a rather neat little documentary film that you can get called Out of the Ashes. You can get that on DVD from the usual places, and it rather beautifully shows not only bits of the cricket, but also the personalities of the team, and indeed some of the team who are playing today feature in that documentary. In fact, it's probably more of an emphasis in that documentary on on the life and times of the Afghan team at that time rather than the cricket itself. But there is one wonderful moment when, of course, Afghanistan being a landlocked country, so no sea borders, no coasts, and they all, of course, off they go to Jersey, and there's a wonderful little twist. Have you seen the film, Lizzie?
Yeah.
There's that wonderful twist where they go to see the sea at Jersey in the Channel Islands for the first time, and of course the way the Hollywood script goes, they see the sea and they're transfixed by its relentlessness and by its beauty. Actually, when they first see the English Channel, they sort of say, well, is that it? We have rivers in Afghanistan that are better than this. It's just this lovely little moment of...
Because it's not very far from Jersey to the mainland, is it?
So, any news of Tim Wigmore, is he?
Not at the moment. He is going to join us. I think he's been rather delayed.
He's waylaid in some way.
More covers being brought on, I'm afraid, sadly, is the news here from the home of cricket, and the weights are being put onto the tarpaulins, which I always feel rather pleasingly are in MCC colours, those weights.
Lovely. But the trajectory of the game at the moment is putting more covers
Wetwards.
on. The rain, yes, the rain is not torrential, but it's big.
It's
fat
enough,
rain.
yes. It's big fat rain. That's a good way of describing it. It's enough. It's of the wet variety.
That kind of the raindrop that when it lands on your forehead, you think, oh, that's a big one.
Yeah. Or if it hits the back of your neck, makes you
Hope it's not something else.
Makes you shudder.
So on comes the final tarpaulin to cover the entire square here at Lord's.
Yeah, the entire square. So just finishing off the right-hand side of the square, be covered up because those strips that are on the end of the square will be used at some point in the season. I think a couple of them, perhaps not the furthest along one, but I think the one further in has been used for a county match already this season. That's what they tend to do early on in the season, because of course the middle ones have to be reserved for television games, because the cameras are obviously are only in the middle. So early season county games tend to be further towards the edge of the square, and as the season goes on, we sort of work inwards.
And then, do we work our way outwards again once the marquee fixtures are done?
We sort of end up back where we started sometimes.
Of course, at Lord's, there are far fewer pitches than at the Oval.
There were 30, I think, at the Oval, is what I was told.
Can't think of a square I've heard of, certainly not seen, that has more pitches than the Oval. You could work your way from left to right throughout the whole professional season and still have pitches left over.
Although some of them you would have a sort of 20-yard boundary.
Well, Surrey have profited thus in the past. Haven't they? Had a couple of games down there on a really short boundary and put on huge numbers of runs.
It's and here at Lord's, when you're playing on the mound stand, tavern stand side of the square, and there's a short boundary there, down the slope, you just know where everyone's targeting. Down the slope, short boundary down the slope.
It's one thing you can see really well, I would say better, on our video cast on Facebook and YouTube right now than you can see sometimes when you're watching regular television, is that slope at Lord's, because our camera has been set up so that it's completely
straight,
horizontally aligned with the seating and the pavilion at Lord's. The seating is all horizontal, the advert hoardings are all horizontal, but you can see the slope just dipping away from the right to the left very clearly.
6 foot, isn't it, from one side?
Is that 6 feet? Okay.
From one side to the other. So it's nowhere. There's nowhere quite like it, really, is there? And any calls to put some soil in and even it up have been quite roundly dismissed.
Yes, presumably, it must
we
have
like
been
our
rooted.
slope.
There always used to be talk that there was another sort of ridge at Lord's halfway down the square. At this end, that is the
I think that was got rid of, wasn't it?
Well, you'll always find some players who insist that it was never there. Bowlers, presumably, who profited from it. Well, the question that we consider in the medium-term future is how and when, of course, do Afghanistan make their way into that top level of cricket, they're going to have to start playing test matches at some point.
Yes, I mean,
who and where do you think would
well,
be
I
appropriate?
think probably Ireland will be their first opponents, and that will probably make sense, and that'll be a nice occasion, Ireland and Afghanistan playing against each other.
You're going for pragmatism rather than out and out romance.
Well, the romance would of course be that
Would be
that
here, I
Afghanistan play India at Eden Gardens,
Yes.
or Ireland play England here at Lord's in their first test match. I suspect that probably won't be the case. If I were a betting woman, and I'm not.
But of course, it means there are two questions which follow from this very quickly, and it's where will the new test venues be? Because, well, in presumably, to take Ireland first, Lizzie, I imagine you've probably been to the venue in Ireland, which will be
Malahide.
that's where the tests will be.
Almost certainly, yes. Lovely, it is very lovely.
Are they set up for tests though? What do they have left to do?
Well, they play ODIs there, so
Yeah.
not really much different, unless you're expecting a stampede. So yes, perfectly set up. They put a lot of work into their infrastructure and their investment into their first-class structures, into their stadiums, their grounds. There's a lot of credit to Ireland and Afghanistan. Different circumstances entirely. But it's not easy. You don't just get full member status. You have to put a lot of work into it.
Well, they've approached it in completely separate ways, of course, which is that Ireland have been around playing cricket for a very long time, 100 years and more. And for people of our generation, Lizzie, I guess it's the famous first appearance of Ireland in great prominence in world cricket would be when they played...
Beat England, I presume.
I was thinking when they played the West Indies at Sion Mills in 1969. Right at the end of the West Indies tour.
I don't remember 1969, do you?
No, God, heavens, no. I wouldn't dare suggest for a moment that you would have conscious memory, but there's a famous, and I think it is on the internet, the video of film footage, Ireland bowling the full West Indies international side out for 25. The West Indies not massively caring particularly about how they went about the game, but also at real emerald wickets, as would befit the glorious land of Tara. But Afghanistan, quite the reverse. They've done the entire thing in 17 years since the Taliban decided that cricket was haram, I suppose, in 2001, to condense not only the improvements in playing strength over 17 years to be able to punch your weight at the test level, but also the backroom, the administration and the infrastructure that would be necessary almost is even more impressive. But do we anticipate, Lizzie, that Afghanistan will play tests at home?
No, I would think the UAE may well be a start, at least to begin with. There are offers.
And that would be for security reasons?
Yeah. In the same way, obviously Pakistan can't play at home at the moment.
You're watching Marylebone Cricket Club at home at the home of cricket, Lord's in London, as rain has stopped play in this keynote prestige match against the visiting Afghanistan national cricket team, the opening game of their 2017 tour of England. A wonderful start to the game with some superb fast bowling from Shapur Zadran, who took 3 wickets for 29 in 8 overs, with all the lift and pace that he could possibly extract from this worn and used pitch right in the middle of the square here in St John's Wood, a pitch no less that had been used for all 4 days of the test match up until the weekend, restricting the MCC score to a manageable target, and then with a great charge and great efficacy, the Afghanistan cricket team got off to a flyer. They lost a wicket early on, but with the total on 31 without loss, The rain has come in, and it appears that it is now set in.
It does look a bit like it's filled in all parts around the ground. There is no gap in the cloud. So I think what we will do is, as you will see on your screen, there is a little band that says rain stop play with the Afghanistan score, and we will stop talking nonsense for a bit and keep an eye on your screens, and if there's any news we will bring it to you. If there's any news from the middle about a resumption, we will bring it to you. Meanwhile, thank you very much for listening to us for the last few hours, and keep your eyes peeled on your screens.
Yeah, exactly. They're just a little bit better.
Welcome back to Lords, the home of cricket, where I'm afraid, because the rain has filled in and doesn't look like it is going to stop anytime soon, the match has been abandoned. Sadly, the match has been abandoned. Just to wrap up, MCC scored 217 off their 40 overs, a reduced game. Sadly, we could only get in 5 overs of the Afghanistan reply, which they were 31 for 1. So the news from the middle is a pretty sad one, really. The rain has filled in and it is very wet out there, so the match sadly has been abandoned. But I just want to thank everyone who's been with us online, watching the streaming, listen to the commentary, and to the 6,500 people who have been to Lords today and been in fine voice. We thank you very much for your company and for getting in touch with us throughout the day. But from me, Lizzie Hammond, and all your commentary team here at Lords, thank you very much for your company and a very good evening to you.